Chapter 885, True Strength. Chapter 885, True Strength, inviting Yi Yuan to join the team. This was nothing rare. With Yi Yuan's performance in the second level, he was bound to be regarded highly by those heavyweights after going to the third level. What made people surprised was Sun Qi's attitude. Who was Sun Qi? A powerhouse ranked 58 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength was way stronger compared to Long Qing. An important person like this was actually so respectful towards Yi Yuan. Even if he was sent here under the Demon King's orders, it should not be this kind of attitude. When did this Azura arena become so civil and polite? Who's the Demon King? I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing as well. I still have to go back to enter seclusion and cultivate. Don't come and bother me, Yi Yuan said with a look of impatience. He was currently in high spirits and wanted to cultivate the slaughter sword art. But another whatever Demon King jumped out again. It would be weird if he could be happy. But these words were totally not the case when it fell into other people's ears. Who was the Demon King? One of the third level's kings. A powerful existence ranked in the top 5. Yi Yuan actually dared to speak impertinently. If these words were to be brought back by Sun Qi, wouldn't Lord Demon King blow his top? The reason why the Demon King was called the Demon King was that he killed people without batting an eye, regardless of who they were. As long as they provoked him, he obliterated without exception. Maybe the Demon King was not the strongest one in the third level, but he was absolutely the most savage and cruel one in the third level. Finished talking, Yi Yuan walked off without any care, and he did not even give Sun Qi a glance either. Sun Qi's face turned dark. What kind of person was Sun Qi? Coming to invite a second level's brat. This guy actually still did not give face. But upon thinking of Lord Demon King's instructions, Sun Qi forcefully pressed down the discontentment in his heart, caught up with Yi Yuan, and said, since Lord Yi Yuan has already obtained the qualifications to advance to the third level, isn't going up to the third level to cultivate the same as well? Lord Demon King has already prepared a third level's top-tier cultivation chamber for you, and can provide from a lord's cultivation. Regarding Sun Qi's attitude, Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He initially thought that Sun Qi would explode. Did not expect that this guy would actually be so good-tempered. Ever since arriving at the chaotic Devil's Sea, Yi Yuan still very rarely saw such a good-tempered person. But a top-tier cultivation chamber made Yi Yuan slightly moved. One had to know that this top-tier cultivation chamber, one slaughter point, could only use for 3 days. If not to salt bottlenecks, ordinary people would not rent it. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said, all right then, looking on account of the top-tier cultivation chamber, I'll take a trip with you. I still have some matters to take care of at the second level. You go to the third level and wait for me. Actually, there wasn't much stuff to take care of either. Yi Yuan was just going back to say goodbye to Tan Si. These few days, Tan Si was still considered attentive and satisfactory. Yi Yuan naturally would not be miserly toward him either. He gave him some medicinal pills and instructed him to cultivate well. Right now, the second level all knew that Tan Si was his follower. There naturally would not be anyone without eyes that would be making things too difficult for him. Tan Si still had a lot of potential. During this period, his improvement was apparent as well. Advancing to the third level in the future was also not impossible. After settling Tan Si's affairs, Yi Yuan went straight up to the third level. Sun Qi brought Yi Yuan to an empty hall, saying to go report his arrival, and then disappeared. In the entire hall, Yi Yuan was left all alone by himself. Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from his outstanding skills, and did not mind either. He sat down calmly and drank tea. Even after drinking the entire pot of tea, there was still no one who came to say hello. Inside the hall, it was still and quiet, with only Yi Yuan's continuously tea-drinking slight sounds. A cold atmosphere gradually loomed. This matter seemed like a trap, no matter how one looked at it. Make your move. Holding it in for so long. Aren't you tired? Yi Yuan gently put down the teapot and said coolly. As if responding to Yi Yuan's words, a dark shadow suddenly dashed out. A palm with an irresistible force rumbled over towards Yi Yuan. Bang! The chair Yi Yuan was sitting on and the table were directly smashed into dust. Strength is decent, but since your esteemed self invited me here, could it be that you don't dare to reveal your true appearance to people? Yi Yuan already composed himself and did not have the slightest awareness of falling into a trap. This person in front of him was dressed in black robes. He was even wearing a black fang mask on his face, looking very ferocious. The masked man did not speak. Raising his hand, it was another palm. Yi Yuan's punch rumbled out, directly annihilating the masked man's palm force. Mighty Heaven G, oh, annihilating palm. The masked man's low voice transmitted over. A horrifying palm force, salt towards Yi Yuan. Violent killing intent filled the entire hall. This palm was clearly unleashed with a Slaughter Supreme true intent. In terms of the Slaughter Supreme true intent level, it was evidently above Lung Qing's. Yi Yuan reckoned that even if this masked man slaughter concept did not reach 7 stars, it was not far away either. Although soul generals were divided into 9 stars, these stars would be harder and harder to condense towards the back. 6 stars to 7 stars, there was a major threshold too. A martial artist had to fight goodness knows how many matches before they could S enough slaughter concept. This masked man in front of him should be that so-called Demon King. Facing such a palm, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless either. He immediately revolved the Void Dragon Shadow Punch to the limits. Boom! 2 attacks with tremendous power collided together. Civ energy wave directly ravaged the hall. The roof immediately crumbled down. The entire hall instantly turned into a wasteland. But right at this time, the skies suddenly dimmed. The skies studded with stars. A terrifying energy undulation instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan did not reveal a solemn expression, but smiled instead. He finally knew who this Demon King was. I didn't expect that you, this fellow, actually ran to the chaotic Devil Sea, but your improvement really makes me feel astonished. Since you want to test my limits, I'll let you witness my true strength. The smile on Yi Yuan's face gradually faded away. The Star Moon sword quietly landed in his hand. Yi Yuan slightly raised the Star Moon sword, then just casually slashed in the air. Civ Rift was actually slashed out in the sky. After that, those motes of stars were completely annihilated under this SLA's. Plus this powerful Lumen Star Brilliance move was broken by Yi Yuan with a wave of his hand. Azure Dipper, floating zero sword. While soaring to the skies, Yi Yuan lightly spat out these few words. Behind that black mask, those pupils constricted, clearly shocked by the scene before his eyes. Only when the skies recovered its clearness did the masked man come back to his senses from the midst of shock. He heaved a long sigh and said, I thought that I was already powerful enough. Didn't think that the gap with you became bigger and bigger. The masked man slowly removed the fang mask, revealing a delicate and good-looking face. Who could it be but Nailan Chu? Back then, Nailan Chu left the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, saying he wanted to go out and train. But Yi Yuan never expected that he actually ran to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land and even entered inside the Azura Arena. In Yi Yuan's impression, Nailan Chu was a free and unconventional modest gentleman. But this Demon King before his eyes subverted Yi Yuan's understanding of him. It seemed like during this period, his transformation was really not small. Chapter 886, 12 Exalts. Chapter 886, 12 Exalts. Looking at this debris all over the floor, Sun Chi could not help opening his mouth wide. He originally thought that Lord Demon King calling Yi Yuan over was just because he admired Yi Yuan and wished to take him under his wing. He did not expect that this Yi Yuan's strength was actually this powerful. Lord Demon King was actually defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Nailan Chu's Tea of Demon King did not appear out of thin air, but was fought out match by match. To be able to slaughter into the 3rd level's top 5, it could be seen how powerful Lord Demon King's strength was. But such a Lord Demon King actually still lost to Yi Yuan. Just what background did this third-level Heaven Enlightenment brat have? Compared to before, you're indeed much more powerful. It was absolutely impossible for the past you to force me to use while soaring to the skies. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. While soaring to the skies. A fine while soaring to the skies. Your sword intent is indeed already riding above the 9th layer of heaven. A sword like this is simply as the saying, if G. O. DS block, kill G. O. DS if Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Nailan Chu said with vicissitudes of emotion. Nailan Chu had a deep understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess after exchanging blows with Yi Yuan. The last time, Yi Yuan, using his most powerful rending the sky, already shocked him. Training and tempering these few years in the Azura arena, Nailan Chu had always chased after Yi Yuan as his goal. His improvement was tremendous. At one point, Nailan Chu also felt that he was already very close to Yi Yuan. But upon seeing today, Yi Yuan's strength was still far above his. This stance, while soaring to the skies, truly rode above the 9th layer of heaven. He could not think of any strategies to resolve it at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, wait until the day my sword intent reaches major accomplishment. Maybe it can really kill G. O. DS if G. O. DS block, kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. But right now it's still somewhat lacking. Nailan Chu also smiled and said, that's just a matter of time. All right, this place isn't a place to talk. Sun Qi, we'll go to your residence. Sun Qi bowed and said, yes, your excellency. When Yi Yuan walked past him once again, the feeling in Sun Qi's heart was completely different. This young man's strength was too terrifying. Only after having some small talk with Nailan Chu did Yi Yuan know that Nailan Chu's these 2 years of training and tempering was also rather not easy. Nailan Chu had a warm-hearted and compass cyanate personality too. En route his training and tempering, he encountered an unjust matter. A rank 7 Holy Land's junior disciple was in the process of violating a woman. Nailan Chu killed that person in his rage, then incurred endless pursuit. Along the way, he was forced into hopeless situations several times and narrowly lost his life, but he still pulled through in the end. Rank 7 Holy Lands were not what the Crimson Afterglow, that sort of rank 9 Holy Lands, could afford to provoke. Nailan Chu did not dare to expose his ident. One time, being forced against his will, Nailan Chu fled to the chaotic Devil Sea. As luck would have it, he obtained an absolute kill token. Hence, he entered the Azura arena. Nailan Chu did not think that after he experienced life and death several times, his entire person underwent a complete transformation, integrating into the fighting ways of the Azura arena very quickly. In this place, he advanced with leaps and bounds. Not only he almost became a 7-star soul general already, but his light supreme true intent also broke through to the 3rd stage. On that day, I heard that the 2nd level had an upstart who was called Yi Yuan too. Moreover, his strength was overwhelming in the 2nd level. I thought about whether or not there was such a coincidental thing. Later, I obtained the recording of Yu and Lung Qing fighting before discovering that it's actually really Yu. Running into an old friend in a foreign land, Nailan Chu was clearly very excited too. These 2 years plus time, regardless of whether it was its strength or temperament, Nailan Chu underwent a tremendous change. Demon King this T. Tli was not given randomly. This was simply unimaginable for the former Nailan Chu. Yi Yuan also talked about the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's recent developments with Nailan Chu. Nailan Chu sighed endlessly when he heard it too, but he was also very happy when he was informed that Tu Yu broke through and that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was promoted to a rank 8 Holy Land. Yi Yuan, since you've already advanced to the 3rd level, isn't it time to choose a camp? After the small talk, Nailan Chu said. Choose a camp. Yi Yuan had a perplexed look. Nailan Chu nodded his head and explained, this Azura arena is actually controlled by the 12 Great Exalts. Martial artists from the 1st level to the 6th level, Regardless of whether heaven enlightenment realm or phaseless realm, they actually all belong to one of the 12 great exalts. Hearing Nalan Chu say so, Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. No wonder Lung Qing really got his wish when he wanted to fight with me. Above Lung Qing is Exalt Heavenly Hedonist of the 12 great exalts. The exalt I belong to is Exalt Juyen. If my conjectures are right, Exalt Serene has probably got an eye on you already. Seems like she wants to pull you under her command, Nalan Chu said. Yi Yuan was stunned. Serene's face emerged before his eyes. You're saying that female attendant in the Azura shop is one of the 12 exalts? Yi Yuan had a blank look. Hearing Exalt Serene this name, he finally came back to his senses. Serene calculated a myriad of things, but she did not calculate that Yi Yuan actually had a personal friends. H.I. plus P with this Lord Demon King. Nalan Chu smiled and said, the 12 Exalt statuses in the Azura arena are all different. The area Exalt Serene is in charge of is precisely the Azura shop. Yi Yuan had a speechless look. That young lady was also a bit too capable at acting, right? Although Yi Yuan had suspicions long ago, he also did not think that this young lady was actually one of the 12 exalts. Like this, huh? What if I don't join their camps? Yi Yuan pondered about it and said, not joining their camps, unless you have heaven-defying strength. Otherwise, you can only be erased by them. Of course, they can't violate the Azura arena's rules either, but they can utterly wipe you out within the permitted boundaries of the rules. Nalan Chu said. Regarding the rules, Nalan Chu said, Yi Yuan understood it. No matter which level Yi Yuan was at, they could arrange stronger opponents to deal with him. It was roughly like this. Haha, want to wipe me out, huh? Let them go ahead. Just hope that they don't break off their front tooth. Yi Yuan did not wish to be anyone's underling. He was him, a former peak alchemy emperor, a present genius youth. Trifling 12 exalts. What right to come and control him? Yi Yuan? Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Nalan Chu could not help saying with a bitter smile, I knew it. No matter what, we jointly came out of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Furthermore, you're the right and proper young lord. Whether professionally or privately, even if I die, I have to ensure your safety too. Yi Yuan was rather surprised when he heard that, but said with a smile, you can't even beat me. What do you have to protect my safety? Forget it. These things don't need you to come and worry. At least at this third level, there isn't anyone capable of harming me yet. Nalan Chu shook his head, but did not know what he should say. Actually, before finding Yi Yuan, he already mentally prepared himself. Other people, he dare not say, but Yi Yuan, he knew a little. Want to make Yi Yuan bow in SCRAP as someone's lackey. That was absolutely impossible. Oh, Brother Yi, don't talk about other things first. The 18 days top-tier cultivation chamber, I promised you, is already prepared. I know that Brother Yi should have just chosen a slaughter concept's relevant martial technique. What you need most at this time should be close seclusion, Nalan Chu said. Chapter 887, Name List. Chapter 887, Name List Killing Song of the Sword. Inside the cultivation chamber, killing chi overflowed. S of black-colored sword chi was roaming around inside the cultivation chamber. The C of the places it said by would have minute undulation appear, making the surrounding walls have intense undulation sounds appear. This slaughter sword art is indeed well-deserving of its fame to actually be able to unleash killing intent through such a method. 1 month said, and I actually only comprehended a smattering of the first level. Just 18 days were too short. After time was up, Yi Yuan extended another 12 days' time. Only then did he barely manage to comprehend Emotic. Of the killing song of the sword. To Yi Yuan, using a month's time to go cultivate a martial technique under the prerequisite of possessing the slaughter supreme true intent and actually just comprehend a trace of the rudiments. This was a very seldom seen matter. This slaughter sword art was very profound. The difficulty of comprehending was absolutely not beneath the spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts auxiliary martial techniques. It appeared that what Serene said was not false. If this martial technique was cultivated to the limits, one might really possess strength comparable to the 10 great divine kings. It was just that if Serene found out about Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, she would definitely be immensely shocked. This martial technique, other people all cultivated with 10 years as units. Yi Yuan actually only used a month's time to comprehend the preliminary rudiments. This comprehension ability was too terrifying. The 10 great divine kings were all staggering geniuses. But for them to reach this level, it requires over 500 years of time at the fastest too. How could wanting to reach this sort of boundary be something overnight? But Yi Yuan was still very unsatisfied with his cultivation speed. Time is pressing. This kind of cultivation speed is truly a little too slow. Looks like I got to think of ways to get some chaos gems. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and walked out of the cultivation chamber. Exiting the cultivation chamber, Yi Yuan discovered that Sun Qi was actually waiting outside already. It was just that his gaze was somewhat evasive. Clearly, he had something he found difficult to express. What kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? He saw through that Sun Qi suffered considerable internal injuries at a single glance. What happened? You got injured during a fight? Where's Demon King? Yi Yuan frowned and said. Nailan Chu did not use his original name here. Yi Yuan naturally would not reveal his unsavory background. It was just that Yi Yuan was quite surprised. If he had something to find him, there was no need to send an injured Sun Qi over, right? Lord Demon King Sun Qi words were vague, making Yi Yuan give rise to a hint of a foreboding premonition. Speak, Sun Qi suddenly said with a look of righteous indignation. Lord Demon King, he was beaten to severe injuries by someone and is in danger of losing his life at any time. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he snapped. When did it happen? Why did you come and inform me earlier? I wanted to come and inform Lord Yi Yuan previously as well. But Lord Demon King, he did not allow. He said that Lord Yi Yuan's matters are greater than the heavens. Unless it was absolutely necessary, we're not to disturb your closed seclusion. Sun Qi said with a bitter look. Bullsh asterisk T. His little life is almost gone. What matter is even bigger than this? Hearing this news, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat moved in his heart, becoming abnormally irritated. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Nailan Chu's thoughts. It was just that he did not expect that Nailan Chu was actually so foolishly loyal. He was going to be beaten to death in no time, and he actually did not allow his subordinates to come and inform him to exit seclusion in advance. In Nailan Chu's heart, Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord. He was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. Concerning martial artists cultivating, one of the greatest taboos was having a closed-door seclusion interrupted. Closed seclusion suddenly being interrupted, if it was minor, it would make the things they comprehended be irrevocably lost. If severe, one would run amok, burying hidden dangers for breakthroughs in the future. Nailan Chu did not wish to affect Yi Yuan became of him. That was why he did not let Sun Qi come and disturb Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan fly off the handle, Sun Qi mumbled yes repeatedly by the side, and he did not dare to say anything. Yi Yuan casually threw Sun Qi a medicinal pill and said, Consume it. Take me to find Demon King. Sun Qi's expression involuntarily changed when he got the medicinal pill. Transcendent grade Ling Hua Jade Dew pill. This was an extremely hard to come by Tier 7 healing medicinal pill, something that could not be bought on the market at all. Yi Yuan's casual opening move was simply extravagant to the extreme. Sun Qi consumed the medicinal pill and did not have time to refine the medicinal strength either, before bringing Yi Yuan to go find Nailan Chu. Seeing lying on the bed was the unconscious Nailan Chu, Yi Yuan's fury leaped up. Nailan Chu's heart meridians were virtually shattered, already at his last gasp, possible to die at any time. Yi Yuan even detected that within Nalan Chu's body had a peculiar force that would cause immense damage to Nalan Chu's internal organs. Very clearly, the other party deliberately held back a trick or two just to torture Nalan Chu. Competing in martial arts showdowns, death was a common occurrence. It was just that this kind of method was truly a bit too vicious. The fury in Yi Yuan's heart slowly rose. But this kind of injury naturally could not stump the alchemy emperor Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forced that power out of Nalan Chu's body, then restored the wounds of Nalan Chu's internal organs with essence energy. Finally, he let him consume a medicinal pill and helped him to refine the medicinal strength. After a series of actions, Nalan Chu's complexion gradually became rosy. His breathing became regular too. Yi Yuan got up and made a hand gesture at Sun Qi, hinting for him to go out and talk. Sun Qi was incomparably shocked looking at Yi Yuan's actions by the side. These few days he had pulled who knows how many connections to invite Ji. Oh, D knows how many alchemists over. But they were all helpless on what to do regarding the Demon King's injuries. But the moment Yi Yuan came, he only used a short 2 hours' time to drag Lord Demon King back from King Yama's hall. This level of means was simply a marvelous work of art. Speak, what on earth happened? Yi Yuan's query was very calm. But beneath his calmness hid a monstrous fury. Sun Qi calmed his emotions a little and explained the events that happened the other day. Turned out, it had always been relatively balanced between the third level's various major forces. But not long after Yi Yuan went into seclusion, no idea for what reason, the two forces under Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire actually teamed up to deal with Nalan Chu's line. The other party overwhelmed with superior numbers and challenged Nalan Chu's side's forces continuously. With two major forces uniting together, their strength was simply not what Nalan Chu was able to withstand. In 10 days, Nalan Chu suffered heavy casualties under his command. Even the Sun Qi, with formidable strength, was also beaten to heavy injuries. It was naturally not possible for Nalan Chu to watch his own subordinates take a beating blindly. Hence, he came forward to challenge Exalt Blazing Fire subordinate, Yin Shan. This Yin Shan's ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation fell short of Nalan Chu's. Originally, it should have been an almost guaranteed fight. In the end, an accident actually occurred. The fight this time, Yin Shan's strength unexpectedly advanced greatly. Furthermore, he even cultivated a strange power. Nalan Chu was affected by this force and was beaten to serious injuries in the end. Yi Yuan was silent for a long time after hearing before saying to Sun Qi, "Take these two factions' top 10, a total of 20 people, make a list and give it to me." Sun Qi's expression changed, and guessed what Yi Yuan wanted to do very quickly. He hurriedly said, "Lord Yi Yuan, a pair of fists are no match for 4 hands. I know that my lord's strength is powerful. It's fine if it's other people, but that Yin Shan and the Bai Meng under Exalt Heavenly Hedonist command, their strength is unfathomable. Especially Bai Meng. He's even the third level's #1 powerhouse. How great his strength is in... Oh, body knows it all." Chapter 888, Azura Mode, Activate. Chapter 888, Azura Mode, Activate. "Give the list to me." Yi Yuan did not explain anything and just said calmly. Sun Qi's heart turned cold and knew that Yi Yuan already made up his mind. No matter how he urged, it was also useless already. Sun Qi did not dare to dawdle and could only give this name list of 20 people to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took the name list and came straight to the fight arena. "I want to activate the Azura mode. This is the name list I want to challenge." Yi Yuan found the fighting arena's in charge, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe. Yi Yuan handed the name list to him. The gray-robed middle-aged man was in charge of the third level's fighting arena's matters and naturally knew who Yi Yuan was. But when he heard that Yi Yuan wanted to activate Azura mode, he was still taken aback from fright. "Do you know the consequences of activating Azura mode?" the middle-aged man asked solemnly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, "I naturally know. I haven't fought a single match in the third level yet, so my ranking should be very far back. On the name list are all top 100 martial artists. I should have the qualifications to challenge. Azura mode was known as suicide mode in the Azura arena. Martial artists who proposed activating the Azura mode could only challenge people ranked higher than them. The number of people challenged had to be no less than 20. One must kill all of these 20 people in 24 hours, which was also within a day, before considering challenging Azura mode to be successful and directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the next level. If one did not complete the task within the designated time, they would be directly blotted out by the Azura arena. This was a rule compelling slaughter within the Azura arena. The ones being challenged had to accept the challenge straight away and were not to decline for any reason. Normally, if there wasn't deep-seated hatred in, body would propose activating Azura mode at all. Of course, some bloodthirsty people with formidable strength who wanted to advance to the next level as soon as possible, as well as to collect sufficient slaughter concept, would also activate this mode. However, those able to complete this mission in the Azura arena were extremely few. In these 30,000 years, only a mere 2 people completed the Azura mode. And the martial artists that these 2 people challenged, without exception, were only martial artists 20 places higher than them. Those who survived in the Azura arena were all not simple people. Wanting to battle across 20 ranks was a very challenging matter. Even if one really had that strength, wanting to kill 20 opponents within a day, one's essence energy was simply insufficient to support it. Generally, those who activate Azura mode all had deep-seated hatred and were hell-bent on dooming the other party to death. Furthermore, it was under the circumstances where the other party did not accept the challenge. Because under the situation where the difference in strength was not big, wanting to kill the opponent on the fighting arena was very difficult. As long as the other party admitted defeat, it could not continue anymore. Want to kill the enemy, there was only using this sort of deathmatch. Points gamble fight required the other party to accept the challenge before it could be carried out. Therefore, this Azura mode was the only avenue for those who had formed an irreconcilable grudge. Of course, one generally paid the price with their own deaths, even if you killed the opponent. The gray-robed middle-aged man took a look at the name list. His expression could not help changing, as he said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, I know that your strength is decent, but are you sure that you want to challenge Yin Shan and Bai Ming? The 2 of them, their strengths are probably not beneath yours. If you're unable to kill them within 24 hours, you'll be directly obliterated by the Azura arena." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Do I look like I'm joking? Get started." The gray-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed several times, but he finally heaved a long sigh, turned around, and left. Yi Yuan activated Azura mode. Hua Jun Wan Ziheng, Yin Shan Bai Ming. Up in the 3rd-level sky, a melodious female voice sounded out, immediately stirring up a commotion. Somebody activated Azura mode. Someone activated Azura mode. Yi Yuan? Who is Yi Yuan? Your news is also too out of touch. Yi Yuan is the man of the hour in the 1st level and the 2nd level these days. He's a formidable person who directly got a wipeout in the 1st level and brutally pummeled Lung Qing in the 2nd level. Being extraordinary at the 1st and 2nd level, can he also be extraordinary when he reached the 3rd level too? Lung Qing can't even rank into the top 100 when placed in the 3rd level. This boy has lost his mind, right? And? You listen. He wants to see challenge Yin Shan. Be Bai Ming. Crazy. This guy is utterly insane. Someone activating Azura mode was a piece of big news to begin with, but this person actually directly challenged the 3rd level's #1 person. This was an even more explosive major news. All at once, the entire 3rd level burst into an uproar. Those martial artists all put down the matters in their hands and all sprinted to the fighting arena one by one. This kind of great battle was not a common occurrence. Inside a restaurant in the 3rd level, several people were currently drinking large bowls of wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. The voice sounding out, one person said, "Hua Jun, somebody wants to challenge you. Azura mode. TSK, you gotta be careful." Hua Jun's expression changed, and he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Where did this fool come from? Becoming tired of living at this time. Boss, save this table of alcohol for this lord. Wait until I kill that blind punk. I'll come back and carry on drinking." Inside a top-tier cultivation chamber, Wan Ziheng slowly opened his eyes when he heard this pleasant-sounding voice and slowly walked out of the cultivation chamber. Inside a room, a man and a woman were currently having a flesh-to-flesh great battle when a pleasant-sounding voice echoed. "Gee, oh, damn it. What a be, you mur. Go to the side. Wait until this lord kills that blind punk. I'll come back and continue." The man kicked the woman to the corner with one foot and swiftly wore his clothes and sped out of the door. The same thing happened in every corner of the third level. When these people heard the summons, they all did not dare to disregard it, hurrying to the fighting arena one by one. A short 1 hour's time, and the third level's fighting arena was packed full with people. In the center of the fighting arena, a youth stood with his hands behind his back. He was currently resting with his eyes shut, quietly waiting for his opponent's arrival. Hey, did you all discover or not? The opponents that this Yi Yuan is challenging are all in Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, these two people's camps. Like that needed you to say it, but this boy's head definitely has a problem. Even if challenging these two mighty Exalt's camps, he should also pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. You look at the people he's challenging, all powerhouses ranked in the top 100 of the Earth Carnage Proclamation. This boy still has some ability. He allegedly beat Lung Qing until he could not raise his head in the second level. So what? Lung Qing's ranking is merely around 150th place. The Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 100 martial artists are much stronger than the 150th place. Even if this boy has Earth Carnage Proclamation top 100 strength as well, can he kill these 20 people within a day's time? In my opinion, this boy is tired of living to actually activate suicide mode. What do you know? I heard that this brat has some friendly relation with Demon King. Don't you know that the Demon King was beaten to an inch of his life several days ago by Yin Shan? This boy is definitely here to take revenge for Demon King. The fighting had yet to begin, but inside the fighting arena was already clamoring with discussions. Regardless of what reason Yi Yuan was doing it for, activating Azura mode was no different from committing suicide too. Yin Shan already arrived. He looked at Yi Yuan. A hint of a cold sneer hung at the corners of his mouth. Right at this time, a disturbance stirred in the fighting arena. A young man dressed in white slowly stepped into the fighting arena. Chapter 889. Kill until blood runs cold. Chapter 889. Kill until blood runs cold. It's by Meng. He entered closed seclusion for quite a few months this time. Right now, his strength is probably even more unfathomable, right? They're all discussing that the next time the Earth Carnage Proclamation comes out, Bai Meng will probably be reaching the summit. No idea where Yi Yuan's courage came from to actually dare challenge Bai Meng. This kind of suicide style is seriously too heroic. Bai Meng's appearance caused a considerable sensation. He ranked third on the Earth Carnage Proclamation and first place on the Azura Arena's third level. His strength was incomparably formidable. Even if one activated Azura mode, no one would be foolish enough to go and challenge him. Yet Yi Yuan did that. In the eyes of everyone, he was naturally a fool. Bai Meng's might was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if Yi Yuan's battle results were glorious, it was also not possible to take his place. Moreover, under the Azura mode, whether Yi Yuan could live to see Bai Meng or not was a matter worth discussing. Yin Shan glanced at Bai Meng, his eyes showing some dread as well. Clearly, he was incredibly wary of Bai Meng. Yi Yuan challenging Yin Shan in order to take revenge on Demon King's behalf. This was justifiable. But challenging Bai Meng, that was purely seeking death. The people being challenged all turned up. The gray-robed, middle-aged man came to the center of the fighting arena and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan is challenging the Azura mode. It officially starts now. The first battle, Hua Jun. Hua Jun came in front of Yi Yuan with an amused look and said with a cold smile, Boy, you really don't know how high the heaven is and how thick the earth is. Today, let your grandpa Hua come and teach you. Hua Jun was talking halfway when a stream of light in Yi Yuan's hand flashed and disappeared. Hua Jun's voice cut off abruptly. Next, Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice sounded out, like the curse of a death G-O-D, making the fully occupied field of martial artists feel a chill run down their backs. Spout! Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Hua Jun had yet to figure out what was going on and already went to meet King Yama. Adding it all up, it was less than a second. This sword was swift like lightning. Everyone did not react to it. They also completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not even say H-E-L, low, and directly drew his sword to kill people. Too unreasonable, too arrogant. With a thud, Hua Jun collapsed onto the ground and breathed his last, leaving only behind fountain-like blood still spraying wildly. Dumb *SS. Once the Azura mode starts, that's a life and death match. He actually still had time to talk rubbish with that punk. Yin Shan said with a solemn face. Regarding Yi Yuan's one-hit certain kill, Yin Shan did not mind. Killing someone at Hua Jun's level, he could similarly do it. Next one, Wan Ziheng. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's voice sounded out once again, icy cold without the slightest emotion. But in the depths of his eyes, a hint of astonishment still flickered across. Other people could not see through, but he perceived it. This move of Yi Yuan's earlier was not some brilliant martial technique, but the not-considered profound divine soul mystic art, sword-driving technique. The sword-driving technique was not considered very brilliant for divine soul mystic arts. But Yi Yuan killed an Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 100 experts skillfully without much effort. How powerful a foundation did this require? The way the gray-robed, middle-aged man saw it, Yi Yuan chose the most effort-saving and effective way to kill off the opponent. This also indicated that Yi Yuan's control of battles was precise to the extreme. Such an adversary was truly very frightening. The moment Wan Ziheng took the field, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, rumbling over towards him with a punch. Wan Ziheng's expression changed. Without even thinking, it was a palm when he raised his hand. Boom! Wan Ziheng was smashed, flying ruthlessly, slamming onto the grand array, and no longer breathed. Next, Yi Yuan's voice was still ripple-less, like an ancient well, not carrying the slightest hint of emotion. But regardless whether it was at the surrounding martial artists or the targets being challenged, they all could not smile. If, let's say, there were still suspicions of a surprise attack for Hua Jun, then Wan Ziheng was a frontal battle. Yi Yuan directly annihilated Wan Ziheng with absolute, tyrannical strength. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually fearsome to this sort of extent. Next, Chao Chun. Next, the gray-robed, middle-aged man announced name after name. These people's strength were each stronger than the other. But under Yi Yuan's hands, their best situation also did not pass. S3 moves. T2 strong. How can this brat be so powerful? Those are all top experts on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. They actually can't even survive 3 moves under Yi Yuan's hands. Who freaking said that this brat was here to commit suicide? This guy's clearly a killing G.O.D. himself. The martial artists on the grandstand were all incomparably shocked. Looking at those legendary figures fall down one by one, their hearts twitched repeatedly, and actually somewhat could not breathe anymore. While those challenge targets, not yet called, each and every one of their faces became incomparably ugly. To be able to reach their level, which one did not have a heart of stone. But seeing people whose strength were roughly around the same as theirs collapse one by one, that sort of impact was still too intense. They were afraid. Yi Yuan's incomparably overbearing method of killing made each and every one of them feel terror. Next, Guoziming. Being called, Guoziming trembled without rhyme or reason, and actually kept on did not dare to step forward. Next, Guoziming. Guoziming's Earth Carnage Proclamation ranking was 53rd place, around the same as Sun Chi. This was already considered a very impressive existence among Heaven Enlightenment realms. But facing such a powerful Yi Yuan, he actually did not dare to take a step forward, only to see him shudder all over, not daring to stride a foot out at all. Next, Guo Ziming. 10 breaths of time. Still not taking the stage, you'll be blotted out. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's voice sounded out a third time. Guo Ziming quivered and involuntarily took a step forward. It was just that after this one step, he still did not dare to go forward. Bang! After 10 breaths, Guo Ziming's entire person blew up. Very clearly, he was directly obliterated by the Azura arena. Seeing this scene, people's expressions became even uglier. Being killed was not scary, but this feeling of waiting to be killed was seriously too distressing. Next, Chi Hao. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's countenance did not change in the slightest and continued to call the next name. Chi Hao's expression darkened. Seeing Guo Ziming's wretched state, he did not dare to deliberately delay anymore, arriving in front of Yi Yuan with a leap. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of talking C-R-A-P. It was the sword-driving technique the moment he made his move. Chi Hao's strength was not what Hua Jun could compare to. His figure flashed, and he directly avoided this sword. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus after one attack. Chi Hao completely refused to come into contact with Yi Yuan. He intentionally pulled apart the distance from Yi Yuan in order to not give Yi Yuan any opportunity that could be taken advantage of. Very clearly, he wanted to use this sort of method to delay the time. Humph! If I don't fight you head-on, even if your strength is any greater, what can you do to me? Chi Hao laughed coldly in his heart, but the next instant his expression instantly froze on his face. Under Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field, his figure abruptly turned languish. After that, he was no longer alive. Want to kill my Yi Yuan's brother? You'll have to be mentally prepared to get killed. Yi Yuan's words seethed with killing intent, making everyone shudder at it. Chapter 890, True King Bloodline. Chapter 890, True King Bloodline Fighting, not his match. Fleeing, nowhere to run. Apart from Bai Meng and Yin Shan, the gazes the rest of the people looked at Yi Yuan were filled with despair. Besieging the Nalanchu line, they all more or less took part in it. It was just that they never thought that the consequences would be so severe. They very much wanted to flee the fighting arena. But once Azura mode activated, no means of escape would work. Either one killed their opponent or be killed by their opponent. The opponents after that, regardless of whether they broke down completely or turned to desperate measures and distraught, they were all clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Yi Yuan. Finally, 18 people were already killed. The next one was going to be Yin Shan. The people knew that the fighting had only just begun. Yin Shan slowly fell out of the ranks and said to Yi Yuan calmly, "Brat, I admit that you're very capable, but there's nothing worth showing off by finesse. Plussing off those trash. In front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 10, everything is futile. Prepare for a reckoning." Yi Yuan looked at him calmly and said, "Demon King was injured by you?" That fool, living in his own fantasy world and still thought that I wasn't his match. Now he's tormented by my profound dark force until he's almost dead, right? Brat, are you very furious? Do you want to kill me very much? Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I'll make you die in agony like him. Yin Shan became more pleased with himself as he talked, finally bursting into laughter. At this time, a voice came from the grandstand. "Sorry to disappoint you. I'm afraid that the one dying today is you." Yin Shan's expression changed as he searched for the owner of the voice in disbelief. Indeed, he saw Nalanchu appear on the grandstand under Sun Chi's support. How is that possible? My profound dark force is incomparably abstruse. How can you still stand up? Yin Shan was very confident in his profound dark force. Once it entered the other party's body, it would continuously wreck the other party's internal organs, all the way until it utterly destroyed the other party's bodily functions. Demon King had already gotten hit by it for several days. Logically speaking, he should be almost dead right now. How could he possibly appear here? Looking from far away, apart from some paleness on Demon King's face, there did not seem to be any issue out of place. Profound dark force? What is that? As long as he still has one breath left, saving him is nothing difficult for me, Yi Yuan said scornfully. Yin Shan's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Is that so? I want to see if you can bring a dead person back to life." Profound dark nether dream kill. A palm smacked towards Yi Yuan, seemingly looking slow, but it was swift to the extreme in reality. Yi Yuan had purged the profound dark force within Demon King's body before and was naturally aware of the prowess of this palm art. Within this palm technique contained extremely powerful hidden force. It was incredibly hard to guard against. However, Yi Yuan had nothing to fear. His Void Dragon Shadow Punch was extreme, indomitable yang. It was the jinx to this type of gentle palm force. If Yin Shan was phaseless realm, Yi Yuan would really have some dread. But he was only Heaven Enlightenment realm. Yi Yuan had nothing to fear at all. Bang! The fist and palm clashed. Yin Shan was directly pushed back several dozen steps. His expression changed, and he said in terror, "Scorching Supreme True Intent. Your Scorching Supreme True Intent is only first stage. How can it possibly be stronger than my profound dark nether dream kill?" Yi Yuan fused together Dragon Wave and Supreme True Intent. It could be said as pioneering the start of a paradigm. Yin Shan not recognizing was also normal. This two things fusing together was not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Very surprised? Since you can't figure it out with one punch, then I'll beat you until you understand. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Origin magnetic field opened up fully. Dragon Wave and Scorching Supreme True Intent also revolved to the limits. This time he pulled out all the stops. With the pinning down of the Origin magnetic field, it was as if Yin Shan sunk into a bog. Even Essence energy circulation was not that smooth anymore. Yi Yuan's fist shadows landed like raindrops. Yin Shan had nowhere to run and could only meet the attack's Sively. What Yin Shan's palm force relied on was hidden force. It was not suited for this kind of frontal clash in the first place, and was beaten back under Yi Yuan's fist shadows repeatedly. Bang! 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 Yin Shan's strength was indeed incomparably formidable. Under Yi Yuan's berserk attacks, he could actually still barely manage to hold on and not be defeated. If it were some other people, they would have long been pulverized into minced meat. Truly didn't expect that this brat's strength was actually so formidable. Those fools in front actually didn't even force out half of his strength. Looks like there's no choice but to use that move. Although I'll suffer a great loss of vitality after using it, it's better than dying. Yin Shan secretly pondered. Yi Yuan was currently bombarding savagely when all of a sudden, warning bells suddenly sounded. A feeling of immense danger surged in his heart. Rip! A light flashed. A strip of clothing in front of Yi Yuan's chest was shredded into ribbons. Yi Yuan relied on the recoil force and narrowly avoided this attack. What happened? Why did Yin Shan's aura suddenly change drastically, his strength increasing so much all of a sudden? You guys, look at his hand. It actually grew out sharp talons. My G. O. D. How did Yin Shan turn into a monster that is neither a person nor a ghost? The Yin Shan currently, both eyes revealed a scarlet red color. A pair of tusks actually grew out of his mouth. His forelimbs bulged up, his hands becoming claws. That appearance was just like a human-shaped leopard. Although he became like this, his entire person's aura strengthened several times all at once, giving people a feeling of incredible danger. Stinking brat. To actually force your uncle, Yin Shan, to this extent. Savor it well. Yud. A.M. In punk. Yin said savagely. Yin Shan's figure swayed, his entire person vanished. H.I. Plussing from everyone's line of sight. He was actually inconceivably swift. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan threw a punch out, slamming together with Yin Shan. But this time, it was Yi Yuan who was sent flying out far away by the tremendous recoil force. The Origin magnetic field was actually unable to restrain Yin Shan's speed. After landing, Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said coolly, "Turns out that it's old freak Wei's experimental subject. But looking at your appearance, his experiments seem to have some breakthrough." Yin Shan was currently pleased with himself. When he heard that, his expression could not help changing drastically once again. "How did you know?" Yi Yuan looked at Yin Shan pitifully and said, "What I know is way more than you imagine. Looking at your appearance, you should have been implanted with a 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline. It's just that looking from a bloodline's strength, you're still far too lacking. Makes sense, a trash like you, fusing with a first-rate bloodline is a waste too." Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure, making critical remarks about Yin Shan as if looking at a defective product. Yin Shan was incomparably shocked in his heart, but Yi Yuan's words deeply wounded his pride. True, with his strength, it was simply insufficient to let that old freak implanted a first-rate bloodline in him. "Stop pretending. My 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline is plenty enough to kill a rookie like you," Yin Shan said in a violent rage. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with an emotional sigh, "Since you fuse with bloodline power, then I'll let you take a look at what's called true king bloodline power." As he was talking, Yi Yuan's aura billowed to the skies. The martial artist's expressions all changed. It was as if they heard a series of dragon roars. Chapter 891, Formidable by Meng. Chapter 891, Formidable by Meng, True Dragon Bloodline. This Yi Yuan actually carries true dragon bloodline. Inside the fighting arena, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. True dragon bloodline itself was nothing much. There were quite a number of human clans that possessed true dragon bloodline. But Yi Yuan's terrifying dragon pressure made clear to all the purity of his bloodline. Under such dragon pressure, Yin Shan's body was actually trembling. Although he tried his very best to control himself to not tremble, that sort of desire to submit originating from the bloodline made him lose control over himself. "You guys look." Yi Yuan, he actually cultivated dragon blood to the boundary of dragon transformation. At this moment, Yi Yuan's right arm actually thoroughly transformed into a dragon claw. The all the way unmoved, like an ancient well, Bai Meng finally revealed astonishment in his eyes at this time. But his astonishment only flashed past before fading, recovering composure very quickly. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The fleshy body strength of the right arm, which turned into a dragon's claw, rose by goodness knows how many times. Using the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm at this time, the power was unparalleled. It was as if an azure dragon was going to crush a myriad life on earth. What did a puny little Yin Shan count as? Boom! Under a palm, Yin Shan was directly smashed into a blurry mess of flesh and blood. It was also that Yin Shan fused with the 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline, and his fleshy body was likewise incredibly powerful, that he could barely manage to maintain a human form. How? How is this possible? Yin Shan looked at Yi Yuan, still unwilling to believe this fact until now. There's nothing impossible. Old Freak Wei is too extreme and already offended the entire demon region. Moreover, whether or not this extraction and refinement method can obtain genuine divine beast blood essence is also something that cannot be known. At the very least, it won't be much easier than breaking through to deity realm. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yin Shan had shock written all over his face. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually knew so many things. Old Freak Wei was an extremely mysterious genius figure. Apart from those major powers in the divine realm, very few people were aware of his existence. This fellow did not follow conventional thinking and loved to capture members of the demon race to extract and refine divine beast bloodline, wanting to obtain genuine divine beast blood essence through this or a method. It was just that divine beast bloodline extracted and refined with this kind of method was too heterogeneous. Experimental subjects like Yin Shan would basically all be reduced to half-human, half-beast lunatics in the end, a tool that only knew how to kill people. Old Freak Wei had killed G. Oh, D knows how many demons and already became the public enemy of the demon race. If not for the human race was too powerful, a war between the two races would probably have already occurred at this point. Even so, the Holy Region had no choice but to represent humans to declare Old Freak Way wanted at large. Only then did it calm down the fury of the demon region. This guy was simply a troublemaker. Apologies. The nonsense is a little much. I'll send you on your way right now. A cold light flashed. Yin Shan's head directly flew out. This third level's powerhouse who rose sharply was killed by Yi Yuan just like this. On the grandstand, when Nalan Chu saw this scene, he was unbelievably agitated. When he woke up and heard that Yi Yuan started Azura mode, he was anxious until he nearly jumped up. But the Azura mode had already been activated. He could do nothing but bite his nails as well. Helpless, he could only make Sun Qi help him to the fighting arena, but just happened to see Yin Shan and Yi Yuan face off. Regarding Yi Yuan killing Yin Shan, Nalan Chu was not very surprised. What he was truly worried about was Bai Meng. Bai Meng, this guy, his strength was unfathomable. No one in the entire third level knew his depths. Although Nalan Chu was very confident in Yi Yuan, facing an enigmatic guy like Bai Meng, he still had no confidence in his heart. Next, Bai Meng. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's words were still calm, but that slight tremor still betrayed his state of mind at this time. Yi Yuan and Bai Meng's showdown should be the pinnacle battle of heaven enlightenment realms. Just who was strong and who was weak between the two people, this was something that everyone was waiting to see. Bai Meng slowly stepped forward. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said coolly, "You are very strong." Speaking until here, Bai Meng paused a bit, seemingly waiting for Yi Yuan's response. Yet, Yi Yuan did not give him the slightest reaction. "However, you're not my match. Take your own life. I can leave you an intact corpse." Bai Meng's words revealed powerful self-confidence. After watching Yi Yuan's exaggerated fight and still being able to say this kind of words, if Bai Meng was not a moron, then he was powerful until it made one's hair stand on end. Very clearly, Bai Meng, this powerhouse, who domineeringly occupied the third level's #1, belonged to the latter. Bai Meng's words aroused a wave of commotion. Quite a few people were all very stunned. Bai Meng is really too confident. Yi Yuan's performance is already sufficient to shock people's hearts. He actually did not take it to heart at all. The strength that Yin Shan displayed is much stronger compared to when he battled with Demon King. Yi Yuan was able to utterly crush him. Could it be that he still doesn't have the qualifications to face off with Bai Meng? Haha, Bai Meng is Bai Meng. He's indeed my idol. I believe that he's absolutely not bragging, but have sufficient strength to kill Yi Yuan. In the crowd, some people had doubts about Bai Meng's words. There was also a portion of the people who felt that Bai Meng had a well-thought-out plan. But no matter what, Bai Meng's strength was sufficient to threaten Yi Yuan. This point, N.O. Body doubted it at all. The matter of besieging Demon King. You should have Partik. 1. P. Ate it as well, right? But Yi Yuan gave an answer which was irrelevant. Bai Meng smiled slightly and said, "This sort of trick, I'm actually very disdainful. But a puny little Demon King is not worthy of me making a move yet. So, I'll let the people below go and play on their own." Bai Meng did not have the slightest intention of denying it. He had no need to deny it either. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was already a dead man. He had no need to mind a dead person's attitude. Hearing that, Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Very good. Begin then." Bai Meng smiled as he said, "I knew that you won't be willing to submit. But once I make a move, you probably won't have the chance anymore." Boom! While everyone had yet to react to it, Yi Yuan's body already flew out like a cannonball, slamming heavily onto the grand array. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. What happened just now? Did you guys see clearly? Everyone on the grandstand exchanged glances, all not quite certain of what happened. The two people were clearly still talking the previous moment. Why was Yi Yuan sent flying suddenly? A faint smile still hung on Bai Meng's face as he said, "I said before, once I make a move, you won't have the chance anymore. Your fleshy body is indeed not bad, but in my view, it's completely not worth mentioning. Do you know why I remained in the third level? Simply because my cultivation realm hasn't broken through to phaseless realm yet. But my fleshy body has already broken through to Tier 8 long ago. Tier 8 fleshy body. This was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering a human martial artist stronger than him in body refinement. That punch earlier, Yi Yuan used his right arm to protect his whole body at the most critical moment, blocking Bai Meng's attack. Otherwise, whether Yi Yuan could stand right now or not was an issue. Yi Yuan's right arm fused with a primeval dragon bone. In terms of strength, it could absolutely reach Tier 8. But his body's other areas did not break through to Tier 8. Even so, Yi Yuan felt like his right arm was about to break. The might of this punch was seriously too powerful. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that this Bai Meng would actually be so strong. Chapter 892, Yi Yuan's Trump Card. Chapter 892, Yi Yuan's Trump Card. Bai Meng's fleshy body has actually broken through to Tier 8 already. How to fight? Yi Yuan was too impulsive. It was fine if he challenged Yin Shan. He shouldn't have thrown in Bai Meng. With Bai Meng's strength, he can enter the 4th level long ago. It's just that he'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That's why he stayed in the 3rd level. He'll only enter the 4th level when his essence energy cultivation realm breaks through to phaseless realm. Yi Yuan is already very strong. He carries the dragon race bloodline, and his fleshy body is powerful beyond comprehension. But facing the Tier 8 fleshy body Bai Meng, he can only die aggrieved. Yi Yuan cut down Yin Shan. This made many people look forward to a showdown with Bai Meng. But now, facing such a powerful Bai Meng, they could not see the tiniest SCRA P of chance of Yi Yuan winning at all. A streak of fresh blood flowed out from the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Clearly, that punch earlier already damaged his insides. But this bit of injury did not count for anything to Yi Yuan at all. He revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration art, and this bit of injury recovered in a blink of an eye. Yi Yuan loosened up his body and said with a smile, "Tier 8, is it? A little interesting. At least, it can make me get serious. If you're as weak as that trash just now, that will be too meaningless." Bai Meng's expression fell, and he said disdainfully, "Still planning on holding strong? Boy, I'll give you another chance and your own life. Otherwise, once I make a move, it won't be that easy for you to preserve an intact corpse." But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Looks like you've stayed too long in the 3rd level and became somewhat arrogant and conceited. Enough CRAP, bring it." "Humph, you're courting death yourself. Can't blame me for it." Bai Meng gave a cold snort and suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying by Bai Meng once more with a punch. This time, Bai Meng did not pause. He wanted to dispose of Yi Yuan in one go. Yi Yuan felt like the bones in his entire body was going to fall apart. He clashed a punch with Bai Meng just now, but the other party's fist was seriously too powerful, making him actually somewhat unable to hold his own. Bai Meng attacked again. Yi Yuan did not dare to spurn it. Lifting his hand, it was another punch. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying once more. The current Bai Meng was just like a war chariot. Cruise. H.I. Plussing Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan was like a sandbag under his hands, being hit flying around everywhere by him. But what made Bai Meng depressed was that no matter how he exerted strength, he was unable to thoroughly dispose of Yi Yuan. He could feel that Yi Yuan's fist was likewise incomparably tough, absolutely not inferior to his fleshy body. But Yi Yuan's entire body strength was unable to keep up, resulting in him being at an absolute disadvantageous position in terms of strength. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration art to the limits once more, healing the wounds on his body constantly, so as to deal with Bai Meng's next attack. Under Bai Meng's attacks, Yi Yuan was weak like a leaf floating along with the wind, without the slightest strength to retaliate at all. In a twinkle, Bai Meng unleashed 100 punches, but was forcefully withstood by Yi Yuan. Bai Meng did not hold back in the slightest. These 100 punches, he poured in every last ounce of strength, but was unable to take Yi Yuan down. Huff, huff, huff. Bai Meng finally ceased his attacks. Yi Yuan's pants were like puffing bellows. Bai Meng's condition was slightly better, but from the sweat drops at the sides of his head, one could also tell that his exhaustion was likewise not little. Haha, Jay, just this bit of strength? Didn't you say that once you make a move, I won't have the chance anymore? Turns out that your bragging abilities are much more formidable than your actual skills. Yi Yuan gasped for air, but his words were full with ridicule. Grabbing hold of this gap, Yi Yuan also crazily urged his Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, restoring his internal organs' wounds. Yi Yuan felt like his entire arm was already no longer his. He practically did not even have the strength to lift his arm. But what made Yi Yuan excited was that his fleshy body was becoming stronger bit by bit. It was already not far from breaking through to Tier 8. Yi Yuan was obviously not a fool. The reason why he took a beating like this was that he discovered that this kind of limit fighting style could squeeze out the potential of the primeval dragon bone, making his refinement become even faster. This short while's time was sufficient to match up to 100 days of his bitter cultivation already. At present, people able to make Yi Yuan fight under this kind of extreme state was really very seldom seen. Without a doubt, Bai Meng had this strength. Encountering an opponent with such a powerful fleshy body was indeed very hard. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Bai Meng's expression was incomparably ugly. He could tell from Yi Yuan cutting down Yin Shan that although Yi Yuan's fleshy body was strong, he was absolutely not his match. But this brat was actually very spooky. He really could not do anything about him for a short while. Seeing Yi Yuan taunt, Bai Meng's face was black like the bottom of a wok. Whether it's bragging or not, you'll know right away. But I have to admit, you're already rather impressive to be able to force me to use this move. Only to see Bai Meng roar. The garment on his upper body immediately exploded, his entire body's explosive muscles exposed in front of everyone. The 7 stars on his glabella gradually hid from view, turning into clouds of black gas, revolving around Bai Meng. Black demon, tyrannical, martial fist. A horrifying aura reverberated on the fighting arena. Even when separated so far away from Bai Meng, everyone on the grandstand could still sense the might of this punch. They were all sighing endlessly in their hearts. If Yi Yuan did not go and provoke Bai Meng, maybe he could still hang on for a while. But now Bai Meng was enraged. Under this one punch, Yi Yuan had no chance to be spared. When Sun Chi saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically, and he said to Nalan Chu, "Lord Demon King, what to do about this?" Nalan Chu's face still had a ghostly pale look, but did not panic or lose his head at Yi Yuan's circumstances. Hearing that, he replied with a smile, "If Bai Meng is only at this level, he's dead for sure." Although I don't know why Yi Yuan dragged until now. This punch should be able to force out Yi Yuan's trump card. Sun Chi's expression changed as he looked at Nalan Chu in disbelief. Could it be that fighting until now, Yi Yuan actually had not brought out his most powerful trump card yet? In the fighting arena, Yi Yuan drew out the Star Moon sword, neither too quickly nor too slowly. A faintly discernible sword intent started rising in the field. This sword chi was not strong. It was not as peerless as Bai Meng's move, but it was like a stubborn little S in the cracks of a rock on a cliff. Very tenacious. Well, soaring to the skies. Yi Yuan lightly slashed a sword out, without any flash. H.I. plus Ness, without the slightest threat. The way the vast majority of the martial artists saw it, it was even somewhat hilarious. But when the gray-robed, middle-aged man at the side of the arena saw this scene, his expression changed. This sword intent was condensed and did not radiate. But the powerful strength contained within, he sensed it vividly. Swiss. H. Plus under everyone's disbelieving eyes, this sword easily cleaved apart that indomitable fist of Bai Meng's. After that, the remaining force did not reduce, splitting Bai Meng's entire person into 2 halves. Bai Meng's corpse that collapsed on the ground still had a wide circle for eyes. Clearly, He could not believe everything that happened before his eyes. He had clearly occupied the absolute initiative. Why did he die in a wink of an eye? How can be like this? How can this flimsy slash possibly cut down the tier 8 fleshy body by Meng? This was what everyone thought at this instant. Chapter 893. SNATCing people. Chapter 893. SNATC. Hing people, what a terrifying sword. This brat's sword intent has probably already reached the 6th stage. How in the world did he comprehend it at this young age? When the gray-robed, middle-aged man saw this sword, he had an indescribable shock in his heart. To be able to comprehend a supreme true intent to the level of 6th stage, they were basically all some famous old monsters. Like Yi Yuan this age, that was virtually something impossible. The comprehension of a supreme true intent, the further back, the more arduous. The greater the power too. But wanting to cultivate a supreme true intent to the level of the great circle of perfection, that was absolutely as hard as ascending to the heavens. But Yi Yuan already comprehended sword intent to such a level at such a young age. Cultivating to the great circle of perfection seemed like it was just a matter of time too. Bai Meng died just like this? I still can't believe my eyes right now. Yi Yuan, he succeeded in challenging suicide mode? Furthermore, who he challenged was even the 3rd level's #1 person. My God, he succeeded in challenging Azura mode. How many years has it been since this sort of thing happened in the Azura arena? Yi Yuan, he created a miracle. At this time, some people finally realized that Yi Yuan was challenging Azura mode. This challenge that went by suicide mode was actually completed by Yi Yuan. These Heaven Enlightenment Realm Peak geniuses were actually slaughtered cleanly by Yi Yuan within a day, just like this. This kind of battle result was seriously too heaven-defying. On Yi Yuan's glabella, the 6th star was currently condensing and forming, killing 20 people in one go. Furthermore, they were all opponents ranked extremely highly. The slaughter concept's values on their bodies were very high, especially by Meng. A large portion of the slaughter concept would enter Yi Yuan's body after their death. The gray-robed middle-aged man came in front of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan, you succeeded in challenging Azura mode and will obtain 500 points as a reward. Additionally, top-tier cultivation chambers are free for you to use for 1 month. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Many thanks. Finished talking. Yi Yuan was just about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by the gray-robed middle-aged man. I'm the 7th Slaughter General, Mo Shang, under Exalt Netherkill's command. I wonder if you're interested to join Exalt Netherkill's command and became the 9th Slaughter General? Don't worry, the Exalt rarely makes the Slaughter Generals do things. You can have more time to cultivate. Furthermore, apart from the regular points and essence crystals incentives, you'll obtain every month. You'll even have more authority. The gray-robed, middle-aged man suddenly said, Exalt Netherkill? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Clearly, it was his first time hearing of this name. Exalt Netherkill is the most mysterious existence among the 12 Exalts. Even us 8 great slaughter generals have never met him before either. It's precisely because so that he normally rarely intervenes in our slaughter generals' affairs and also rarely orders us to do things. Furthermore, he's extremely stringent in selecting slaughter generals. The number of slaughter generals under his command is also the least. But each of us slaughter generals can fight 1-on-2. Mo Shang explained, clearly very proud about becoming a slaughter general under Exalt Netherkill's command. Oh, since that's the case, you can make this decision on Exalt Netherkill's behalf? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. But, Mo Shang said solemnly, if even you don't have the qualifications either, then body is qualified. In these 10,000 years, you're the first martial artist to succeed in challenging Azura mode. Furthermore, your challenge is different from the rest. The people you challenged were all the strongest batch in the 3rd level. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he started to ruminate. Mo Shang did not interrupt him either. He just quietly waited for his reply. But the martial artists on the grandstand all burst into an uproar. Did you guys hear it? Lord Mo Shang is actually inviting Yi Yuan to become a slaughter general under Exalt Netherkill's command. Yeah, Exalt Netherkill only has 8 slaughter generals under his command. Moreover, each one of them is a peak phaseless rel powerhouse. Yi Yuan is merely just initial stage heaven enlightenment realm, and he's actually invited to become a slaughter general already. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm is not high enough, his potential is too great. In this sort of place like the Azura Arena, leaping realms to battle is extremely seldom seen. Yi Yuan is only 3rd level heaven enlightenment, and he's actually able to easily cut down the first place by Meng. This kind of genius is bound to be exceedingly popular. Haha, it's still Lord Mo Shang who is smart. After Yi Yuan exits this place, probably apart from Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, the other Exalts will all send people here to S. Hey, to see HM. If Yi Yuan agrees, Lord Mo Shang would have performed an exceptional meritorious service. The people were currently discussing animatedly when a melodious female voice sounded out in the sky above the fighting arena. Mo Shang, Yi Yuan is someone that this Exalt has taken fancy on. You actually dare to cut me off? Sup, 1/sup. The voice was very moving, but the tone was very unfriendly. It was another wave of exclamations on the grandstands. People who dare to proclaim themselves as this Exalt were only Exalts. A Lord Exalt actually came personally to S. A. T. C. H people. When Mo Shang heard the voice, his expression could not help changing. This, Mo Shang dare not. Mo Shang didn't know that Yi Yuan was actually somebody that Exalt Serene has taken a liking to, but I think that Exalt Netherkill will definitely be very interested in Yi Yuan too. Mo Shang hesitated for a moment and said, "Insolence! Are you using Netherkill to pressure me here?" Serene reproached. A piercingly cold, killing intent instantly enveloped the entire fighting arena. Everyone's hearts turned cold. It was as if they had their throats strangled, virtually unable to breathe. Was this Exalt CLA's killing intent? Too powerful. Mo Shang dare not. Exalt Yin, please calm your anger. Under Yin's threat, Mo Shang had no choice but to lower his head. How could a trifling slaughter general possibly be an Exalt match? The 12 Exalts were the Azura Arena's real administrators. Right this time, another male voice sounded out. "Scene, are you bullying juniors again? We had an agreement between us before not to force the Azura Arena's martial artists to choose camps. Did you forget?" The male voice carried a smile as he said, "Cold blood. When did I force Yi Yuan to choose camps? Mo Shang is just a slaughter general. Could it be that this Exalt can't teach him a lesson?" Serene said with a cold snort. This male voice should be Exalt Coldblood. Exalt Coldblood, descending at this time, his goal naturally could be understood without further explanations as well. Now, there were actually 3 big camps coming to S. N. A. T. C. H. Yuan. This glory, likely no one in the Azura Arena had it. Coldblood said with a smile. "Oh, good that you didn't force. Yi Yuan, this Exalt is one of the 12 Exalts, Exalt Coldblood. Right now, I want to recruit you to become a slaughter general under my command. As for the terms, 100 points every month, in addition, 50 Heaven Essence crystals. You can invoke top-tier cultivation chambers to use as and when you like. How's that?" The moment Coldblood's words came out, everyone all sucked in a cold breath. This treatment was way better than ordinary slaughter generals. "Yi Yuan, you should have guessed who this Exalt is, right? Serve under my command. I'll give you 200 slaughter points every month and 100 Heaven Essence crystals. Apart from this, when you buy things in the Azura shop, 50% discount without exception." Exalt Serene said coldly. 2 mighty Exalts actually started losing all decorum in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly smiled when he heard that and opened his mouth to say, 2 Lord Exalts, Junior suddenly had some enlightenment in the battle just now and need to enter close seclusion to meditate over it. I'll take my leave first. Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. Chapter 894, Proclamation coming out. Chapter 894, Proclamation coming out. The latest issue of the Earth Carnage Proclamation is freshly out. Everybody, quickly come and take a look. On the streets, someone started crying out. The Heaven Secret Tower would issue a Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation list once every half a year, publish. H.I. plus ing and binding into a book and issuing to all corners of the chaotic Devil Sea for free. Being in a favorable position, Azura City was naturally the place to obtain the proclamations first. Whenever this time came, many martial artists would all abandon cultivation in order to take a look at the list to see if they were ranked on the list or not. This list was very authoritative. Basically, the difference in ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation determined the depths of each one's strength. Just like assessing the 10 great divine kings back then, there were naturally people who were unconvinced by this ranking. They would go and challenge martial artists rank higher than them on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, so as to prove that this proclamation was utter rubbish. But the final result was that 9 out of 10 challengers all failed. In the end, it naturally proved that this list was not completely correct. But the authority of this list was also established from then on. Close to 2 months' time had already passed, said since Yi Yuan killed by Meng. This period of time, Yi Yuan had always been in close seclusion inside the top-tier cultivation chamber, turning a complete deaf ear to the various exalts roping in of him. And today was the day a new issue of the proclamations were issued. The martial artists in the entire city were all craning their necks in antic. 1p Asian. This half a year, my strength advanced greatly. Quickly help me see if I made it on the list or not. Let me take a look. Already checked until 450th place already. Doesn't seem like there's you. No way, right? I actually failed again. Azura City, just inside the Azura Arena, had several tens of thousands of martial artists. Furthermore, all of them were formidable rivals. Wanting to slaughter into the top 500 was absolutely not an easy thing. Although everyone was all energetic and in high spirits, the final results were mostly disappointment. After the disappointment, the people were more zealous about those powerhouses' ranking changes. And the one receiving the most attention among them was undoubtedly the Yi Yuan, who cut down by Meng not long before. Before that, they were all spreading that by Meng would be able to climb to the number 1 position this time. Since Yi Yuan killed by Meng, number 1 should be something without the least bit of suspense, right? Quickly flip ahead. Take a look if number 1 is Yi Yuan or not. Someone urged. N? Number 1 is still Muyang. It's actually not Yi Yuan. No way, right? Did you see wrongly or not? Bai Meng's fleshy body broke through to tier 8. Muyang shouldn't be Bai Meng's match. Yi Yuan slew Bai Meng. How can he possibly not be on the Earth Carnage Proclamation? This person clearly did not believe it, and TC had the list over. Focusing his eyes and looking, indeed, he saw that the number 1 name was still Muyang. What was recorded on the Earth Carnage Proclamation was the entire chaotic Devil Sea's experts, and not all of the experts in the Azura Arena. This Muyang was not inside the Azura Arena, but he overpowered by Meng to become the chaotic Devil Sea's number 1. Now, the Yi Yuan slew Muyang, but was still unable to Serpa. S. Muyang. Could it be that this Muyang's strength was already daunting to this sort of degree? It's not right. You look downward some more. Even if Yi Yuan isn't first place, he can at least rank into the top 10, right? This sentence reminded everyone. They hurriedly looked downwards. But from first place to 20th place, there was still no sight of Yi Yuan's name. These people were unreconciled to it and continued to look down. But the more they looked down, the more disappointed they got. They looked all the way to the 300th place, but still did not see Yi Yuan's name. With this, everyone was depressed. What kind of lousy Earth Carnage Proclamation? Heaven's Secret Tower, that bunch of fools. They're messing with us here, right? Someone as powerful as Yi Yuan actually can't even get on the Earth Carnage Proclamation? That martial artist threw the Earth Carnage Proclamation onto the ground and said disdainfully, "They all saw Yi Yuan's strength with their own eyes. If even Yi Yuan could not get on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, then wasn't these rankings on the Earth Carnage Proclamation sheer nonsense? Forget it. Everyone says that Heaven's secret tower is omniscient. I think it's also just like that. Forget it, forget it. Better take a look at the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. If there are no accidents, the Heaven Carnage Proclamation this time should still be Doju, right? I just wonder if any of those few that came out from the third level entered the Earth Carnage Proclamation this time or not." The moment these words came out, a bunch of people immediately became excited too and took out the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and started looking. 500th place, Zhen Hong. 499th place, Wei Sun. 498th place, Lu Yi. Haha, these few lords indeed got on the proclamation after half a year's time of ACC emulation. N. 495th place, Yi Yuan. In no way, right? Haha, are you teasing me? Yi Yuan is just Heaven Enlightenment Realm. How can he possibly get on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation? If you're lying to your father, you should also use some brains, all right? Another person said with a laugh, "Who's joking with you? If you don't believe, see for yourself." As he said, that person directly threw the list to the other party. I'll look then. Your father has never heard before that a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist can even get on. He was just talking when his eyes also glimpsed the last few names on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. Yi Yuan's name was shockingly there. Our really got on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. How is this possible? Very soon, the news of Yi Yuan getting on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation swept across the entire Azura Arena's third level like a tornado. In the Azura shop, Exalt Serene looked at the Heaven Carnage Proclamation list in her hand, her expression very ugly. "Xiao Kai, what do you think?" Serene asked the middle-aged man in brocade beside her. In this subordinate's view, Yi Yuan definitely obtained a very big breakthrough in these 2 months of seclusion. Although he was also very strong when fighting with Bai Meng, he shouldn't be powerful to a degree where he gets on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. But it's precisely because so that this Yi Yuan is even more terrifying. His growth rate is too fast. Xiao Kai said solemnly. Under normal circumstances, after the martial artists on the Earth Carnage Proclamation broke through to Phaseless Realm, there would be a period of ACCU emulation before they had a chance to get on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. After all, the people on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation were not to be trifled with. Even if those Heaven Enlightenment Realm geniuses were any stronger, it was also impossible to immediately surpa these Phaseless Realm seniors. As time passed, said, people's understanding of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation had also deviated. Actually, the Heaven's Secret Tower issuing this proclamation was originally ranked according to strength and potential, and not at all divided according to Cultivation Realm. Normally speaking, the Heaven Carnage Proclamation is the real powerhouse list, while what the Earth Carnage Proclamation regards as more important is potential. However, Yi Yuan being able to ascend to the Heaven Carnage Proclamation with Heaven Enlightenment Realm Cultivation. This is the first time since the 2 proclamations were published. Serene said. Xiao Kai nodded his head rather approvingly as he said, "This Yi Yuan is truly remarkable. Sadly, it will probably not be easy for Lord Exalt to want to bring him under your command." Serene's expression fell, clearly quite vexed. Indeed, Serene was somewhat regretting now. Had she long known about today, she would have directly offered the points to help Yi Yuan by the slaughter sword art. Delivering charcoal in the snow was more favorable than adding flowers to embroidery. Wanted a rope in Yi Yuan now would probably need to expend a greater price. Heavenly Slaughter Pit is going to open very soon. We need Yi Yuan right now. No matter how great a price I spend, I must pull Yi Yuan over to my side. Serene gritted her teeth and said, Chapter 895, Crucial Role. Chapter 895, Crucial Role. Just as the outside world expected, these 2 months' time, Yi Yuan's strength increase was all round. Experiencing Bai Meng's battle, Yi Yuan finally found the opportunity for body refinement to break through to Tier 8. After half a month, Yi Yuan drew support from the power of medicinal pills and broke through to Tier 8 in one stroke. Breaking through to Tier 8 brought tremendous changes to Yi Yuan. The primeval dragon bones energy was released further, making Yi Yuan's cultivation realm rise a great deal too, directly bursting through the 4th level Heaven Enlightenment's bottleneck, finally reaching 6th level Heaven Enlightenment. What made Yi Yuan even more surprised was that his dragon wave finally broke through to middle stage spirit rank after the breakthrough this time. Yi Yuan's talent in dragon wave. Even Long Tongue marveled greatly with admiration. But after he broke through to spirit rank, the rate of progress had always been very slow. The power of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan had always relied on the advancement of the fleshy body to increase it. All the way until this time, Yi Yuan's dragon wave finally broke through the bottleneck. After breaking through to middle stage spirit rank, the power of Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm had an extremely great increase. Yi Yuan also became aware that after his dragon wave was cultivated to spirit rank, the frequency of that sort of vibration reached a very terrifying level. Wanting to make any more advancements were countless harder than before. This was also the reason why he had always been unable to break through the middle stage bottleneck. With the strength of Yi Yuan's Tier 7 fleshy body, wanting to reach that sort of vibration frequency was virtually something impossible. This time, Yi Yuan broke through to Tier 8. The strength of his fleshy body had a tremendous increase. Only then did it let him break through the bottleneck in one stroke. Of course, the increase in Dragon Wave made the power of the Void Dragon Shadow Punch have a substantial increase too. But because Yi Yuan's Scorching Supreme True Intent still remained at a standstill, this limited the increase of Yi Yuan's strength. The remaining half a month, Yi Yuan was constantly cultivating the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts 7th Layer Martial Technique, Blazing Sun Heavenly Fire. This time, Yi Yuan did not cultivate in seclusion with a one-track mind. He thought of a possibility, since the vast Heaven Steel was able to help him comprehend concepts. Then if he entered the vast Heaven Steel's S.P.A.C. to cultivate this martial technique, would he comprehend it faster or not? Yi Yuan visualized the blazing sun heavenly fire and entered the vast Heaven Steel's S.P.A.C. He discovered that inside the vast Heaven Steel's S.P.A.C., there was actually a transparent silhouette battling him with blazing sun heavenly fire. Furthermore, this transparent person's blazing sun heavenly fire was actually a minor accomplishment. This discovery made Yi Yuan pleasantly surprised. Such an opponent was simply tailor-made for him. This half a month's time, Yi Yuan was demolished by this transparent person goodness knows how many times. Finally, it made his blazing sun heavenly fire reach minor accomplishment. This sort of cultivation speed was simply rated as horrifying. One had to know what when Yi Yuan comprehended the void fire mark back then. He spent quite a few months' time. But the difficulty of the blazing sun heavenly fire was D knows how many times greater than the void fire mark. Yi Yuan actually only used half a month to cultivate the blazing sun heavenly fire to minor accomplishment. As such, his scorching supreme true intent also smoothly broke through to the second stage. 2 months later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion fully satisfied and contented. After exiting seclusion, the first one he went to find was naturally Demon King Nalan Shu. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that when he found Nalan Shu, that gray-robed middle-aged man, Emo Shang, actually just happened to be present. The moment Nalan Shu saw Yi Yuan, it was like he saw his savior. He hurriedly pulled him to one side and said, "Oh, my young lord, you've finally exited seclusion. If you still don't leave seclusion, my doorway will be trampled broken." Yi Yuan took a look at Nalan Shu and glanced at Emo Shang, and instantly knew what happened in this period of time. Looks like those few exalts all did not give up. Unable to find him, They actually set their eyes on Nalan Chu. Looking at Nalan Chu, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, don't act meek after receiving benefits. These 2 months accepted gifts until your hand became weak, right?" Nalan Chu's face involuntarily reddened when he heard that. He was just about to explain when he heard Yi Yuan say again, "If you accepted, then keep it. Since Lord exalts they all are so courteous, we can't fail to appreciate favors either." Yi Yuan knew that these exalts finding him one by one was definitely not taking fancy on his potential, but because he had some areas for them to exploit. In this sort of place like the chaotic Devil's Sea, if one naively thought that their talent was regarded highly by some important figure and want to groom heavily, then the final outcome would definitely be very tragic. Since that was the case, why not take it since there were benefits? But Nalan Chupa S. said Yi Yuan a storage ring and said, "The gifts I accepted are all here. These gifts were gifted targeted at you. It should belong to you." But Yi Yuan smiled and pushed it back, saying, "If they gave you, just take it. Being polite for what? Could it be that you think they will still treat me shabbily?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan circled around Nalan Chu and clasped his hands towards Mo Shang, saying with a smile, "What a nice mood Senior Mo Shang is in, to actually come here and be a guest." Mo Shang smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, This brat, really can't do anything about you. Don't tell me that you don't know my intentions for coming." Yi Yuan smiled and refrained from commenting. Mo Shang could not help being somewhat gloomy about his blow landing on cotton. But he opened his mouth again. "Senior, this word, I don't deserve it. You're a powerhouse on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation now, too. Logically speaking, we should be of the same generation. If you don't mind, just call me Elder Brother Mo." Yi Yuan froze. He had yet to understand what was going on when Nalan Chu explained, "The other day, the new issue of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation were already published. Your name appeared on the 495th place of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. This matter has already caused a huge commotion in the Azura arena." Only when Yi Yuan heard did he come to realize it. He himself also did not think that he would actually get on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. But Yi Yuan estimated his strength presently a little. Beating 6th-level phaseless martial artists shouldn't be anything difficult. Getting on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation did not seem to be something hard to believe either. It was just that. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that he was in close seclusion for 2 months, and his strength had a tremendous increase. Such a thing actually could not hide from the Heaven's Secret Tower's eyes and ears. This Heaven's Secret Tower was seriously mysterious until it made people feel terrified. Yi Yuan in closed-door seclusion, if he was spied on by others, it was impossible to not detect anything at all. Then how did Heaven's Secret Tower come to know that he had the strength to leap realms in battle? Elder Brother Mo, even if younger brother I got on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation compared to you, I'm afraid the disparity is still too great, right? You already said that Exalt Netherkill is extremely stringent in selecting slaughter generals. Why would he pick me?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile that was not a smile. Actually, Yi Yuan already had some guesses in his heart. It was just that he still needed to confirm it through Mo Shang's mouth. Although Yi Yuan gleaned considerable benefits in the chaotic Devil's Sea, he did not forget his objective of coming here. Long Tongue was still in slumber and needed Skunda Divine Stones to nourish. And Skunda Divine Stones was the chaotic Devil Sea's local specialty. This matter very few in the outside world knew. But with Ji Qingyun's status, he was naturally aware. Skunda Divine Stones were inside the heavenly slaughter pit. Mo Shang did not hesitate. Opening his mouth, he said, 1 month later, the heavenly slaughter pit will be opening. When the time comes, the 12 exalts will bring a large group of subordinates to enter inside, and you will play a major crucial role. Chapter 896, Conditions. Chapter 896, Conditions Heavenly Slaughter Pit. Yi Yuan intentionally pretended to not know. Mo Shang nodded his head, darting a glance at Nalan Chu. Nalan Chu got the meaning and left on his own accord. After Nalan Chu left, Mo Shang explained, "This is a secret only limited to Slaughter, General CLA. That's to know. The Azura Arena has limitless good stuff, and also a set of slaughter rules that the outside world doesn't. And these all originate from the Heavenly Slaughter Pit. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit is an ancient battlefield, and also a land where gods fall. There are inexhaustible treasures inside. Of course, it also comes with tremendous danger. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit opens once every 10 years, and 2 months later is precisely the 10-year date. Yi Yuan's face made a surprised expression at the right time, but asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Mo Shang said, "Entering the Heavenly Slaughter Pit the last time, the Exalts discovered a grotto, and opening the grotto requires dragon race bloodline." Yi Yuan came to a realization when he heard that. No wonder these Exalts were all like flies, watching closely and not letting go. In that case, I'm a rare commodity in short supply right now. It's just 10 years past, said all at once. These Exalts can't have not prepared any backup plans, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Although dragon race bloodline was scarce, as long as one searched seriously, they could still find some. Since these Exalts got their eyes on that grotto, it was impossible to not find martial artists carrying dragon blood in these 10 years. That is, of course. It's just that martial artists carrying dragon race bloodline aren't easy to find. The ones who found dragon blood martial artists now are only 4 or 5 Exalts. Mo Shang, since they already found 4 or 5, why do they still want to come looking for me? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. That, I'm not too sure. Maybe they took a liking to your strength. Because that grotto, Exalts can't enter. Furthermore, since it requires dragon race bloodline, the treasures inside are very likely to be related to the dragon race. People carrying dragon race bloodline naturally have a greater chance of obtaining treasures. Mo Shang guessed. Hearing Mo Shang's explanation, Yi Yuan could not help frowning and say, "Looks like there were Exalts who perished in that grotto." This sort of thing, one would only know after testing it out personally. Mo Shang nodded and said, "The last time the Heavenly Slaughter Pit opened up, everyone accidentally stumbled upon and barged into the dragon's sovereign territory. As a result, 2 Exalts were directly obliterated by the rules inside. Exalt Serene and Exalt Blazing Fire were supplemented in after that. This Azura Arena had operated for several tens of thousands of years, but there had always been just 12 Exalts. Only after one of the Exalts died would the people below have a chance to fill in the vacancy to become an Exalt. However, even if there wasn't the Dragon Sovereign Territory incident, the replacing of the 12 Exalts was also very frequent. Virtually every time the Heavenly Slaughter Pit opened, there would be several Exalts who die inside. However, there were too many good stuff inside the Heavenly Slaughter Pit. Each time it opened, the Exalts would advance and fill the gaps left by fallen comrades, and enter the Heavenly Slaughter Pit to seek treasures. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter to me. It's just that since the Exalts are unable to enter, how would he know how many treasures I annex inside? Yi Yuan said with an indifferent look. Mo Shang said, "Joining under the command of an Exalt is not a verbal agreement, but swearing upon one's own absolute kill token. After swearing, the Exalt and the Slaughter General will reach a kind of agreement. Once the Slaughter General violates the oath, his life and death will be up to the Exalt to control. Of course, as long as you don't go against the oath, the Exalt won't erase you either." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "It seems like that I have no choice." Mo Shang nodded his head and said, "Under this sort of circumstances now, you indeed don't have a choice anymore. If you reject all of the Exalts, you'll probably become their common enemy." Becoming the common enemy of the 12 Exalts, this did not sound like a fun thing, no matter what. But his life and death being controlled by others was clearly not Yi Yuan's style. Then, speaking of which, why should I join under Exalt Netherkill's command? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Mo Shang was clearly long prepared and said with a smile, "Lord Exalt has already promised. As long as you agree, entering the Dragon's sovereign territory this time, all of the things you acquire will belong to younger brother yourself. Lord Exalt, he only wants one thing inside. I think that this promise The other exalts are all unable to do it. Younger brother Yi, you have just exited seclusion. I believe the other exalts will also come and look for you. At that time, younger brother Yi could do a comparison. Mo Shang was very confident, because when Exalt Netherkill stated this condition, even he was taken aback too, who knew that Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression and said with a smile, "Sounds pretty good." Then, just as elder brother Mo says, "This Yi will make a decision again after shopping around." Sending away Mo Shang, Yi Yuan could not help pondering. Looks like the compet. 1. Time between the 12 exalts was also quite fierce. Whatever fishy activities were going on in between this, probably only they themselves would know. Yi Yuan's objective this trip was the Skunda Divine Stone. But hearing Mo Shang say so, he also became interested in this dragon's sovereign territory. As for the absolute kill token oath that Mo Shang talked about, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart. Some things he would only do for Mo Shang to see. With Yi Yuan's tricks, how could wanting to control him be easy? Indeed, as Mo Shang predicted, a full day's time, apart from Exalt Heavenly Hedonist, Exalt Blazing Fire, and Exalt Serene, the other 9 exalts all sent people over. It was just that the terms these exalts offered were all not as generous as Exalt Netherkill. Comparing them, it seemed like Yi Yuan could only agree to Exalt Netherkill. What made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that Exalt Serene actually did not come over. Looking at her behavior that day, she should regard Yi Yuan very highly. In the end, apart from Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, only Exalt Serene did not come. Just as Yi Yuan thought that she would not come, at midnight, Serene actually came over personally. "Exalt Serene, gracing me with your grand presence. I'm truly honored by your visit," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Serene said expressionlessly, "Yi Yuan, you should know this Exalt's intention for coming, right? State your conditions. As long as you swear fealty to this Exalt can promise you any terms." But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Exalt Serene coming to find this Yi. Isn't it in order to catch up on old times?" Si Yin's expression changed, and she said with a cold snort, "Yi Yuan, this Exalt came personally, and the conditions are up to you to state. Could it be that this sincerity is still not enough?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Lord Exalt's attitude isn't right. If you want to talk about sincerity, Lord Exalt stating clearly your request, this trip seems to have more sincerity, right?" Yi Yuan was not some easy to hoodwink person. Serene, as an Exalt, lowered her attitude to come to find Yi Yuan personally. She definitely had considerable motives. At least, Yi Yuan's function to Serene was indispensable. The more Yi Yuan obtained, the more he naturally had to pay as well. Maybe he kicks the bucket inside. Then all of the promises would naturally vanish like mist and smoke too, including that Exalt Netherkill. He only wanted one thing inside. That thing was definitely not that easy to get. These things, Yi Yuan had a score in his heart. If he must pick an Exalt, Yi Yuan actually leaned more towards Exalt Serene. Chapter 897, Coercing an Exalt. Chapter 897, Coercing an Exalt. Si Yin's expression turned cold, clearly very displeased with this attitude of Yi Yuan. She had become an Exalt for close to 10 years already. Who in this Azura arena did not quake in their boots when they saw her? But this brat still wet behind his ears before her eyes actually started shaking his tail feathers in front of her. However, Scene really could not do without Yi Yuan this trip. Hence, that was why she humbled herself and bent her knee to come and see Yi Yuan personally. Yi Yuan was very popular right now. If she did not come personally, Yi Yuan definitely would not choose her. Humph. The terms they offer are good, but do you have a life to take it? The last time the heavenly slaughter pit opened, the several dozen phaseless realm experts who entered the dragon sovereign territory, only a measly few people came out. Your strength is decent, but that's also just within heaven enlightenment realm. You got to know that the ones going in this time are all Heaven Carnage Proclamation martial artists, while you merely rank at the end of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. Serene said with a cold snort. This kind of thing naturally did not need Seeing to remind. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. Except, want to cheat him? Yi Yuan, those few guys were probably not qualified enough yet. It was just that Yi Yuan perceived some overtones from Si Yin's words. Hearing the meaning in Lord Exalt's words, seems like you're not planning on entering the dragon's sovereign territory? Yi Yuan was rather curious. Since all of the Exalts were very interested in the dragon's sovereign territory, that place should have quite a bit of treasures. But this Exalt Si Yin seemed to have other plans. The dragon's sovereign territory is merely just a giant scam. Wanting to obtain treasures from inside is even harder than ascending to the heavens. You follow this Exalt. This Exalt will naturally ensure your safety and even give you enormous benefits. Seeing offered the biggest ace in the hole. No matter how great the treasures were, one also had to have the life to take it. This promise of Si Yin's counted as giving Yi Yuan an insurance to both get benefits and also return safely. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to buy it and said indifferently, say in detail. Si Yin was helpless and could only control her temper, and said, "The last time this Exalt entered the heavenly slaughter pit, I discovered a grotto in a remote area. This Exalt merely just searched for a bit at the peripherals, and I found a lot of good stuff. This Exalt being able to become an Exalt was all thanks to this grotto. It's just that there's a stone gate there that is completely immune to essence energy. This Exalt couldn't open it even after racking my brain. So, you took fancy on that I'm a body refinement martial artist. That's why you invite me to join your camp?" Yi Yuan followed up. Si Yin did not reply, but the meaning was already very clear. Yi Yuan did not hesitate much and said with a nod, "Okay, deal. After entering that grotto, I want half of the treasures. In addition, I have the right to have a priority pick of the treasures 3 times. Si Yin's expression changed. She did not think that Yi Yuan would actually open his mouth to demand an exorbitant price. She said in a cold voice, "You really dare to demand for this? This Exalt waited for 10 years. Could it be to prepare the wedding gown for you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I haven't said finish yet. I can join your camp, but we must enter the dragon's sovereign territory first." This time, Si Yin was really enraged. "Yi Yuan, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Do you think that this Exalt really must find you?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Lord Exalt, please find someone more capable." Finished talking, Yi Yuan was about to turn around and leave. Si Yin was enraged until her lovely body was trembling wildly. She really wanted to smack Yi Yuan to death with one slap. A Heaven Enlightenment realm brat actually dared to be so unbridled in front of her, this Exalt. But at this juncture, she could not find a second choice at all already. Si Yin's seniority among the 12 Exalts was the most shallow. Her force was also the smallest, completely unable to compete with the other Exalts. Encountering such a body refinement talent was not easy to come by for her. "Hold it." Finally, Si Yin still caved. She opened her mouth and said, "Give you 40% of the treasures and the right to have priority pick of the treasures 1 time." Yi Yuan did not have a single trace of ripple and still carried on walking forward. Si Yin bit her lower lip hard, her expression grim until it was almost about to drip water. Yet, she finally still opened her mouth. "Fine, I promise you. However, you must enter that grotto together with me first." Only then did Yi Yuan turn around in satisfaction and said smilingly, "There's nothing to discuss. Disregarding whether or not that grotto you mentioned have any dangers, even if it has no danger at all, by the time I enter the dragon's sovereign territory, the treasures would have long been divided finished by them. Going in for what then? Although the dragon's sovereign territory is an extremely perilous place, through these 10 years of preparations, I believe that the various mighty Exalts definitely prepared many ways of escape. The casualties definitely won't be as high as the last time." Si Yin said with a grim face, But I have no way of escape that can guarantee that you come out safely." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "As for that, this ye still have some confidence in myself. Furthermore, me representing Lord Exalt to go in, you can at least obtain some benefits, Don't you agree? Serene wanted to refute Yi Yuan very much, but under this sort of circumstances, she completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan joined other people's camp, she might not even get to drink a mouthful of soup entering the heavenly slaughter pit this time. But if she could enter that grotto, she had faith that she could obtain even greater harvests. At that time, she would be the most powerful existence among the 12 exalts. Si Yin's face revealed an extremely conflicted expression. Yi Yuan was in no hurry either, quietly waiting for Si Yin's reply. In the end, Si Yin still thoroughly compromised. Fine, I'll comply with you. Swear an oath to the absolute kill token then. Si Yin said coldly. An absolute kill token oath was different from a heavenly Tao oath. It was more like a sort of contract between the exalt and their subordinates. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, swearing an oath to the absolute kill token with the contents of the two people's agreement. Yi Yuan sensed that a surge of baffling energy entered into his divine soul from the absolute kill token. It was just at the moment this energy entered his divine soul, it was thoroughly wiped out by the soul-suppressing pearl. Seems like after the last time, the soul-suppressing pearl was more automatic in doing things. This kind of bizarre energy seemed to be deemed harmful by the soul-suppressing pearl, so it was directly wiped out by it. It was just that looking from the exterior, seeing could not tell the slightest bit of abnormality. Her absolute kill token also received the contents of the oath. Inside, there was Si Yin's portion of her duties. If she violated them, she would similarly get a backlash from the absolute kill token. Existing in the Azura arena for so many years, probably only Yi Yuan could force an exalt to accept this sort of oath. From now onwards, you're a slaughter general under my, Si Yin's command. If anybody dares to cause you trouble, directly report this exalt's name. Si Yin said coldly. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Then many thanks, Lord Exalt. However, I still have a tiny request. I wonder if Lord Exalt can satisfy it or not. Si Yin thought about it and said, You just joined this Exalt's banners. There ought to be an introduction gift. Yi Yuan took out a detailed list and handed it to Si Yin, saying, I want to refine some medicinal pills. Since Lord Exalt is in charge of the Azura shop, I wonder if you can help me gather up these spirit medicines? This is a small matter. There's naturally no issue. As Si Yin said, she looked at the spirit medicines on the list at the same time and could not help sucking in a cold breath. Chapter 898, Week. Chapter 898. Week in the sky of Azura City, it was a stretch of blood-red color, appearing especially sinister. This blood red which filled the entire sky shone until the earth became red. A streak of red light beam fell from the skies, directly entering inside the Azura arena. What happened? Could it be that the sky is going to fall? Kicking up a fuss over nothing. This is Azura City's freak phenomenon. It will appear once every 10 years. No big deal. So that's what it is. Scared me to death. This freak phenomenon is also a bit too scary. The martial artists in Azura City were replaced by new ones very quickly. But there were always some wily old foxes that have stayed in this place for a very long time. This sort of freak phenomenon happened once every 10 years. They were already accustomed to the unusual. But currently, the Azura Arena's 7th level was very lively. A large group of martial artists was gathered here. They were all the various mighty exalt slaughter generals who were summoned to come to the 7th level and waiting to enter the heavenly slaughter pit. The red light beam that descended from the sky actually connected straight to here. Wu-hee, 10 years ago, you lost more than half of your old life in the heavenly slaughter pit. You still dare to go in this time? A martial artist wearing black martial attire said. The expression of that person opposite darkened, and he said with a cold snort, Li Dao, don't think I don't know that you duped 10 fellow companions at Blackfiend Mountain before walking out from there. I want to know, how many are you planning on scamming this time? The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few people behind Li Dao all changed. These words had somewhat of an ulterior motive. That Li Dao's face changed, and he said furiously, Wu-hee, don't go slandering people. Wu Yi said with a cold smile. Whether it's slandering or not, you're aware of it yourself. This Wu He and Li Dao belonged to two different exalts camp, arguing the moment they met. The two people had the trend of going to fight at a word of disagreement. Oh, the two of you talk lesser. This heavenly slaughter pit is a treasure land and also a dangerous area. Wealth and opportunity come with danger. Anything happening wouldn't make people surprised. At this time, an old man whose hair and beard were all white spoke up to mediate. Indeed, the moment he spoke, Li Dao and Wu He both gave a cold snort and shut their mouths, clearly deeply fearful of him. And someone else is coming. It's Exalt Si Yin's people. In these 10 years, Exalt Si Yin doesn't have any sense of existence at all. Her strength is also the weakest among the Exalts. You never know. She might perish inside this time. The heavenly slaughter pit is also incomparably dangerous to Exalts. There will be people plussing inside virtually every time. This time, the one with the greatest likelihood is Exalt Si Yin. As long as she falls, our chance will be here. There was a small section of the slaughter generals whose seniority were very old, even older than Exalts. Their goal was naturally to become Exalts. Inside this Azura city, Exalts were invincible existences. Even if among these slaughter generals, there were people whose cultivation realms were not weaker than Exalts, it was also not possible to be a match for an Exalt. Therefore, each time the heavenly slaughter pit opened, it was also the time for these veterans' thoughts to drift. And this time, their goal was naturally fixed on Si Yin. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he was locked on by several burning hot gazes. No matter how one looked at it, these few gazes were not too friendly either. However, Yi Yuan stood there calmly and could not be bothered with these gazes. Except, he was not finding trouble with others, but others wanted to find trouble with him. Brat, you're Yi Yuan? The Wu who was arguing with Li Dao previously came in front of Yi Yuan at this time. Yi Yuan rested with his eyes closed and did not even give a S-H-I+T about this guy. Wu's tone was unfriendly. He was clearly here to find trouble. Regarding this sort of guys who were blind, Yi Yuan had always been disinclined to care. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Wu suddenly became greatly enraged. Pointing at Yi Yuan's nose, he said, Brat, you think that by not talking, you'll be fine? Entering the heavenly slaughter pit, the Azura Arena's rules won't be able to protect you anymore. Since you kill by Meng, you'll need to be mentally prepared to get killed. This Wu was precisely the third slaughter general under Exalt Blazing Fire's command. And by Meng's relations, H-I+P with him was not shallow, but he was killed by Yi Yuan. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan to the core. In the Azura Arena, the higher level could not make a move against the people below. Hence, Wu Jie had no way to come find Yi Yuan. But this time, Yi Yuan actually became a slaughter general under Exalt Si Yin's command. This made Wu He exceptionally excited. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Giving him a nonchalant glance, he said, Idiot! Wu Yi's strength was very strong, an expert in the top 200 of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation, but was ignored by a brat who just entered the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. How could he accept this? Brat, you're courting death. Wu Yi suddenly became furious and was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. Right at this time, a silhouette blocked in front of him. It was precisely the great general under Exalt Si Yin's command, Shao Kai. Wu He, are you bullying us for having no people? Shao Kai said coldly. Wu He shot Shao Kai a glance and said disdainfully, Humph. So what of bullying you? Shao Kai, you're also someone capable. At any rate, you're actually working under a broad. Sup, I really feel ashamed for you. Wu Yi did not have any respect for Shao Kai at all. Although Exalt Blazing Fire and Exalt Si Yin were both newly ascended Exalts, Exalt Blazing Fire's ambition was very great. His development these 10 years was also pretty decent. In contrast, Exalt Si Yin's strength was much weaker. Therefore, Wu He was the same as the rest, holding Si Yin's lot in complete contempt. Shao Kai's expression was very ugly. He was obviously aware of Exalt Si Yin's situation. But Exalt Seein had saved his life before, so there was no way that Shao Kai would betray Seein. And entering the heavenly slaughter pit this time was the turning point for Seein to rise up. Shao Kai had to help Seein to rise up no matter what. Right at this time, a light flashed. 12 silhouettes appeared here. They were precisely the mysterious 12 Exalts. The Yi Yuan, who had his eyes shut to recuperate all along, also opened his eyes at this time and sized up the 12 Exalts. Apart from seeing the other 11 Exalts, it was his first time seeing them. With his sweep, Yi Yuan could not help being slightly amazed too. The glabellas of the 12 Exalts all had 8 stars, which was also 8-star Soul General. Just in Slaughter Dao, these 12 people's strengths were unfathomable. All right, it's almost time. Us 12 Exalts will join forces to open up the pious Sageway. Everybody, enter the heavenly slaughter pit together. A masked Exalt in the middle said. Shao Kai scooted close to Yi Yuan's ear and said softly, "This is the most mysterious existence among the 12 Exalts, Exalt Netherkill." Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. This person was indeed too deep to fathom. He actually made Yi Yuan have a feeling of unable to figure out too. The 12 Exalts got into position. An apprehensive killing chi suddenly erupted and shot towards that red light beam at the same time. Boom! On the red light beam actually slowly opened up a transmission gate. When all the martial artists saw this situation, their faces all could not help showing looks of eagerness to have a go. All right, set off. This was a blood-colored wilderness filled with desolation and bleakness, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Each Exalt has the coordinates of the Dragon's sovereign territory in their hands. 3 days later, we'll meet up at the Dragon's sovereign territory. Now, depart on your own, Exalt Netherkill said coldly. Chapter 899, Ethereal Blood Ginseng. Chapter 899, Ethereal Blood Ginseng. Exalt Netherkill gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and brought the subordinates under him and left. Exalt Blazing Fire, with a head full of fire-red colored hair, slowly came in front of Exalt Seein. Darting a glance at Yi Yuan, he cracked a wide smile and said, "Seein, you got to keep a close eye on your family's little darling. This road isn't too peaceful." Ha ha ha. This was a blatant threat, provoking until all of the martial artists on Exalt Sein's side scowled with furious glares. Bai Meng was a figure that Exalt Blazing Fire was heavily grooming in the 3rd level. He expended considerable resources on him, but was killed by Yi Yuan. This grudge was considered sowed. By the side, Exalt Heavenly Hedonist also looked at Sein with a smile that was not a smile as he said, "Sein, your position as an Exalt was originally in a precarious position to begin with. You actually still dared to recruit such a hot potato. Haha. This heavenly slaughter pit trip, you got to be a little more careful." Sein's face was cold as frost, but she did not argue. She also did not expect that Blazing Fire and Heavenly Hedonist would actually walk together. This trip seemed to be quite troublesome. "Lord Exalt, we should leave already. If we still don't go, the treasures will all be S.A.T.C. head away by others." Yi Yuan's leisurely voice transmitted over. He actually already walked out far away. Sein was stunned and finally came back to her senses. She could not help being somewhat surprised. Yi Yuan got into such a big trouble, but he was actually not worried at all. Did this brat not care about anything, or did he have something to count on? Humph! That stretch of area nearby has long been turned over countless times already. Whatever treasures there are, they have long been picked clean by people. Would it still be your turn? Sein caught up to Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "That might not be so." The heavenly slaughter pit was huge. The area which Azura City explored was but a very small part of it. Heading towards the depths, the danger was very high. Even these veteran Exalts also did not dare to go too deep. The vicinity area of a radius of 10,000 miles, these Exalts from the Azura arena already came goodness knows how many times. It was impossible to leave behind anything. Right now, places that had good stuff were virtually all outside of 10,000 miles. "Hey, Yi Yuan, don't run around. The fiendish chi in this heavenly slaughter pit is extremely heavy. Even within this 10,000-mile region, it's very dangerous too. Seeing Yi Yuan milling around on his own, Seeing could not resist warning. This guy really made people worry. Lord Exalt, what is this boy doing? The heavenly slaughter pit is an ancient battlefield. There's an abundance of evil stuff. If he anyhow runs around like this, he will screw us over. This boy is relying on that Lord Exalt has a request for him. He's so freaking C-O-C-K-Y. Lord Exalt, you look at that punk's arrogant appearance. How does he look like your subordinate? Those who don't know might even think that you're his subordinate. Yin's subordinates actually had a lot of resentment towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan run about without a break at this time, each and every one of them started to complain. Yin's face turned black too when she heard that. Yi Yuan's actions truly thought too little of her. Along the way, they naturally had to listen to her, this Exalt, for everything. This boy running around here and there, what did it count as? The other Exalt's teams had already moved out goodness knows how far away, while their bunch only walked out less than 500 miles. At the rate of this speed, they could forget about reaching the dragon's sovereign territory in 3 days' time. Being called out by her subordinates like this, Yin became embarrassed. Said too. She questioned with a black face. Yi Yuan, are you intentionally causing trouble? But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear it. He still rushed around in all directions, as if he was searching for something. Exalt, this brat isn't showing you any respect at all. When the people under her saw Yin lose her temper, each and every one of them could not help getting excited. Yin's expression became increasingly uglier. Finally, her figure moved, arriving at Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan, this heavenly slaughter pit isn't a land for jokes. It's fine if you're courting death yourself, but don't drag everybody into the water. If you carry on being like this Exalt won't be courteous anymore. Yin said coldly. Yi Yuan made his shoes. Plussing hand gesture at Yin and said softly, lower your voice, don't scare the treasure away. He had a secretive appearance, looking just like a huckster. However, in Yin's view, Yi Yuan was completely impervious to reason. Yi Yuan, you're too much. If I don't show you a little color, you really won't show any respect to me. This Exalt, Yin said in a cold voice. Yin surged with killing chi. A powerful aura spread over towards Yi Yuan. With a whoosh, a small and exquisite figure suddenly scurried out from underground and dashed for the distance. Yin froze, the killing chi on her immediately dissipating into nothing. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and shot a fierce glare at Yin. Bang! That little thing's speed was extremely fast. Even Yin did not see clearly what that thing was, but it did not run out very far when it slammed head-on into a light screen, tumbling over with a big somersault. The little thing did not give up. Crawling up, it changed the direction and ran again. But it did not run far when it collided into a light screen again. Seeing this scene, Yin and all the slaughter generals were all incredibly astounded. They had clearly already noticed that a trapping formation was already laid down within this circumference of several hundred feet. This array formation was clearly set up by Yi Yuan. But when did Yi Yuan make a move, they did not perceive it at all. At this time, the little object was like a headless fly plussing around randomly inside the array formation. But no matter how it ran, it could not escape the range of the array formation either. Before long, the little thing was finally all worn out and gave up on escaping. It slumped down and looked at Yi Yuan with a pitiable look. That appearance was adorable to the max. Yin focused her eyes to look. It was a palm-sized little child. Immediately, her maternal love overflowed, wanting to hug the little thing. Hey, what are you doing? Yin was just about to make a move, but was berated by Yi Yuan. Yin froze. Don't you see how pitiful he is? I'll go hug him. Yi Yuan shot her another glare and said crossly, prodigal broad who is not good enough to accomplish anything. If I didn't have foresight, this ethereal blood ginseng would have been set free by you. Yin's complexion turned bright red all at once. Pointing at Yi Yuan, Her chest heaved up and down incessantly as she said in anger, "You, what did you say? You actually dare to scold me. Scold me, humph. What are you if not a prodigal broad? Do you know how precious this ethereal blood ginseng is? Do you know how great an effort I spent in this half a day's time in order to not startle him? Let him escape, and it will be even harder than ascending to the heavens to want to find him again." Yi Yuan said with a displeased face, totally not caring about Si Yin's attitude. Si Yin was rendered speechless by Yi Yuan. She also recovered to her senses at this time. Widening her eyes, she said, "You're saying that this little child is the Tier 9 spirit medicine, ethereal blood ginseng?" Yi Yuan glared and said huffily, "What do you think?" Si Yin had nothing to say anymore. She never would have thought that within this several hundred miles radius, there would actually be a Tier 9 spirit medicine. Why didn't you say earlier?" Si Yin said weakly. Chapter 900. Si Yin enraged. Chapter 900. Si Yin enraged, say what say? By the time I say clearly, you would have escaped long ago. Yi Yuan said crossly. He circled around Si Yin and came in front of the ethereal blood ginseng and directly tapped a finger over. That little child suddenly fled. It actually wanted to slip away. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to run? How can it be that easy? Luck." The spell in Yi Yuan's hands pinched. Several beams of light extended out within the array formation, grabbing hold of the ethereal blood ginseng that was about to escape. Yi Yuan chuckled and went up to jab randomly, laying down several restrictions on the ethereal blood ginseng. The little child looked at Yi Yuan with wide, glaring eyes and unspeakable resentment in its gaze. "Ha, don't look at me like this. Following your Grandpa Yi in the future, I won't treat you shabbily." Yi Yuan laughed merrily and directly threw the ethereal blood ginseng into the storage ring. Even with Yi Yuan's eyesight, he regarded this ethereal blood ginseng as a treasure. It could be seen how valuable he was. Si Yin looked at Yi Yuan with an unfriendly face and said with a cold smile, "You're really not polite." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Just a Tier 9 spirit medicine. I won't be courteous with Lord Exalt." "You really take this Exalt to not know anything? The ethereal blood ginseng's predecessor is a polar region blood ginseng. The conditions to take form are extremely harsh. Plus, firstly, a polar region blood ginseng requires over 10,000 years of martial artist fresh blood to nourish before it can initially take form. And when a polar region blood ginseng evolves to an ethereal blood ginseng, the conditions are even harsher to the extreme. An item like this, you dare to pocket it alone?" Scene said icily. Although she was astounded by Yi Yuan's ability, this ethereal blood ginseng was too valuable. She did not plan on giving up. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The ethereal blood ginseng landing in Exalt's hands, that's covering a bright pearl in dust. But in my hands, he can unleash a heaven-defying effect. How about this? When I use him to refine medicinal pills, I'll allocate you one." Scene was just thinking of refuting, but she suddenly recalled those medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out at that time, and could not help hesitating a little. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was incomparably heaven-defying. If it was really as Yi Yuan said, the ethereal blood ginseng was indeed much more useful in his hands compared to in her hands. "Fine. You swear a heavenly Tao oath, and I won't pursue this matter anymore." Scene thought about it and made up her mind. Yi Yuan nodded and swore a heavenly Tao oath on the spot before this matter was considered settled. Everyone set off on the journey once more. Those slaughter generals who were scolding Yi Yuan prior to this all kept their mouths shut sensibly at this time. For 30,000 years, this 10,000-mile region had long been scoured countless times over. It was totally not possible to find any treasures. Yet this boy actually found such a heaven-defying spirit medicine in less than half a day. What else could they still say? This ethereal blood ginseng already took human form. His intelligence was extremely high. This was also the reason why he could avoid these countless batches of people searching. But no matter how clever he was, he could not escape Yi Yuan's demonic clutches either. Later on, Whatever bizarre behavior Yi Yuan had, they all sensibly did not speak by the sides anymore. You got to be kidding. Wasn't saying any more smacking their own mouths? Reality proved that they were right to shut their mouths. Along the way, Yi Yuan really found quite a number of good stuff. Serene looked at Yi Yuan's bustling about back view, her gaze revealing a complicated look. How in the world did this guy discover these hidden spirit medicines? Little did they know that Yi Yuan was actually endlessly depressed right now. He was missing white light. If white light was here, apart from spirit medicines, he could probably find even more good stuff. 3 days later, Yi Yuan's party finally arrived outside the Dragon's sovereign territory. Except they were the last group. The other exalts had been waiting here long ago. Serene, your attitude is so haughty. To actually make netherkill, cold blood, these few elder brothers wait for the greater part of day. Don't you know that your group of people already overshot the time? Blazing Fire said with a cold smile. Serene's expression changed when she heard that. This fellow had malicious motives. It was the intention of sowing dissension. Oh, finally managed to take a trip inside. We naturally got to be a little more attentive on the way. If there are any fine treasures, what a waste it would be to miss it. Serene had yet to open her mouth, but Yi Yuan spoke up. Wu Yi smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What a joke. Inside this 10,000-mile region, what treasures are there still? Moreover, with just the likes of you, what treasures can you obtain? In my view, you guys are deliberately not giving face to exalt netherkill they all, and were late on purpose." These two people sang in chorus. They were clearly sowing discord. Netherkill did not say anything, but Cold Blood was somewhat unhappy and spoke up. "Younger sister Serene, we only have half a year's time. Every second is very valuable." Everybody agreed on a time, but you were late. Not giving a reason. Isn't it somewhat unjustifiable? Serene also understood that this Cold Blood was still finding trouble for the matter of vying for Yi Yuan the last time. That was why he intentionally dropped a rock down the well. Exalt Cold Blood was the most insidious among the 12 exalts. Other people were all very scared of him. These few years, he had swindled who knows how many exalts inside this heavenly slaughter pit. It was just that being targeted at by so many people, Serene became enraged at all once. Elder brother Cold Blood wants a reason, right? I'll give you a reason right away. Finished talking, Serene extended a hand and drew a line. Over 10 stalks of spirit medicines were propped up by essence energy, suspending in midair. Seeing this scene, even Exalt Netherkill's imposing momentum also choked up slightly, let alone the rest. Especially Blazing Fires and Wu He's faces, they turned burning red. These 10 overstocks of spirit medicines, the vast majority were all Tier 9 spirit medicines that were extremely hard to see in the outside world. Furthermore, thick sinister chi faintly emitted from within the spirit medicines. They clearly came from inside the heavenly slaughter pit. Don't look at how Serene took out so many in one breath. Tier 9 spirit medicines were not that easy to find. The value of one stock of Tier 9 spirit medicine was even more valuable than 1,000 strains of Tier 8 spirit medicines. More importantly, Tier 9 spirit medicines could not be seen everywhere. Each stock was incomparably precious. The moment Serene made a move, even those exalts lost composure. But they did not know that the spirit medicines Yi Yuan found were more than just this. We entered this heavenly slaughter pit in order to hunt for treasures. This exalt can't disregard all of these spirit medicines when I see them, right? While everybody agreed to gather here, I also never said that I must go in together with everybody. If elder brothers can't wait, just feel free to enter yourselves. Serene was clearly really enraged and said coldly. When Cold Blood saw the situation, he could not help coughing dryly twice. But his eyes revealed a heated look as he said, "Cough, cough. Young sister Serene was mistaken. We didn't mean that. These spirit medicines were all obtained by you guys on the way." The 12 exalts appeared united outwardly, but were actually divided. The relations H, I, plus PS between each other were very complicated. But there was one point, there was no way they would make a move to S and TC, H stuff in front of others. Otherwise, they would become the common enemy of the rest. As for privately, Body knew the answer either. Elder brother Coldblood must really be joking. Could it be that I added the fiendish chi on these spirit medicines myself? Serene said coldly. The Netherkill, who did not speak the entire time, voiced out at this time. All right, since younger sister Serene obtained treasures on the way, it's naturally justifiable. This matter, Brooks, no delay. We'd better enter the dragon's sovereign territory first. Chapter 901, Air Bubble. Chapter 901, Air Bubble. Before their eyes was a massive stone gate. Engraved on the stone gate was an enormous dragon. The gigantic dragon exuded an archaic aura that had seen the many vicissitudes of life. Even if it had been through countless years of baptism, this pressure made everyone's heart turn cold too. There was a pond that was not large beside the stone gate. The pond's water was an emerald green color. Luli, you go first. Exalt Heavenly Hedonist opened his mouth. A slaughter general under him fell out of the ranks and came beside the pond. Luli bit his finger. A drop of fresh blood dripped into the pond and faded away very quickly. Gurgle. The pond started to emit some azure-colored air bubbles. Counting it, it was merely just 4 or 5 of them. One of the air bubbles flew in front of Luli. Right at the instant it touched his body, the air bubble did not pop. It started to spread toward his entire body, forming a pale azure light barrier. Luli waved using his hand. The other air bubbles flew towards Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and the other slaughter generals. Finally, including Luli inside, there were 4 people who obtained this light S-H-I plus ELD. Seeing this miraculous sight, Yi Yuan could not help clicking his tongue in marvel too. Shao Kai moved close to his ear and said softly, "Inside the dragon's sovereign territory has an extremely formidable killing array. One must have this light S-H-I plus ELD in order to not get obliterated by the grand array. But this Lu Li's dragon race bloodline doesn't seem to be very strong. He only summoned 4 light S-H-I plus ELDs." Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. No wonder the Exalts were all finding people with dragon race bloodline. Turns out that it was actually this reason. After Lu Li, there were another 2 dragon race bloodline martial artists who were called forward, but their bloodline density all did not seem to be very high. The one with the most merely summoned 6 air bubbles. The air bubbles that these 3 people summoned were too little. They could not even cover their own camp's people, let alone talk about the other Exalts' camps. TCA, this degree of dragon race bloodline also dares to come out and display your inadequacy. Really not afraid of Embara. Sing yourselves. A youth fell out of the ranks. Looking at him, he should be under Exalt Gray Pupil's command. Lu Li and the other 2 people's faces turned black. They said unhappily, "Long Yang, aren't you just relying on that you're the Sky Long Ridges Jr.? What's there to be arrogant about?" Long Yang shot them an indifferent glance and said scornfully, "I'm relying on that I'm a junior of the Sky Long Ridge. Bite me then. If you guys have the capabilities, bring a few more people in." This Long Yang was very arrogant and also felt quite proud of his background. When Yi Yuan heard Sky Long Ridge this name, he slightly revealed a surprised expression too. The Sky Long Ridge family were the successors of true dragon bloodline. They had countless intricate ties with the Demon Region's dragon clan and were also a rank 1 holy land with exceedingly powerful strength. It was just that because the Long family violated the dragon clan's taboo, so they did not dare to take the surname Long. The entire clan could only change the surname to Long Sup 1/Sup. Of course, this point was similarly the Long family members' taboo. If anyone were to mention this point, it was Embara sing them. Although Lu Li and the others were unhappy with Long Yang's arrogance, they had no choice but to admit that the power of his bloodline was completely not what they were able to match. They could only keep their mouths shut and not talk. Long Yang smiled even more smugly when he saw the 3 people shut up. Swaggering over to the side of the pond, he dripped in a drop of fresh blood. Gurgle. The pond started to boil over very soon. All of a sudden, several dozen air bubbles surfaced. Long Yang put on a light S-H-I plus ELD himself first, then controlled the air bubbles to envelope all of the slaughter generals under Exalt Grey Pupil's command. Even so, there were still 10 extra air bubbles. It was just that the faces of the other camp's martial artists all showed an expression of regret. They came here hoping for Long Yang to be able to bring them inside. But now, 10 spots was not enough to share. Haha, there's still 10 spots. Who else wants to enter the dragon's sovereign territory? I'll say it first. You must swear a heavenly Tao oath that upon discovering treasures after going in, you must let me pick one first. Long Yang said smugly. Counting in Yi Yuan, there was a total of just 5 exalts with dragon race bloodline martial artists too, which was also to say that there were still 7 exalts without slaughter generals able to enter the dragon's sovereign territory. One could tell from the exalts' attitudes that inside this dragon's sovereign territory probably had quite a number of good stuff. Otherwise, these slaughter generals would not take such a huge risk to enter. Except if they wanted to go in, it would not do without the support of the light S-H-I plus ELD. The current Long Yang was undoubtedly hiking prices on the spot. At this present moment in time, dragon blood martial artists were clearly very high in demand, because blood could only be dripped once. Dripping anymore was useless. Furthermore, the air bubbles surfaced from the pond could only be allocated by dragon blood martial artists. Therefore, each spot appeared even more valuable. Humph! Long Yang, what are you being smug for? Your light S-H-I plus elds are valuable, but there's still a dragon blood martial artist who hasn't dripped his blood yet. Lu Li had an unhappy look as he voiced out. With Lu Li saying this, everyone's eyes all focused on Yi Yuan in unison. Long Yang laughed loudly as he said, "What a joke. In terms of dragon race bloodline strength, who can compare to our Long family's members in the human territories? Lu Li, since you say so, looks like you guys don't need these 10 spots. It seems like everybody doesn't care for these 10 spots. In that case, I'll destroy them." Long Yang summed a posture like he was going to make a move. The other slaughter generals could not hold back anymore, and someone hurriedly spoke up. "Brother Long mustn't act on impulse. Isn't it just one treasure? I'll give you." The one who spoke was precisely Wu He. Exalt Blazing Fire did not have dragon blood martial artists under his command. If Wu He wanted to enter the dragon's sovereign territory, he must agree to Long Yang's condition. Just 10 spots, first come first serve. Furthermore, Wu He and Yi Yuan were mortal enemies. It was also not possible to go to Yi Yuan there to beg. Haha, it's still Brother Wu who is wise. Long Yang gave a loud laugh and said. Wu He swore a heavenly Tao oath on the spot, and Long Yang controlled the air bubble to wrap Wu He up. With Wu He moving, the other exalts could not sit still anymore as well. Even Exalt Netherkill opened his mouth and asked for a spot too. 10 quotas were divided clean very quickly. Haha, everybody all done dividing? Then I'll help myself. Yi Yuan laughed carelessly and came onto the SH. Yi the pond. Long Yang's face revealed a disdainful look. He knew that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was not weak, but to say that it's Serpa said that was something impossible. Yi Yuan bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of fresh blood like squeezing toothpaste. Drip! The blood merged into the azure-colored pond. 1 second pass, said. 2 seconds pass, said. 3 seconds pass, said. The pond had no reaction at all. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, are you here to play the fool? Are you sure that what's inside your body is true dragon bloodline? This pond water actually doesn't have any reaction at all. Wu He burst into laughter when he saw the situation and said. Long Yang had a contemptuous look too, as he said, "Such faint bloodline actually dare to come out and make a spectacle of yourself too. Your dragon race martial technique wouldn't all be imitated using essence energy, right?" Xian's expression was also very ugly. She had secretly observed his previous battle. That was absolutely true dragon strength. But why would the pond water not have any reaction at all? But Yi Yuan did not care at all. A smile still hung on his face. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as everyone was mocking Yi Yuan, the pond finally had a reaction. Seeing this reaction, everyone's faces revealed a look of disbelief. Chapter 902. Just this price. Chapter 902. Just this price. Ah, sorry about that. Accidentally made too much, Yi Yuan said with a cheerful chuckle. Although he said he was sorry about it, the expression on his face did not seem to have any hint of embarrassment at all. Currently, the pond water was like it was being heated. The whole pool was boiling over. Air bubbles continuously surfaced, one after another. In a wink, what was in front of everyone were totally blocked by air bubbles. All of the slaughter generals could not help sucking in a cold breath, being struck dumbfounded by this scene before their eyes. Ha ha! What a colossal joke! Long Yang, what did you say just now? If you have the capabilities, say it one more time. In the human territories, your Long family's dragon race bloodline is number one. This joke is really hilarious to the max. Lu Li was the first to come back to his senses. His gaze looking at Long Yang was filled with ridicule. Long Yang's overweeningly arrogant appearance. Lu Li really had enough of it. Now, Yi Yuan popping out, this face of Long Yang was really slapped resoundingly loud. Lu Li was simply elated to the extreme in his heart. This is also too fake, right? What kind of level does that brat's dragon race bloodline have to reach to be able to summon out so many air bubbles? Too inconceivable. The Long family's bloodline is simply a joke in front of Yi Yuan. You guys look, so many air bubbles coming out all of a sudden. The color of the pond water even became very faint. Seeing this scene, everyone was all unbelievably shocked. It was all air bubbles flying everywhere in front of their eyes, let alone fitting everyone inside. Even if another few more groups of people came, there was no problem at all. The supply of air bubbles, which originally fell short of demand, actually had a surplus at this time. It was just that even though there were excess air bubbles, for whom to use was grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Exalt Jueyin slowly came in front of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan, I heard that Demon King's relations. I plus P with you is not bad. I wonder if you can share with us some on account of his face. Don't worry, if there are any gains this trip, it naturally won't miss out your share. Everyone was all unbelievably shocked. A dignified Exalt actually deigned himself to beg a puny little slaughter general. But under the current circumstances, what better options were there? Having a holier-than-thou attitude, one would have to say goodbye to the treasures inside the dragon's sovereign territory. Although this heavenly slaughter pit still had many buried treasure lands, in these 10 years, what everyone prepared for the most was still the dragon's sovereign territory. Going to other places added much more dangers without basis. Hearing that, Yi Yuan laughed and said very generously, That's of course not an issue. Let your slaughter generals all stand over here. I'll add the protective SHELL for them. On account of Nailan Chu's face, Yi Yuan naturally would not say anything. He directly put on the protective LS for Exalt Jueyan's slaughter generals. As for Exalt Jueyan's promise, he did not even make the other party swear a heavenly Tao oath. Looking at him, he seemed very easygoing. Yi Yuan did not idle either, putting on a protective L for himself, and also suiting Exalt Si Yin's other slaughter generals with the protective I plus L's too. Si Yin's beautiful eyes swiveled around, looking at Yi Yuan with a bright grin. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually call out so many air bubbles. This time, it gained a lot of face for her. Several other Exalts who did not have a conflict with Yi Yuan could not sit still anymore at this time either. Each and every one of them came before Yi Yuan to ask for air bubbles. These few Exalts were similarly placed very low. But Yi Yuan did not squeeze them about anything either and directly put it on for their slaughter generals. Even apart from those two Dragon Blood martial artist camps, excluding Lu Li, Yi Yuan supplemented their shortfall too. With this, apart from Exalt Blazing Fire, Exalt Heavenly Hedonist, and Exalt Cold Blood, The other exalts all obtained the qualifications to enter the dragon's sovereign territory. These 3 exalts' faces were all not looking too good. They had a feeling of being caught in the horns of a dilemma right now. Begging Yi Yuan, they could not demean themselves. Not begging, they basically had to say goodbye to the dragon's sovereign territory. The other exalts were all entering in full force, while they only had several people. Wasn't entering still going to prepare a wedding gown for other people? Finally, Exalt Coldblood could not resist speaking up. Hey, Yi Yuan. Actually, this Exalt wasn't targeting you and younger sister seen previously. You're also aware this Exalt was in urgent need of talents at that time and wanting to solicit you to join under my command, right? Coldblood put on a smiling face and said. Although a smile was hanging on his face, Coldblood's intestines were actually almost green with regret already. If he had long known that it would be like this, why would he need to waste his breath previously targeting Si-In and Yi Yuan? Coldblood was originally the most insidious existence among the Exalts. This sort of face-changing cheap trick could be said to be accomplished with high proficiency to him. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Not at all, not at all. Exalt Coldblood being the big brother among the Exalts. Some words that should be said still needs to be said. When Coldblood saw that Yi Yuan was playing along, he could not help being delighted inwardly as he said, Then, these air bubbles, can you share some with us? Of course, I won't let you do it for free. Easily arranged. This isn't something of a big deal. However, I don't want the treasures after going in either. Just right now then. A fixed price, 100 Heaven Essence crystals per person. I think it's not considered expensive, right? Yi Yuan said. Heaven Essence crystals, even in the divine realm, was extremely rare too. The purity of the essence energy contained inside Heaven Essence crystals was extremely high. Basically, only Tao profound realm powerhouses would use them to carry out cultivation or transactions. And 1 Heaven Essence crystal was sufficient to exchange for 100 million Earth Essence crystals. 100 Heaven Essence crystals were 10 billion Earth Essence crystals. Of course, under normal circumstances, there would not be anyone silly enough to use Heaven Essence crystals to go exchange for Earth Essence crystals. Even the corners of Exalt Coldblood's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard this price too. He, as a veteran Exalt, the slaughter generals under him reached over 50 people. Each of their strength was formidable. If he were to send them all in, he would probably be reduced to bankruptcy. Coldblood gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll send 10 people in. Yi Yuan also did not think that Exalt Coldblood actually agreed to it without even negotiating the prices. Of course, he was also aware that Exalt Coldblood probably already hated him to death in his heart. 10 people were 1,000 Heaven Essence crystals. Even for Tao profound realm powerhouses, this was a sum of significant expenditure too. Of course, if he was lucky, Coldblood could definitely earn this 1,000 Heaven Essence crystals back this trip. Done with the transaction, Yi Yuan put on the air bubbles for the 10 slaughter generals that Exalt Coldblood picked out, plus the 1 protective S.H.I. plus ELD acquired from Long Yang's hands previously. Exalt Coldblood had a total of 11 people entering the dragon's sovereign territory this time. Looks like there should be body else who needs the air bubbles, right? I'll make them return to their original spot right now. Yi Yuan said finish and was about to make a move. Blazing Fire panicked, and he hurriedly said, Hang on. Yi Yuan looked at Exalt Blazing Fire with a smile that was not a smile and had indescribable amuse. E-M-E-N-T-Y? Does Exalt Blazing Fire still have something? Blazing Fire said with a scowl, 100 Heaven Essence crystals per person. I'm buying 10 spots too. I want 6. Exalt Heavenly Hedonist also could not resist speaking up. Yi Yuan grinned widely and said, 100 Heaven Essence crystals? When did I say that it was 100 Heaven Essence crystals? The 2 of you want to buy, sure. But 500 Heaven Essence crystals per person. Don't look at me with this sort of expression. Just this price, your call to buy or not. Chapter 903, Not Keeping You Company. Chapter 903, Not Keeping You Company. Puff, puff, puff. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand. Those air bubbles emitted faint popping sounds and dissipated along with the wind. When Heavenly Hedonist and Blazing Fire, the two exalts, saw that Yi Yuan was really going to destroy these air bubbles, their faces could not help changing drastically. Yi Yuan, you're sure that you want to lose all decorum with the two of us? Blazing Fire said with a grim face. Whoa, threatening me? Yi Yuan waved his hand again. The speed of the air bubbles popping became even faster. Heavenly Hedonist hurriedly said, Hold your horses. 500 then. I'll buy 6. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Haha, it's still Exalt Heavenly Hedonist who is wise. The money in one hand, the goods in the other. Heavenly Hedonist fished out 3,000 Heaven Essence crystals with a pained look and finally acquired 6 air bubbles. Blazing Fire's expression was ugly to the max. But facing Yi Yuan, he was completely powerless. Such a large appet. 1. Be careful you don't get stuffed until you burst. Finally, Blazing Fire still pulled out 5,000 Heaven Essence crystals extremely unwillingly. My little lord's appet. 1. Has always been excellent. I could digest it. Yi Yuan received the Heaven Essence crystals with a broad smile and said smugly. When the Exalt Cold Blood by the side saw this scene, he secretly chuckled to himself inwardly. In contrast, his 10 spots were too worth it. But he also knew that Exalt Blazing Fire would not let Yi Yuan off. He would definitely instruct his subordinates to dispose of Yi Yuan within the dragon's sovereign territory. What Yi Yuan devoured, he would still have to vomit back out in the end. Exalt Coldblood was not some saint. Regarding this sort of situation, he did not mind dropping a rock down the well. All preparations in order, the group of slaughter generals were finally going to enter the dragon's sovereign territory. Exalt Netherkill fired out a blast of essence energy at the stone gate. The enormous dragon on the stone gate became bright. Creak! The stone gate slowly opened. A dark corridor appeared in front of the people. Go! The group of slaughter generals lined up in a single file and entered the Sageway. Yi Yuan, in a while, be more careful. They all probably won't let you off. Although their people that entered are few, they are all elites. We're far from being a match, Shao Kai reminded him. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard that and said, If he doesn't come looking for trouble with me, he can still live a while longer. If he's seeking death himself, body can stop it. Shao Kai was stupefied. He did not understand where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Yi Yuan had merely just entered the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and was too far away from the slaughter general's strength. Best to be a little more careful. After this Sageway, inside will be very dangerous. Those corpse guards are extremely hard to tangle with. Want to obtain the treasures inside. One must first deal with those corpse guards, Shao Kai said. Yi Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he got it. He also heard before that inside this dragon sovereign territory had many corpse guards. These corpse guards were undying and indestructible. Their fleshy bodies were incomparably powerful, very troublesome. Very soon, everyone walked to the end of the Sageway. A large hall appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, be more careful. When those corpse guards smell the scent of living people, they will attack over very soon. Everyone each drew their weapons and advanced forward cautiously. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus one black shadow after another dashed out and surrounded everyone very quickly. The number of corpse guards was extremely high. They immediately clashed together with all the slaughter generals. These slaughter generals, many were experts ranked to the front of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. Each and every one of their strength was very formidable. Especially those few who were charging to the front, they struck down several corpse guards the moment they made a move. Although these corpse guards were strong, they did not reach the level of Tier 9 either. Those Heaven Carnage Proclamation powerhouse ranked to the front were basically all peak phaseless realm strength. Dealing with these corpse guards was naturally nothing difficult. Even so, casualties appeared very soon too. Yi Yuan, you follow behind me. Be careful yourself. Shao Kai said. The mission Seeing gave to him was to protect Yi Yuan, because Yi Yuan was too important to her. Xiao Kai was just about to charge forward to fight at close quarters with the corpse guards when Yi Yuan patted his shoulder from behind. These corpse guards, leave it to them to deal with it. Let's go in and search for treasures first, Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. Xiao Kai said, Are you joking? There are corpse guards everywhere. Where do we go in? Yi Yuan fished out a bag of white powder and pies, said to Xiao Kai, saying, Sprinkle on our people. With it, the corpse guards won't attack us. As he said, Yi Yuan grabbed a handful himself and sprinkled it on his own body. After that, he walked into the corpse guard horde with a swagger. Xiao Kai opened his eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Those corpse guard were actually all like they could not see Yi Yuan, all Baipa-s, sing around him. Xiao Kai reacted very quickly and scattered the powder on his body. Then he scattered it over each person on their side. Yi Yuan, just what thing is this powder? Why is it so magical? Xiao Kai asked in disbelief. The gazes the other slaughter generals looked at Yi Yuan were filled with wars. HI+P. Other people were all fighting all out over there, but their 10 over people were actually taking big strutting steps in the corpse guard horde. This was too magical, Yi Yuan said with a smile. This is called corpse powder. After sprinkling it on, our bodies will emit a smell the same as corpses. Those corpses search for targets through the smell of living people. We sprinkled corpse powder on our bodies. They will think that we're the same species and naturally won't attack us. Xiao Kai was dazed when he heard. Raising a thumbs up, he praised in admiration. These corpse guards are extremely troublesome. I heard that the people who entered here the last time, there were half of them who died here. I didn't expect that we don't even need to fight. Yi Yuan said smilingly, fighting and killing this sort of thing, better let other people go and do it. Since Yi Yuan wanted to enter this dragon sovereign territory, he naturally had to inquire clearly about the situation inside here. Hence, before this, he already made a lot of preparations in advance. Yi Yuan, you guys dare to go in first. I'll kill you. We discovered their group of people's abnormal situation and could not refrain from snarling. However, he could only just yell. He was surrounded by 3 to 4 corpse guards himself and was completely unable to extricate himself. It was just that when he saw that those corpse guards actually did not even attack Yi Yuan, he was rather unhappy in his heart. But with Wu He yelling like this, everyone all startled awake and looked at Yi Yuan's group of people in astonishment. Xiao Kai, if you all dare to go in first, you'll be everybody's common enemy. Yi Yuan, you'll die a horrible death. When everyone saw this scene, they were envious and also afraid that Yi Yuan they all would seize the good stuff when they enter first and could only use this kind of method to threaten. It was just that their threats Yi Yuan did not care at all. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, Everybody, warm up your bodies first. We'll go in and be the vanguard for you guys. Ha! Fighting this sort of thing, this he won't keep you company. Done talking, Yi Yuan slowly carried on walking inside. Yi Yuan, you best pray that you don't land in my hands. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Wu He roared. Except, Yi Yuan already walked far away at this time and was utterly disinclined to bother with him. Battle cries shook the heavens inside the Great Hall. Although those slaughter general strengths were very strong, wanting to charge out of the encirclement in a short time was not manageable. They could only watch Yi Yuan, and the others entered inside helplessly. Chapter 904, Incense Burner. Chapter 904, Incense Burner Pa-S. Sing through the Great Hall. No more corpse guards appeared again. At the back of the Great Hall was a side hall. Yi Yuan brought everyone into the side hall. However, inside the side hall was empty. There was no good stuff at all. The last time, they definitely had someone who came in here. Whatever things there were was also taken away by them. There's nothing nice to look at here. We'd better hurry on to other places. Otherwise, when they rush over, it will have nothing to do with us anymore. While talking, everyone was about to leave. Xiao Kai was just about to leave, but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking everywhere and did not have the intention of leaving. Yi Yuan, come on, this place should have long been cleaned out by them. Nothing good to look at, Xiao Kai said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, that might not be so. And could it be that you have some discovery? Shao Kai could not help sizing up this side hall once more. But he still did not discover anything of value. The side hall was not large and could be swept with one glance. There was no way to miss anything. Yi Yuan slowly came to an incense burner table at a corner of the side hall and picked up the incense burner placed on it. This incense burner was damaged and old, looking not at all conspicuous. No matter who looked over, they would not think that it was a treasure either. This incense burner doesn't have the slightest trace of undulation. It's impossible to be a treasure, Shao Kai said. Is that so? Yi Yuan smiled. Grabbing a handful of incense ash from inside the incense burner, he set it to Shao Kai and said, "Eat it." Shao Kai's expression was ugly as he said, "How to eat this thing?" Yi Yuan, you aren't joking, right? Yi Yuan said, "This is the incense ash of heavenly longevity incense. Eating this handful of incense ash can let you extend your longevity by 500 years. If you're not eating, I'll save it for myself. 5 to 500 years. Shao Kai opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of disbelief. One had to know, the 9-yang spring restoring pill, which Yi Yuan made the sole martial divine king, take action to refine merely extended longevity for 300 years. This handful of incense ash could actually extend longevity for 500 years. How heaven-defying was that? If other people said this sort of thing, Shao Kai definitely would not believe. But Yi Yuan was different. Shao Kai had seen before many miracles on him. The credibility of Yi Yuan's words was extremely high. Heavenly longevity incense is an ancient formula. It has already been lost presently. This furnace of incense ash is worth several cities. You're really not going to eat it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I'll eat. Shao Kai carefully received the incense ash in Yi Yuan's hand and swallowed it down in one mouthful. What made him surprised was that this incense ash actually melted in his mouth. Furthermore, it even had a hint of sweetness. It was not disgusting at all. Very soon, a pleasurable sensation went from the bottom of his soul straight to the top of his head, making him have a feeling of remolding himself anew. His face actually became many years younger all at once. This is really too magical. This incense ash actually really has the function of extending longevity. Sensing his vigorous life force, Shao Kai was exceedingly agitated. Big brother Shao, is it really that amazing? Another slaughter general could not sit still anymore when he saw Shao Kai's astonies. Plusing transformation. He was Embark, said to ask Yi Yuan, and could only use this sort of words to approach the subject in a roundabout manner. After all, the treasure was found by Yi Yuan. How to distribute was Yi Yuan's matter. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to worry. Everybody has a share." When everyone heard it, they could not help being exceptionally thrilled. Although there was a portion of the people among them whose age was not old, body would complain about living longer either. To be able to extend longevity by 500 years, this was a tremendous lucky chance. One had to know that 500 years' time was sufficient for them to do anything. Furthermore, the body becoming younger, their chances of breaking through would also become greater. Yi Yuan was not stingy in the slightest, distributing to each person a portion of the heavenly longevity incense's incense ash. Either way, there was a furnace full of incense ash. He did not mind at all. Yi Yuan naturally would not tell them that actually, this incense burner was the most valuable treasure. Other people could not recognize, but Yi Yuan knew the origins of this incense burner. As the divine realm's pinnacle-most alchemist, Yi Yuan had extremely deep research into medicinal cauldrons. In the ancient era, the Dragon Clan had once produced an extremely gifted alchemist before. That dragon race alchemist later affirmed his Tao to become an alchemy God, and the medicinal cauldron he used before becoming an alchemy God was called the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. The Dragon Sovereign Cauldron had a distinguished plusing trait. That was that each refinement would require one to drip in a drop of dragon blood before it could activate the medicinal cauldron's power. And after refining, the dragon sovereign cauldron would become a tiny little incense burner. This tiny little incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand was precisely the dragon sovereign cauldron. This dragon sovereign cauldron, legend said that it was continuously sanctified by that alchemist, reaching the stage of top-grade holy artifact. But due to material quality issues, that alchemist ultimately still did not sanctify it to become a divine artifact. Even so, the dragon sovereign cauldron was also a first-rate medicinal cauldron. Yi Yuan never thought that he could actually acquire the dragon sovereign cauldron in this place. The guys who came in the past plundered this place all around, but they left behind the most valuable thing. But apart from Yi Yuan, one really could not find more than a few people able to recognize the dragon sovereign cauldron and heavenly longevity incense in the divine realm. Yi Yuan put away the dragon sovereign cauldron without batting an eyelid, and the rest were also still immersed in the joy of extending their longevity. As for the heavenly longevity incense's incense ash, Yi Yuan planned on researching it properly later on to see if he could restore the formula or not. This formula was exceedingly valuable. Going out from the side hall, it was a stretch of open area. Not walking far, a road appeared in front of everyone. A stone tablet was erected at the roadside. On the stone tablet, there were 3 words: Yellow Springs Road, Sup 1/Sup. Yi Yuan. This, Shao Kai's expression was solemn as he said. Just hearing this name, this road was not that easy to cross. Yi Yuan nodded and said, there are many ancient array formations on this road. It's probably not that easy to cross. Right at this time, a large group of people suddenly scurried out from behind. It was precisely all the people who were trapped by the corpse guards. Yi Yuan's party had delayed some time in the side hall. It was precisely this period of time that allowed those people to breach the corpse guards' blockade. Ha ha! Yi Yuan, this time, I see where you can still run to. This time, let's settle the old scores and new ones together. Wu Yi's impudent voice sounded out, and he arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. The rest of the people also looked at Yi Yuan with unfriendly expressions. Very clearly, leaving on their own made all of the people very displeased with them. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that quite a number of people probably perished inside the Great Hall. Yi Yuan, you're too much. This time, no body can save you. Even Mo Shang voiced out too. Yi Yuan's actions prior to this actually incurred the wrath of everyone. Everyone surrounded Yi Yuan's group in the center all at once. They were actually planning on catching the whole lot at once. At this time, Wu Yi suddenly noticed Shao Kai's transformation and questioned, Shao Kai, what good stuff did you guys obtain? Why do you seem to be much younger all of a sudden? Wu Yi's words startled everyone. They looked towards Si Yin's lot and discovered that each and every one of them was substantially younger and could not help being incomparably astonished. Without a doubt, during this period of the time that both sides separated, Yi Yuan's group obtained some incredible thing. Yi Yuan said smilingly, it's also nothing much. I just obtained some heavenly longevity incense's ashes and let Shao Kai, they all extend their longevity by 500 years. That's all. Chapter 905, Batter to Death in One Palm. Chapter 905, Batter to Death in One Palm. Extend longevity by 500 years. The moment Yi Yuan said these words, everyone drew a cold breath of air. Their eyes revealed an incomparably scorching look. Yi Yuan, if you're sensible, surrender the treasure. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. We said sternly. Another person said, Yi Yuan, I can give you an opportunity. As long as you surrender the treasure to me, I can ensure your safety. With me around, body will dare to touch you. This person's name was called Zhong Wubing, the #1 slaughter general under Exalt Netherkill's command. His strength was unfathomable. When Wu Yi heard that, his expression changed, but he did not make a sound tactfully. In front of Zhong Wubing, he still did not have the capital to pick a quarrel. Yi Yuan suddenly burst into laughter when he heard that and said, looking at your appearances, each and every one of you are certain that you've cornered this little lord, right? Zhong Wubing said with any joy nor sorrow. Could it be that until now, You're still hoping to get lucky? You guys go find your treasures and not come to provoke this little lord, and you all can still live for a little longer. Yet you all don't open your eyes and seek death. I could do nothing about it either, Yi Yuan said with a helpless look. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain where Yi Yuan's sense of superiority came from. This place had as many experts as clouds. Someone like Zhong Wubbing was even at the top of the list on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. What right did Yi Yuan have to raise a hue here? Could it be that this brat lost his mind? Conceited and arrogant. Wu He, your matters, I won't intervene. As for the treasure, you know it, Zhong Wubbing said coolly. Wu He was secretly delighted. Zhong Wubbing's meaning was to split the treasure equally. But he also knew that heavenly longevity incense's effect was only one time too. Consuming again definitely would not have an effect anymore. Rest assured, Boss Zhong, this Wu naturally understands. Wu had to look like he had cornered Yi Yuan. He said smugly, Brat, I told you long ago, don't land in my hands. But you refused to listen. Today, I'll let you have a taste of this Wu's methods. Xiao Kai's expression fell, but he blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, Wu He, want to touch Yi Yuan? Go through me first. Xiao Kai, you still haven't come to understand until now. Just the likes of you want to stop me too? Wu said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan patted Xiao Kai's shoulder and said calmly, This sort of trash, I'll take care of it myself. Xiao Kai was really speechless. Yi Yuan was too self-absorbed. This sort of tall talk, not afraid of spraining his tongue when saying it out loud. Wu He was a powerhouse ranked in the top 100 of the Heaven Enlightenment realm. There were really not many phaseless realm martial artists who were his match. Yi Yuan was merely Heaven Enlightenment realm. Even if he was any more powerful, it was impossible to be Wu He's match too. Fool! I'll let you take a look at what's called absolute strength. Wu snorted coldly. The pressure of a 9th-level phaseless realm instantly erupted. The whole process from beginning to end was incomparably Astoni's. I+ing. The newly issued Heaven Carnage Proclamation this time, Wu He advanced 30 over places all at once. His improvement speed is 2 Astoni's. I+ing. Yeah, the improvement speed of those under Exalt Blazing Fire's command is very Astoni's. I+ing. Given time, he is very likely to become an existence on the same level as Exalt Coldblood. Yi Yuan is also grossly estimating himself too much. Even if he can enter the Heaven Carnage Proclamation, powerhouses ranked in the top 100 are also not what his cultivation can challenge. We had the intention of showing off as well, exploding with all of his power all at once. Quite a few people were secretly alarmed when they saw this scene. Seeing everyone reveal astonished expressions, Wu He was secretly pleased with himself too. Yi Yuan, do you see it? This is the disparity between you and me. A measly little Heaven Enlightenment realm actually dares to be arrogant in front of me. Go to H-E-L-L. A shocking punch hurled head-on at Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Then a palm smacked out, coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm. This time, there was no azure dragon galloping forward. Just a strange energy undulation transmitted out. Bang! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Wu He was directly blasted until fresh blood spurted wildly, collapsing on the ground in a dead faint. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wubbing's pupils constricted. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was incomparably sharp. He very much wanted to see just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to defeat Wu He. However, he could not tell it all. Zhong Wubbing admitted that the power of this palm was very formidable. But to say that it could deal with Wu He, that was something impossible. But what went wrong in between this? Zhong Wubbing could not figure out after racking his brains. Yi Yuan lightly swept past everyone's eyes and slowly opened his mouth and said, Now, who else wants to come forward and give it a shot? Places that Yi Yuan swept past, the people all lowered their heads, not daring to look Yi Yuan in the eye. This palm of Yi Yuan's directly suppressed all the people. Finally, Yi Yuan's gaze stopped on Zhong Wubbing, and he said with a faint smile, Boss Zhong, why not? You come and give it a try yourself? This heavenly longevity incense ash can extend longevity by 500 years. Zhong Wubbing's expression turned black, not quite able to maintain his dignity anymore. But Yi Yuan's appearance with nothing to fear, he really could not quite figure it out. This brat was too abnormal. Clearly only had Heaven Enlightenment realm strength, but could smack Wu He to heavy injuries with one palm. Even Zhong Wubbing himself could not possibly do it to this step so easily either. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus. Not good. Wu He's protective SH. E. L. I was broken and already triggered the grand array. Someone cried out. Right at this time, a strange white-colored flame descended from the skies, directly enveloping Wu He inside. It only used 2 breaths of time, and Wu He's entire person was burned to a pile of black charcoal before that tuft of white flames disappeared. The high and mighty Wu He was obliterated by the grand array, just like this. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked inwardly. The power of this white flame was too horrifying. Even if Exalt CLA S came in, it was certain death too. No wonder the last time actually had 2 Exalt CLA S who perished in here. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wubbing's expression also changed. The idea of making a move immediately vanished without a trace, and he opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan, "Looks like it was I who underestimated you. Starting from now, everybody search for treasures by relying on own skill." Hearing this, everyone's hearts jolted. What kind of person was Boss Zhong? He actually shrunk back. Zhong Wubbing's words were equivalent to acknowledging Yi Yuan's equal footing status as him. Zhong Wubbing had always been a man of his word in the Azura arena. Today, he actually yielded to a brat at the bottom of the Heaven Carnage proclamation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, wouldn't it be settled if you said so earlier? You had to find a person to come out and court death. You guys have an appearance like you're bound by a common hatred for the same enemy. It's really hilarious to the max. I have means to avoid those corpse guards, so why should I accompany you all to clash bitterly together? If it were you guys, would you do it?" Yi Yuan's words were incomparably arrogant, but what he said was the truth. If other people had the means to avoid those corpse guards, it was impossible to wait for the others. The reason why these people behaved like they were bounded by a common hatred for the same enemy, wasn't it still because they saw that Yi Yuan's party was easy to bully? But they never would have thought that it would actually because of such an outcome in the end. Chapter 906, Blindly Copying Others and Making Oneself Looks Foolish. Chapter 906, Blindly Copying Others and Making Oneself Looks Foolish. How did you do it, Yi Yuan? It's really too liberating. Wu He, that dog normally always bully us. This time, you helped us to take revenge. The one talking was called Run, a slaughter general under Si Yin's command. His age was not young, but his strength was uncommon. It was just that with his strength, he would normally just be bullied by Wu He as well. Today, Yi Yuan killing Wu He with one palm awed all of the heroes, making the melancholy pin up in his chest finally get released. Along with that, he also wars. H.I. plus ped Yi Yuan to the max Si Yin's lot was indeed normally too weak. When they were bullied normally, they felt indignant, but did not dare to speak out as well. And Run had never felt like this. Today, he was able to straighten his back and stand proud. Even the powerful Zhong Wubbing made a concession in front of Yi Yuan's domineerness too. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You just have to know that inside this dragon sovereign territory, I'm his strongest." Actually, when Yi Yuan saw that air bubble outside the entrance, he already had a well-thought-out plan in mind. Otherwise, how could he possibly sell these air bubbles to those exalts? The principle of how that light green protective L formed was actually dragon waves vibrations. Especially after entering the dragon's sovereign territory, Yi Yuan even confirmed his own judgment. The Grand Array selected its attack targets through the vibration frequency emitted from the protective ELLS. Yi Yuan could feel that the Grand Array selection frequency reached the terrifying spirit rank. But this was nothing to Yi Yuan, which was also to say that even if he did not use this protective He could also be perfectly safe and sound inside the Grand Array. While to the rest of the people, although this protective I could ensure their safety, it was equivalent to adding a shackle onto them. Yi Yuan could transit onto their protective LS through the dragon wave's vibrations, and from there, magnify the power of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm by several dozen times. Such a horrifying attack. How could Wu He withstand it? Just one palm shattered his protective Dragon Wave was the Dragon Clan's undisclosed secret. It was impossible for the Sky Long Ridge's Long family to grasp this method of applying power to. The Long family's application of dragon blood was still on developing its bloodline power to cis cultivation. That was all. And Run raised a thumbs up and said, "Big brother Yi, in the future, I and Run will be your little brother. If there are any instructions, feel free to send little brother to go do." Ouch, who kicked me? Xiao Kai gave him a surprise kick to the B. Kicking him out far away, and said with a black face, "Look at how shameful you are. When you just entered the heavenly slaughter pit, weren't you still sowing discord in front of Exaltine?" Indeed, at that time, those people felt that Yi Yuan was deliberately dragging the time. Among the people criticizing was Run. It was just that Circu. Stances have changed with the passing of time, and Ren's view of Yi Yuan already underwent an upheaval change. And Ren scratched his head and said Embara said, "At that time, wasn't I unfamiliar with our big brother Yi?" Haha. Yi Yuan smiled and said indifferently, "No worries. Since we came in, I can't very well let you guys return empty-handed." And Ren's eyes lit up, and he said in delight, "Thanks a lot, big brother Yi." But Xiao Kai's expression was not too good. He moved close to Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, I heard that the last time they entered the dragon's sovereign territory, they suffered disastrous losses on this Yellow Springs Road." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "This Yellow Springs Road, saying that it's hard, it's also hard. To say that it's not hard either. In a while, you all relax your whole body. Body is allowed to draw on the slightest bit of essence energy. Just pretend to be my puppets. Otherwise, if you trigger the array formations, don't blame me for that." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts turned cold. If it were before, they naturally would not choose to hand their lives over to another person. But now, they already trusted Yi Yuan unconditionally. Without Yi Yuan, they could not have even walked to the Yellow Springs Road. At this time, the group of martial artists hesitated in front of the Yellow Springs Road. Body dared to be the first one to get on it. "You guys look, that's the Zhao Tianxiang under Exalt Netherkill's command the previous time. His strength was no less than Wu He's. He actually perished on this road too. This Yellow Springs Road is truly worthy of its name. With our strength, getting on it is undoubtedly seeking death. But we've already arrived here. If we don't go in, who is willing to be reconciled to it? Obtaining the treasures inside. Maybe one will be able to reach the heavens in one bound." Indeed, the last time the dragon's sovereign territory opened, the greatest beneficiary was Exalt Blazing Fire. He obtained a heaven-defying treasure in here. That's how he was able to ascend to the position of Exalt in one step. The last time the dragon's sovereign territory opened, Exalt Blazing Fire was still just a slaughter general. But his luck was very good. That was how he ascended to the heavens in one step after finding a heaven-defying treasure on the Yellow Springs Road. Furthermore, Blazing Fire was also not the strongest one among the people who entered that time, but he had the last laugh. How could such an example not make these people envious? Except, regarding the Yellow Springs Road's danger, they were very clear. Even if they were not clear about it, those skeletal remains ahead were still visible before their eyes. Even someone as powerful as Zhong Wubing did not depart at this time too. Very clearly, on this Yellow Springs Road, the farther one walked, the more clearly one could see the exact details of the Yellow Springs Road. The assurance of pious. Sing through would naturally be the greatest as well. Make way, make way. Are you guys going? If you're not going, I'm going. Don't block other people's path. Yi Yuan's careless voice sounded out, incurring a series of sidelong glances. Unconsciously, everyone opened up a path for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan brought Si Yin's lot of people and came in front of the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at this scene, Zhong Wubing's face fell slightly. He clearly also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually dare to be the first one to go. However, Yi Yuan's decisiveness without the slightest hesitation exceeded everyone's expectations. It was only to see him stride a step out without the least bit of hesitation, and he directly got on the Yellow Springs Road. Following this stride, everyone's heart involuntarily twinged fiercely, afraid that there would be something indeterminable happening. Yet nothing happened at all. The Yellow Springs Road was as calm as before, peaceful until it made people somewhat afraid. Strands of essence energy threads twined up the whole of Si Yin's lot. Each and every one of them relaxed their entire bodies, not daring to utilize a shred of essence energy. At this time, their bodies were covered in threads everywhere, finally converging into a line. And the other end of the line was precisely grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan's casually led their group of people all onto the Yellow Springs Road. Safe. It was still safe. On the Yellow Springs Road, there were no happenings at all. Quick, keep up. Everyone reacted to it as well, wanting to barge onto the Yellow Springs Road with Si Yin's lot. Chi, a tuft of flames suddenly descended, directly burning the few martial artists who followed subsequently into ashes. The footwork Yi Yuan's feet followed was extremely profound. If one did not understand the profundities of array formations, there was simply no way to keep up. They thought that would be fine by following Yi Yuan's footwork. But the final result was a tragedy. When Zhong Wubing saw this scene before his eyes, the expression on his face was very ugly too. Actually, he wanted to follow Yi Yuan's footwork onto the Yellow Springs Road just now too, but he still endured it at the final second. Otherwise, how could it be those guys turn to go up? As expected, if this Yellow Springs Road could be crossed by blindly imitating others, then it would not be called Yellow Springs Road either. Chapter 907, Redirecting the Troubled Waters. Chapter 907, Redirecting the Troubled Waters. Stepping onto the Yellow Springs Road, Yi Yuan did not dare to relax in the slightest either. If he was all alone, fine, but on his hands were carrying over 10 wooden puppets. He needed to control each person's footwork. There could not be the slightest degree of error. One could say that he was currently juggling over 10 things at the same time. Only Yi Yuan's heaven-defying soul force could sustain his present sort of manipulation. This Yellow Springs Road absolutely lived up to its name. It was completely different from the array formations Yi Yuan encountered in the past. On this road, there were over a dozen ancient array formations. They interweaved between each other and were interdependent. Not only was their power extraordinary, but they were also intricate and complex, undergoing a myriad of changes in the twinkle of an eye. The footwork Yi Yuan was manipulating the others with was changing at every second, and not identical with his own footwork. For the other martial artists to want to pot S through the Yellow Springs Road based on Yi Yuan's footwork was simply a fool's talk. Facing these ancient array formations that were all extremely rarely seen array formations, if Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, they should all be the Dragon Clan's array formation. Yi Yuan could only accomplish Pa-S, sing through, and was unable to control freely like in the past. Shao Kai and Run and the rest were all sweating profusely, being controlled in Yi Yuan's hands. But they did not dare to have the slightest trace of their own actions. The sound of those few people's shrill screams earlier were still reverberating beside their ears. With their strength, once they were attacked by the array formations, then there was only a road that led to death. But what made them even more shocked was that Yi Yuan could actually accomplish such an inconceivable thing. One had to know, carrying over 10 puppets in one's hands while Pa-S sing through such a terrifying grand array, how great a nerve did this require? How precise and subtle the soul, force, and essence energy, as well as how startling the formation's Tao attainments. In their view, this was simply an impossible task. Yet, Yi Yuan was indeed currently realizing it step by step. Mo Shang, let's go. Right this time, Zhong Wubbing, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Mo Shang could not help turning blank and said, right now, they did not have Yi Yuan's heaven-defying formations Dao attainments. Charging forward at this time, they were bound to trigger the array formations. Once the array formations were set up, Yi Yuan would surely be affected too. Zhong Wubbing suddenly mentioning to charge onto the Yellow Springs Road at this time. His goal was already understood without further explanations. That's right. I want to take a look at to what extent can this brat be heaven-defying too. Zhong Wubbing said with a cold sneer. Exalt Netherkill's party only had 8 people, but these 8 people's strengths were incomparably formidable. Furthermore, Exalt Netherkill was bound to have already prepared for many contingencies for the sake of this trip. They probably came for the sake of forcefully Russ. Plussing through the formations. It was just that this timing of barging through the formations was a bit too vicious. But to the people in Azura Arena, vicious this term seemed to be somewhat overly pedestrian. Zhong Wubbing leaped and directly entered the Yellow Springs Road. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He did not have Yi Yuan's swift and fierce footwork. The moment he got on, he triggered the Grand Array. The other 7 people under Exalt Netherkill's command did not hesitate in the slightest too, directly leaping up. Fierce flames instantly engulfed the 7 of them. But the others knew that there was no way Zhong Wubbing would perish in the sea of fire just like that. Exalt Netherkill was the one with the deepest foundations among all of the Exalts. Since he already knew that there was a Yellow Springs Road here, how could he possibly not leave some trump cards for Zhong Wubbing and the rest? Sure enough, rays of chilly spectral light radiated out of the fire sea and actually isolated off this fierce sea of fire. Profound, shallow birdcage. My G-O-D. Exalt Netherkill actually handed this high-grade isotribute holy artifact to them. When everyone saw that treasure held in Zhong Wubbing's hands, a wave of exclamations immediately sounded out. That pure, white little pigeon cage gave off waves of profound, ice-colored, ghostly lights, and actually isolated off such a fierce fire sea. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The array formations on the Yellow Springs Road were all closely linked to one another. 8 experts coming up on this side, all at once already set off the Grand Array. Scorching flames actually spread over towards the front. Sensing that surging fire sea at the back, Yin's lot all felt waves of chills down their spines, cold sweat pouring profusely. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhong Wubbing's mouth showed a mocking expression. Brat, you're still a little tender to be fighting with me. I want to see just how you escape this fire sea. Zhong Wubbing said with a cold smile. Sensing everyone's thoughts become unsteady, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, focus your mind and be unmoved. If you guys don't wish to die, then you can only trust me. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts S-H-I plus vered, and they hurriedly put away their thoughts. But their bodies did not dare to even have any bit of movement. At this point, apart from choosing to believe Yi Yuan, they already had no other choices. Rather than their minds wavering and landing in the array formation, might as well let Yi Yuan control. Yi Yuan's measures, they had already experienced it. Maybe he could still create a miracle now. Yi Yuan's fingers were like they were flying. The footwork under his feet also accelerated. All at once, Yi Yuan's speed increased. However, Yi Yuan naturally had to pay a corresponding price too. The speed of his soul force and essence energy consumption was rising sharply. Everybody together, whether you live or die, we each rely on our own means. Seeing that Zhong Wubbing they all already got on the Yellow Springs Road, the rest could not endure it anymore either. All das. Plussing onto it. Although Zhong Wubbing was powerful, the other camp's powerhouses were not few either. Furthermore, entering the dragon's sovereign territory this time, everybody had ample preparations. For some time, everyone was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, Each displayed their divine abilities, sup. One magic weapon after the other flew everywhere. The most inferior was also a low-grade holy artifact. Seemed like in order to enter the dragon's sovereign territory this time, each of the exalts poured in the blood capital. With exalt blazing fire, this example here, these exalts were clearly no longer calm either. But this move of employing one magic weapon after another seemed to have infuriated the entire grand array all of a sudden. Rumble. Bolts of dense lightning descended with a roar, directly bombarding on everyone's magic weapons. Magic weapons that were slightly weaker were directly shattered. Arg! For a moment, miserable cries echoed together. The Yellow Springs Road became the human world's Azura arena, sup. Hearing such miserable cries, Shao Kai and they all each had Guseb. MPS all over their bodies. They could clearly sense that Yi Yuan increased speed. Shao Kai could not resist sneaking a glance at Yi Yuan and could not help being startled inwardly. Not a hint of panic could be seen on Yi Yuan's face. His entire person seemed to have entered some sort of very mysterious state. Underneath Yi Yuan's foot, the movement became faster and faster. The movements of his hands similarly became increasingly faster. Shao Kai could not help shockingly discover that not only did their group of people not receive any aftershocks, they pulled apart the distance from over there instead. Yi Yuan's speed was actually even faster than the speed Zhong Wubbing, and they all were advancing at. How is this possible? One had to know that Yi Yuan was currently doing over a dozen things at the same time, and each thing placed on other people was an impossible task. Under such circumstances, Yi Yuan's speed did not reduce. It increased instead. This was also too heaven-defying, right? Zhong Wubbing also felt very unpleasant right now. But when his gaze fleeted sideways at Yi Yuan, his expression instantly became incomparably ugly. Chapter 908, Eating Dust. Chapter 908, Eating Dust. The martial artists entering the Yellow Springs Road became more and more. The power of the array formations was also increasing continuously. Apart from lighting and fire, these two types of attributes, several more kinds of attribute attacks landed. For some time, the entire Yellow Springs Road was incomparably chaotic. Zhong Wubbing cursed incessantly in his heart and wished that he could kill off all of those fellows. But at this time, his spirit was willing, but his strength was lacking as well. Although the profound shallow birdcage was a high-grade holy artifact, under such fierce attacks, it appeared rather hard-pressed to tackle all the problems too. In the beginning, he still had some strength to spare. But later on, not just him, even the rest of the people must pull out all stops too, before they could barely hold on. Yi Yuan's speed became increasingly faster. His heart realm entered a kind of mysterious state, making him have an all-round increase in control in all aspects. Yi Yuan knew that under an extreme situation, his heart realm that entered a bottleneck finally broke through. If dividing according to cultivation realms, Yi Yuan should have entered heart like Monolith's middle stage. After breaking through, his analytical abilities had a tremendous increase, making him have a huge increase in cracking speed when facing the ancient array formations on the one hand. On the other hand, controlling those companions also became even more skillful and accomplished with ease. This way, Yi Yuan's advancement speed naturally became much faster. The Yellow Springs Road was roughly 10,000 feet in distance from start to finish. Yi Yuan's speed became faster the more he walked, and he reached the end very soon. But at this point, Zhong Wubbing they all merely walked half of the journey. Swuz. H. Plus Swuz. H. Plus Swuz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaping out of the Yellow Springs Road. Then with a wave of his hand, the rest also came out safe and sound. Big Brother Yi, you're too incredible. I really idolize you to death. Emran immediately jumped up in excitement. Shao Kai was more reserved, but this time, he was unbelievably agitated too. Yi Yuan, did you break through in Heart Realm? From Yi Yuan's state, it was not hard to determine that Yi Yuan must have had a breakthrough in Heart Realm. Furthermore, To be able to accomplish it to Yi Yuan's extent, his heart realm was inevitably terrifyingly high. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards Zhong Wubbing rather amusedly, and he said with a smile, "This was all thanks to our boss, Zhong. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Shouldn't we repay in kind too?" Yi Yuan deliberately poured in essence energy, making his voice penetrate through the array formations and transmit into everyone's ears. The moment Zhong Wubbing heard, his expression could not help changing drastically. He never would have thought that he failed to bury Yi Yuan, but let Yi Yuan had a breakthrough instead. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to turn around and bury him in turn. Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand, and it was a palm, directly rumbling into the grand array. Charging over this whole way, Yi Yuan was already very familiar with this set of interlinking array formations. He only unleashed one move, but it set off the grand array's chain reaction. All of a sudden, the grand array's attacks became several times fiercer. This spreading out and affecting everyone all of a sudden, another series of tragic screams rang out again. The various exalts' 10 years of painstaking preparations were all gone under this blow. Bang, bang, bang. One round of attacks landing, half of the martial artists directly perished. Even Zhong Wubbing side lost as many as 3 all at once too. Those left were all elites among elites. It was just that these elites, each and every one of their conditions were very bad as well. Apart from top-level powerhouses like Zhong Wubbing, they all suffered varying degrees of injuries. There was still less than half of the journey remaining, but it was not such an easy matter for them to want to pull through. The present Zhong Wubbing did not even have a chance to shout curses. It was only to see him teetering on his feet, exhausted from dealing with attacks from all directions. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "Let them busy away first. Let's go search for treasures first." Ha! These bunch of fellows actually dare to use an underhanded move against our bossy. Serve them right to follow behind our ace. SES and eat dust. Azan Run laughed loudly. He followed behind Yi Yuan gleefully, the appearance of a vile character intoxicated by success. Clearing the Yellow Springs Road, what entered their eyes was a small 2-story pavilion. Seeing this pavilion, the group of people was all very excited. They knew that Exalt Blazing Fire obtained the treasure here. That was how he ascended to the sky in one leap, becoming an Exalt. "Go in then," Yi Yuan said. Seeing everyone's looks of burning eagerness, Yi Yuan could not help telling them this with a smile. The bunch of people scrambled after one another and entered into the building. Yi Yuan observed around. This place did not have any eye-catching aspects. It was just that this building's first floor was clearly also cleaned out by people before. The things left were already not many. "High-grade holy artifact," someone suddenly cried out. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. The rest of the people also saw it. A sword rack was placed in the corner. Displayed on it was an exquisite treasure sword. Looking at the treasure sword's aura, it was absolutely a high-grade holy artifact without a doubt. Seeing the treasure sword, there was someone who could not contain himself and wanted to make a move to take it. "Stop!" Yi Yuan shouted sternly. That person's body shuddered, and he involuntarily stopped the movements of his hands and legs. "Be Boss Yi, what is it?" That person said quiveringly with fear. Hearing Yi Yuan bark so sternly, that person was also somewhat quaking with fear. Yi Yuan casually took a piece of wood and threw over. It was only to see a ghostly light flash past. With a whoosh, the wood was directly vaporized. That person could not help shrinking back when he saw the situation. Only then did he know that he already circled one round around the gates of H, L, and back. Even a fool can see that that is a high-grade holy artifact. You think that they won't retrieve it the last time they came over? You look, there still has a pile of ashes over there. It must be a martial artist who triggered the restriction and was burned to death. To be able to walk in here, there were definitely people whose strength were overwhelming. Even they could not retrieve the treasure sword. Can you collect it? Yi Yuan said softly. That person spat out his tongue, aware that he was too careless. He thought that going across the Yellow Springs Road Inside this pavilion building was just like that side hall. There was no dangers anymore. He really did not expect that danger was hidden everywhere. But he was also groveling on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan already. Yi Yuan had just entered this pavilion building too, but already observed all of the subtle aspects. Then we can only watch blankly? The person said rather unwillingly. To be able to be surrounded by such a powerful restriction, this treasure sword definitely had extraordinary aspects. Perhaps it was not as simple as just a high-grade holy artifact. Giving up just like this, how could they be willing to accept it? High-grade holy artifact. Even in the Azura arena, it was extremely seldom seen too. Under normal circumstances, only Exalt SES could possess a high-grade holy artifact. It was already very impressive for them, these slaughter generals, to be able to own a middle-grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that. Already came in. How can we return empty-handed? As he said, Yi Yuan slowly took a few steps forward and actually directly walked over towards that treasure sword. When everyone saw this scene, their countenance could not help changing suddenly. Boss Yi, that restriction, Unrun shouted at the top of his voice, wanted to go up and pull Yi Yuan. But the moment he made a move, Yi Yuan slipped away like a loach. He grabbed onto thin air. Everyone's hearts seized up, and they could not resist closing their eyes. But when they opened their eyes, Yi Yuan already picked up that treasure sword and started playing with it in his hand. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what happened. Such a powerful restriction. How come Yi Yuan was fine when he went in? Chapter 909. He cannot doesn't mean that I can't. Chapter 909. He cannot doesn't mean that I can't. Restriction? This restriction practically only exists in name to me, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This restriction was the same as the Grand Array, both triggered with Dragon Wave as the condition. As long as Yi Yuan adjusted his own Dragon Wave vibration frequency to become the same as the restriction, PAS, sync through this restriction was something that could be easily accomplished. Everyone exchanged glances, not sure what they should say. There was still a pile of ashes on the floor, but Yi Yuan said that this restriction existed only in name. What else could they still say? This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. No matter how difficult a matter was, it would become very easy when it reached his hands. This skill to turn something rotten into something magical made each and every one of them admire endlessly. Even Shao Kai was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan at this time too. Even Zhong Wubbing repeated suffered losses at Yi Yuan's hands. What reason did he have to not be willing to submit? Therefore, regarding everyone correcting themselves and calling Yi Yuan boss, he did not have any temper at all. If it was not due to pride, he himself would want to call boss too. Boss Yi, does this treasure sword have any special aspects? And Ren had a lackey appearance as he moved closer in front of Yi Yuan. Want to look? Take it then. Yi Yuan casually threw the sword to Enrun with a look of indifference. It was like Enrun had found a precious treasure, holding the treasure sword up, unable to put it down. Clank! The sword was unsheathed from the scabbard. A wave of extremely apprehensive sharp light instantly filled the entire pavilion building. Fine sword. Fine sword. A wave of marveling praises echoed out. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You should be a sword user, right? Give you this sword." What? Enrun could not quite believe his own ears, resulting in somewhat stuttering when talking. I said, "Give you this sword to use." Enrun opened his eyes wide. The rest also opened their eyes wide and did not come back to their senses. This was a high-grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan actually gave it away at the drop of a hat? Forget about them, these slaughter generals. Even if the Exalts came here, they would definitely get into a free-for-all fight when they see this high-grade holy artifact too. Yi Yuan actually gave it to Enrun with a casual manner, just like this. When they came back to their senses, everyone looked at Enrun with envious looks. At the same time, they themselves were also seized with regret. If they knew long ago, they would have licked Boss Ye's boots like Enrun. This was a high-grade holy artifact. You guys don't need to be envious of him either. I reckon that the second floor should still have quite a number of good stuff. At that time, you will all benefit, Yi Yuan said coolly. We all have a share? Everyone did not know what they should say already. This was also too generous, right? Yi Yuan, this is a high-grade holy artifact. Don't you want it? Shao Kai said in disbelief. These toys, I have no need for them. Just give them to you then. But you all got to be a little more careful after you go out and not easily expose these things. Otherwise, it will draw a fatal disaster, Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone was speechless. They perceived it. Yi Yuan really turned his nose up at it. This sword, when placed outside, would definitely draw a wave of BLOOD. Storm. But Yi Yuan actually held it in total contempt. This world was too crazy. Although this sword was decent, it was still far too lacking compared to the Star Moon sword. Furthermore, the strength unleashed by this high-grade holy artifact in Yi Yuan's hands was even inferior to the Star Moon sword. It was really useless for him to claim it. Actually, Yi Yuan's greatest killing tool was not the Star Moon sword, but the vast Heaven Pag. At present, Yi Yuan could already preliminarily control the vast Heaven Pag. Slaying his opponents was just a matter of snapping his fingers. It was just that up till the present moment, no one could force him to this step yet, that was all. The vast Heaven Pag. To probably already infinitely approached a divine artifact. Once it was exposed, there would be endless problems. Compared to the vast Heaven Pag. All these high-grade holy artifacts. Yi Yuan naturally looked down on them in disdain. Alright, the first floor shouldn't have any good stuff anymore. Let's better go up to the second floor, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan came to the second floor's entrance. A transparent light screen blocked in front of him. A restriction again. Why are there restrictions everywhere inside this dragon's sovereign territory? Someone grumbled. Yi Yuan said smilingly. This restriction doesn't have offensive power and also can't be opened using other methods. Want to enter the next floor? One can only break it with force. If I didn't guess wrongly, body should have stepped into the second floor yet. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. If no one had stepped foot into the second floor before, didn't that mean that the treasures upstairs were all accounted for? Boss, let me this time. Just acquired this dragon spring sword. Perfect to use it for practice. And run summed the responsibility. And Ren already dripped blood to have it acknowledged as its master, and got to know that this treasure sword's name was called Dragon Spring Sword. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not say anything. And Ren's ranking on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation was not low. He was in existence second only to Shao Kai among Si Yin's lot. Obtaining the Dragon Spring Sword this time, he was naturally itching to have a go. Destruction's sword. And Ren gave a fierce cry. An incredibly powerful sword intent stabbed towards the light screen. Boom! And Ren was directly blasted flying out SMAs. Plussing heavily onto the wall. Ouch! And Ren gave a miserable wail, all the bones in his body almost falling apart. The faces of Shao Kai and the rest all changed. They did not expect that this light screen actually had such power. Looks like we overestimated our strength. Since body has stepped foot into the second floor, it means that Exalt Blazing Fire couldn't go up either. Even he couldn't break this restriction with his strength. How are we able to break it with just us? These people. Shao Kai suddenly came to his senses and said, rather dispiritedly. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, this restriction, forget about the blazing fire back then. Even if the current blazing fire came, he definitely can't break it either. Hearing these words, everyone's countenance changed even more. When blazing fire entered here back then, he had not reached Exalt level yet. His strength was also far from what it could be compared to presently. This 10 years' time, blazing fire's improvement was evident to all. His strength was already comparable to some of the veteran Exalts already. But Yi Yuan said that even the present blazing fire could not do it. Then this light screen, who else was able to break it? As expected, it was still nothing more than wishful thinking on our part. Shao Kai said with a bitter smile. He cannot. Doesn't mean that I can't. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. These words were rather arrogant, no matter how one looked at it. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to be Blazing Fire's match either. But Yi Yuan said that he could break this light screen. How is this possible? Don't believe it? All back away from me and watch carefully. Yi Yuan said confidently. Not that Shao Kai did not believe, but Yi Yuan's raised the starting point too high. An exalt strength was not what these slaughter generals, could compare to. Even Zhong Wubing could not withstand a single blow in front of an exalt too. Who was Yi Yuan to break this light screen? However, doubt was doubt. But there was a voice sounding out in their hearts. That was that Yi Yuan could do it. Yi Yuan came before the light screen and slowly shut his eyes. At the same time, all the dragon blood in his body started boiling over. A bizarre vibration started revolving within Yi Yuan's body. The frequency of this vibration became increasingly higher and progressively closer together. Later, Yi Yuan's whole body actually emitted an extremely mysterious sensation. When Shao Kai and the rest saw this scene, they could not help revealing dumbfounded looks of amazement. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Yi Yuan revolved the dragon wave to the limits. A palm rumbled out in a manner that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Chapter 9:10, Successor. Chapter 9:10, Successor Bang. The palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas was as if it was a clay ox that plummeted into the sea, never to be heard of again. It did not cause much of a reaction to the light screen. Boss Yi, this, and Rin said rather hesitantly. This palm of Boss Ye's, the power did not even look as powerful as his. Hitting onto the light screen, there was no reaction at all. At the very least, he was even blasted flying. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Lifting his leg, he walked over towards the light screen and actually pass, said right through the light screen. And Rin's mouth opened wide, his face full of disbelief. This meant that the light screen could already be pass, said through. Come on in. What are you still in a daze for? Only then didn't Rin abruptly startled awake and said fawningly, Boss is the boss. Really too impressive. Dragon Wave was where the core of the Dragon Clan's martial techniques was at. Inside this Dragon Sovereign territory, it could not shake off the application of Dragon Wave in all aspects. This light screen in front of them was to test the strength of the intruder's Dragon Wave. Even if the Dragon Clan's geniuses were present, it was also not possible to easily burst through this light screen, because its lowest requirement towards Dragon Wave was Spirit Rank Dragon Wave. Yi Yuan was a Stonies. H.I. plus Ingli gifted in the cultivation of Dragon Wave. That was how he could cultivate to the middle stage Spirit Rank at such an age. If it was a Dragon Race's genius, it was still impossible to reach the Spirit Rank at this age. One had to know that Long Tongue, that level of earth-shaking powerhouse, also spent 100 years' time to cultivate to Heaven-Rank Dragon Wave, let alone Spirit Rank. To be able to cultivate to middle-stage Spirit Rank, it could probably be counted on one's fingers in the Dragon Clan now, too. Entering the pavilion's second floor, and Rin and the rest immediately held their breaths, their eyes emitting a dazzling light. That is a Tier 9 medicinal pill. That's a high-grade holy artifact. That's a Tier 9 cultivation method. On the second floor, all of it was actually Tier 9 items. This place was simply a treasure vault. Briefly counting it, there were actually as many as over 20 items. Such a haul was too heaven-defying. Haha, Yi Yuan, really thank you so much. I didn't expect that you actually broke this second floor's restriction. It really took me by surprise. These treasures, I'll help you put them away. Right at this time, Zhong Wubing's voice suddenly sounded out. Over a dozen figures dashed inside all of a sudden, directly blocking the entrance leading to the first floor. Looking at how it was, they were going to catch a turtle in a jar. Seeing these dozen over people, Shao Kai's expression changed. Looks like charging over from the Yellow Springs Road. There were only these dozen over people left. But these dozen over people were all characters ranked at the top of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. Even the lowest ranking one had top 50 strength. Looks like these people already reached some sort of tacit understanding and wanted to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan. These dozen over people joining hands was no trivial matter. Although Yi Yuan crushed Wu He to death with one palm, facing the teaming up of these dozen over people, it was likely still not too optimistic. Wu Yi's strength was too far away from these people. Furthermore, it was even these dozen over people joining hands. Yi Yuan, you're too arrogant. Thanks to you, the others are all dead. But this is good too. The rest are all dead. There's N, O, body to S, N, A, T, C, H treasures with us. Want to blame? Blame your arrogance. Although I don't know what method you use to scam Wu He to death, facing our dozen over people's teaming up, even if you have any more tricks, it's a straight road to H, L, L2. Haha, but this boy really has some tricks. Even Exalt Blazing Fire couldn't open this second floor's restrictions. He could actually open it. Under normal circumstances, there was no way these dozen over people would join hands. Every one of them was all incomparably conceited and were utterly disdainful to team up with others. But Yi Yuan's might made they put down that pride in their hearts and choose to team up. Yi Yuan was too bizarre until it made them. These peak experts on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation have no choice but to put down their pride and team up to face the enemy. Yi Yuan swept past everyone's faces with an amused look and said smilingly, "You guys really have no idea of life or death. On the Yellow Springs Road, this little lord already let you guys off. I didn't think that you all actually came to seek death again. Looks like you guys really turned a deaf ear to my words." Zhong Wubbing said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, stop hanging on stubbornly already. Today, you only have one road that leads to death." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since you guys came up, not one of you have to leave anymore. Can't display it out here. Let's change the location. Fiery." Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The several hundred lanterns in the corners of the pavilion building lit up at the same time. On Yi Yuan's glabella, a faint dragon-shaped marking flickered with light. Boom! Everyone only felt the scenery before their eyes change. They actually arrived inside an enormous cave. On the stone walls of this cave were all gigantic dragons bearing their fangs and brandis. Plussing their talons. These Civ dragons were all vividly lifelike. It was as if they were real. Where's this place? Such a powerful dragon pressure. Haha, this place should be the dragon's sovereign territory's final land. This place definitely has an earth-shaking treasure. Yi Yuan, this time, Zhong Wubbing really have to thank you. Zhong Wubbing seemed to have discovered something. Not only was there no shock on his face, but also became somewhat crazed instead. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Not bad, at least you have some insight. This place is the dragon's sovereign territory's final land of inheritance. However, it doesn't have a dime of connection with you. Reckless fool, just the likes of you, a measly little heaven enlightenment realm. Do you really think that you're able to defy the heaven? I'll let you take a look now at the Heaven Carnage Proclamation's number 3's true strength." Zhong Wubbing's expression turned cold. A shocking aura billowed to the skies. The moment the aura flared up, the faces of Shao Kai and the rest visibly changed. This level of strength probably did not lose out in the slightest when compared to Dao profound realm powerhouses as well, right? But seeing this scene, a hint of a mocking smile just flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. He did not care at all. Noisy. Right then, a black spear shadow descended from the sky and actually headed straight for Zhong Wubbing. Under this spear, even heaven and earth changed colors. The spear tip actually slashed out multiple fissures in S, P, A, C. Zhong Wubbing's expression changed greatly. How could he still care about Yi Yuan? His figure swayed, wanting to escape. However, he was fast, but that spear's shadow was faster. Poochie! The spear's shadow pierced right through Zhong Wubbing's chest, pinning him securely to the ground. Till death, Zhong Wubbing did not figure out what happened. Seeing this scene, the other roughly dozen people could not help feeling a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This spear shadow was completely not like an item that the divine realm should have. It was too terrifying. Those who were not of the dragon race that intruded the dragon's lair, death penalty. Pinning Zhong Wubbing dead, that awe-inspiring voice sounded out once more. When those dozen over people heard, their faces could not help changing drastically. How could they still have time to think? They raised their speed to the limits, wanting to escape. Yet, it was already too late. Pierce, pierce. Over 10 black spear shadows shot out from the void. It was only to hear a series of spear tips entering the figures of people. These dozen over-experts instantly perished. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps slowly transmitted over. A stalwart figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. This was a black shadow, unable to see the features clearly at all. But at this moment, he faced Yi Yuan across a distance, and he slowly opened his mouth to say, "You are the successor?" Chapter 911, Final Inheritance. Chapter 911, Final Inheritance. That dragon-shaped marking on Yi Yuan's glabella lit up once more, appearing especially dazzling. I think I should have obtained some sort of acknowledgement. Facing this terrifying black shadow, Yi Yuan replied calmly. The moment he said through the light screen, some additional information appeared in his sea of consciousness and seemed to have activated his bloodline, as if he had obtained some kind of recognition. A dragon-shaped imprint also appeared on his glabella. Hence, that was why he could open up this final land. The black shadow did not speak, but his gaze turned towards Shao Kai and the rest. Shao Kai and the others were frightened inwardly. Cold sweat already drenched their clothes unknowingly. "They're all my companions. Senior, please send them back," Yi Yuan said. That black shadow nodded slightly. Casually waving a hand, he actually shattered the SPAC and directly sent their group of people out. Shao Kai and the others only saw a blur before their eyes, and they actually returned back to the pavilion building's second floor. My God, that was truly dangerous. Killing Zhong Wubbing they all in a flash. That black shadow is too powerful. Big Brother Shao, my heart almost leaped out just now. And Ren patted his chest, a look of lingering fear after the event on his face, as he said, "How is Shao Kai any better than Ren? He merely hung in there desperately and not show it." He nodded his head right away and said, "That black shadow's strength was indeed too powerful. If not for Yi Yuan, we'd definitely be hard-pressed to escape death too." Everyone exchanged glances, all not quite recovering to their senses. How did Yi Yuan actually become a successor in a twinkle of an eye? They played supporting roles when they entered the final land, then circled one round and returned again. But they all understood that this dragon's sovereign territory's truly good treasures were probably in that final land. "Big Brother Shao, what should we do now?" This place, Enrin swept the surroundings once, his gaze revealing a greedy look. The surroundings were all treasures. Shao Kai's expression changed, and he said sternly, "Don't have any ideas. Everything will wait for Yi Yuan to come back before deciding. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Did you forget that pile of ashes on the first floor?" And Ren's heart pounded, and the expression of greed was swept away. He said, "Embara. Sedley, haha, I was just saying. Of course we have to wait for Boss Yi to return before deciding. Without him, even if we obtain the treasures, we might not be able to leave either. Good that you know. Everyone, meditate on the spot and don't do anything. Quietly wait for Yi Yuan's return. If these treasures belong to you, it won't run away. But if anybody wants to court death themselves, I won't stop either," Shao Kai said with a cold snort. Everyone's expressions became fearful when they heard that. Recalling Yi Yuan's formidable aspects, they were all endlessly terrified. When they just entered, there were over 100 people in mighty ranks. Probably no one would feel optimistic about Yi Yuan either. But walking this whole way, all of the people died, leaving behind just their lot of people where not a single one actually died. This was something that they did not even dare to think about before entering the Dragon Sovereign territory. Yi Yuan virtually brought them to this place by relying on his strength alone. How to choose seemed to not need any more words as well. You, a human, actually cultivated dragon wave to middle stage spirit rank. The Black Shadow was sizing Yi Yuan up. Although his voice was calm, that hint of surprise could not be concealed. Yi Yuan's cultivation talent in dragon wave. Even he himself felt astonished, let alone the others. Back then, when Yi Yuan had just cultivated dragon wave, it made Long Tongue very depressed. Talking about cultivating dragon wave in front of Yi Yuan seemed to be asking for a beating. As I cultivated, I reached middle stage spirit rank. Yi Yuan told a big, honest truth very helplessly. The Black Shadow distinctly froze. This way of saying things was seriously too irresponsible. But to Yi Yuan, it was indeed like so. Half divine dragon blood, primeval dragon bone. Boy, your good fortunes were not small. Looks like these few drops of dragon blood won't have much effect on you as well. The Black Shadow fished out a small bottle. Inside the small bottle was several drops of fresh blood, but he directly threw it to Yi Yuan. Haha, dragon blood is good stuff. I won't complain about having too much. Yi Yuan hurriedly put away the dragon blood. The Black Shadow fished out another small and exquisite bell, and directly threw it to Yi Yuan too, and said, "This is the Heavenly King Bell, a transcendent grade holy artifact. These two items are your rewards for reaching the middle stage spirit rank dragon wave. Transcendent grade holy artifact. Even in the divine realm, it was extremely rare. Yi Yuan's Star Moon Sword was also a transcendent grade holy artifact. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, divine artifacts disappeared along with it too. Transcendent grade holy artifacts became the divine realm's pinnacle most existence. Of course, quasi-divine artifacts like the vast heaven pag. Naturally towered above transcendent grade holy artifacts. However, Yi Yuan had yet to hear before of any faction that had quasi-divine artifacts existing. After Yi Yuan put away the Heavenly King Bell properly, the Black Shadow said again, "Right now, you have two options. The first, take these two items, and then I'll send you out of the Dragon Sovereign territory. The second, challenge the final inheritance. However, your life will be at risk. With your strength, it's impossible to succeed in challenging." Yi Yuan answered without even thinking about it. What else is there to consider here? Facing such a lucky chance, anyone would also be unable to refuse, right? The Black Shadow shook his head and said, "The final inheritance is incomparably perilous. You're too weak and lacking. Take 10,000 steps back. Even if you really obtain the final inheritance's rewards, you'd be unable to operate it too. Furthermore," talking until here, the Black Shadow hesitated. "Furthermore, I'm not a member of the dragon race, and am not worthy of getting the final inheritance, is it?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The Black Shadow did not reply, but he clearly already silently acknowledged this fact. A human obtaining the dragon race's final inheritance was not justifiable. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Senior, when I refine the primeval dragon bone, I'll be able to evolve to the royal bloodline. No matter what my origin is, this bloodline cannot be faked at all. If even royal bloodline is not qualified to obtain an item of the dragon race, then who else is worthy of getting it? Moreover, hearing the meaning in your words, this final inheritance doesn't seem to stipulate that humans can't receive it. Your misgivings are merely just your own misgivings." Yi Yuan's words were not uttered politely at all. This Black Shadow in front of him was clearly the guardian of the final inheritance. He was not the setter of the rules, just the executor of the rules. A brat actually dares to comment about this seat recklessly, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The Black Shadow gave a cold snort and actually attacked at a word of disagreement. A black dragon appeared with a roar. That imposing momentum was simply like it was going to devour heaven and earth. Divine rank, coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. Seeing this palm, Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. He could feel that this coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm absolutely Serpa. said the limits of spirit rank and reached the legendary divine rank. This black shadow in front of him was simply powerful until it made people's hair stand on end. Just what kind of existence was this guy? But at this time, it did not allow him to think too much. At the moment of life and death hanging by a thread, he could only revolve the essence energy in his entire body to deploy the vast heaven pag. With all his power, facing such an earth-shaking palm, only the vast heaven pag. Could block it. The black shadow made a slight sound of surprise. The black dragon instantly vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared before. Chapter 9:12, Son of Heaven's Mandate. Chapter 9:12, Son of Heaven's Mandate. You actually have a quasi-divine artifact in your hands. No wonder when you acquired the Heavenly King Bell earlier, you didn't react much at all, the Black Shadow said rather surprisedly. In his view, Yi Yuan should be overwhelmingly excited to obtain a transcendent-grade holy artifact with his strength. But when Yi Yuan saw the Heavenly King Bell, he was like an old well without ripples. Is it Lord Longzhan? A hesitant voice suddenly sounded out. Long Tongue had actually woken up at no idea when and revealed his figure. Hearing the tone of his words, he actually knew that Black Shadow. I didn't think that there are actually still people who remember this seat in the world. You're actually an artifact spirit. Blee Dragon actually became another person's artifact spirit. What a disgrace to yourself. The Black Shadow said with a dirty look. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, Didn't your esteemed self become a person guarding a pass as a member of the dragon race too? How much better are you compared to Senior Long Tongue? Yi Yuan, this person, was the most protective of his own. Hearing the Black Shadow disparage Long Tongue, he was naturally very unhappy. Even the form of address was changed too. Things that Yi Yuan were unhappy about. Even if the other party was the Jade Emperor, it was impossible to make him cower and take a step back too. Yi Yuan, you mustn't be rude. Lord Longzhan is a deity realm powerhouse. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was created by Lord Longzhan. Long Tongue was clearly very respectful towards Longzhan, even to a wars. HI plus ping degree. Hence, he was completely unconcerned about his attitude. Hearing Long Tongue's words, Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked too. He did not expect that this black shadow in front of him was actually a deity realm powerhouse. Furthermore, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, which Yi Yuan cultivated, was actually created by this black shadow right before his eyes. Cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm for a long time, Yi Yuan deeply experienced the might of this martial technique. Cultivating this martial technique to the limits was absolutely not inferior to the spirit bristle divine, King's 9 sons, burning heaven. To be able to create such a top-tier martial technique, this person was surely a character who could shake the heavens and startle the earth. Except, even if the other party was any stronger, his attitude made Yi Yuan displeased too. So what of deity realm powerhouse? Cirque, stances have changed with the Pa-S Sage of Time. Isn't he still only left with a wisp of remnant soul? Yi Yuan said without the least bit of politeness. That one arrogant brat. You think that I can't do anything to you with just a remnant soul, right? Or do you think that by relying on the quasi-divine artifact in your possession, you can stop this seat? Longzhan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said without showing weakness in the slightest. Your esteemed self can come and give it a try. Long Tongue's cold sweat poured profusely as he listened by the side. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too unbridled. Lord Longzhan was a genuine deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm represented invincibility. Even if he was just a wisp of remnant soul, he was also not what Emperor realm powerhouses could blaspheme, let alone Yi Yuan, a measly little heaven enlightenment realm. But Long Tongue also knew that the reason why Yi Yuan was like this was all because of him. Beyond the terror, Long Tongue was still endlessly warm his heart. Yet, Longzhan did not fly into a violent rage like Long Tongue imagined, but fell silent instead. After a moment, Long John opened his mouth and said, "How would killing you need this seat to personally take action? Don't say that this seat doesn't give you the opportunity. The final inheritance, do you really want to challenge it?" Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. He already made preparations to have a big fight, but he did not think that Long John actually agreed to let him challenge the final inheritance. Looks like Long John was very confident in this final inheritance and felt that there was no way he could clear it. What a joke. Do you feel that this little lord is somebody who jokes around? Yi Yuan said. Conceited and arrogant brat. You'll regret it. Long John said. Probably the one regretting at the end will be you. Yi Yuan went T for tat, as he said. Wait a minute. Long Tongue suddenly interrupted the two people's conversation and opened his mouth to say, Lord Long John, could it be that the final inheritance you're talking about is the voice of the dragon G.O.D.? Looks like you know quite a few things. That's right, it's precisely the voice of the dragon G.O.D. Why, regretting now? Long John said with a slight scoff. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said disdainfully, this sort of low-grade goading technique, do you think that I'll fall for it? There is no regret. This word, in this little lord's dictionary. No way. Yi Yuan, you can't challenge the voice of the dragon G.O.D. Long Tongue directly interrupted Yi Yuan's words and urged, the voice of the dragon G.O.D. is one of the dragon race's strongest martial technique. Once the voice of the dragon G.O.D. is unleashed, mountains and rivers will crumble, and heaven and earth will be turned upside down. It virtually has the power to destroy the world. With your current strength, there's simply no way to pull through. Long John said with a smile, relax. Now in this world, there's already body able to cultivate voice of the dragon G.O.D. to that sort of degree anymore. The voice of the dragon G.O.D. here doesn't even have 1/millionth of that power. A martial technique possessing the power to destroy the world. How formidable was that? Even if it was 1/millionth of the power, it was also not what a puny little heaven enlightenment realm martial artist could withstand. Since Long Tongue knew about the voice of the dragon G.O.D. and spoke up about its power, Long John felt that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to accept this test. Yet he was wrong. The dragon race's strongest martial technique, is it? This little lord, I am very interested with it. I want to take a look at just how powerful is this voice of the dragon G.O.D.'s might. Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Long Tongue's expression changed, and he knew that Yi Yuan's stubborn temper had flared up. He had spent a long time with Yi Yuan and was still quite familiar with Yi Yuan's temperament. Once Yi Yuan's stubborn temper flared up, even 9 dragons could not pull him back. But speaking of which, without this kind of pressing forward with indomitable kind of momentum, how could geniuses grow to become a true powerhouse? What a gutsy lad. I hope that you can still smile in a while. Long John said coolly, the might of the voice of the dragon G.O.D. No one was clearer than him. A heaven enlightenment realm brat. Even if he defied the heavens, it was also impossible to withstand it. Could the dragon race's strongest martial technique be a joke? Long John turned towards Long Tongue and said, boy, it's fine if you yourself were reduced to become other people's artifact spirit. This foresight of finding a successor also makes people dare not sing praises to compliment it. This kind of fool, you actually took a liking to him too. But Long Tongue shook his head and said, he wasn't the successor I chose, but the successor the vast heaven steel chose. Although the voice of the dragon G.O.D. is powerful, in my view, he's not totally without chances of survival. Vast heaven steel? This brat, could he be the son of heaven's mandate? How is this possible? Hearing this name, Long John was finally visibly moved. Long Tongue nodded and said, the function of the vast heaven pack. Does merely used for concealing the vast heaven steel. Who it chooses to be the successor, how can it be what I, a puny little artifact spirit, am able to influence? Long John fell silent and did not speak for some time. The shock that this information gave him was too intense. The vast heaven steel, this name which startled the heavens and shook the earth in human history, appeared once more. And this youth before his eyes was actually the successor designated by the vast heaven steel. Each vast heaven steel successor would ultimately mature into an earth-shaking powerhouse. Each time the vast heaven steel appeared, it would also be followed by the arrival of troubled times. The vast heaven steel successor would always play a decisive role each time turbulent days arrived. Therefore, they were called the son of heaven's mandate. And now, the voice of the dragon G. O. D. already mobilized. Chapter 9:13. Might of the voice of the dragon God. Chapter 9:13. Might of the voice of the dragon G. O. D. On the stone wall, that largest carving of a dragon actually came to life. The entire cave instantly became dark. That gigantic dragon coiled around in the darkness, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Yi Yuan's face was akin to an old well without ripples. It was as if foreign objects had no interference to him at all. He already revolved heart, like monolith, to the limits. Although Yi Yuan was very disdainfully verbally, when it truly came down to this moment, he raised his spirits up 120%. He knew that a test able to make long tongues so solemn was absolutely extraordinary. Yi Yuan was naturally aware that the dragon race was a terrifying race. Their power and foundation were absolutely not what outsiders could imagine. For the voice of the dragon G. O. D to be able to be called the strongest martial technique, it was bound to startle the heavens and shake the earth. A test like this, no matter how seriously one took it, it was not over the top. Crack! Crack! The gigantic dragon circled around in the air. The horrifying aura became more and more terrifying, and there actually started to have lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, drawing the bow but not discharging the arrow, just like sharp swords hanging above. It made people even more unsettled. Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. Raising his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm that headed for the gigantic dragon. Crack! Crack! The azure dragon yet to approach when it was struck by a bolt of lightning and utterly buried in oblivion. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, which had been ever victorious, actually did not even stir up a wave. Cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to such a level of attainment, this brat is also a genius that is hard to chance upon. It's too bad. He overestimated his own ability too much. Long Zhan evaluated Yi Yuan when he saw this scene. Although Long Tong's words made him unbelievably shocked, the impression Yi Yuan left on him was that it was hard for him to bear great responsibilities. This point would not have any changes because Yi Yuan was the vast heaven steel successor. The voice of the dragon G. O. D is indeed terrifying. This time, Yi Yuan was really somewhat impulsive, Long Tong said with a sigh. The voice of the dragon G. O. D had long been lost in the dragon clan already. It was also Long Tong's first time seeing. He knew that the voice of the dragon G. O. D had yet to truly begin, and it actually had such power already. When it was unleashed fully, how terrifying would the destructive force have to be? Long Tong unconsciously clenched his fists tightly and secretly broke out into a cold sweat for Yi Yuan. Long Zhan said coolly, "Looks like he isn't some son of heaven's mandate. The vast heaven steel has times where it makes an error in judgment too. Prepare to collect his corpse for him." Long Tong gave him a glance, but did not reply. Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, "Really can't, huh? The dragon race's strongest martial technique, indeed, lives up to its reputation. Looks like there's only class. Plussing head on." Yi Yuan was not arrogant to the extent of relying on one coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to scatter the dragon race's strongest martial technique. His idea was to only interrupt the condensing tempo of the voice of the dragon G. O. D. But he did not expect that this voice of the dragon G. O. D. was actually formidable to such an extent. However, Yi Yuan did not despair. He naturally had his own judgment to dare challenge the voice of the dragon God. Since this was a land of inheritance, it should be in hopes that there would be descendants capable of inheriting the mantle. And the true voice of the dragon God, forget about him. Yi Yuan, even the present Dragon Clan's clan leader, probably could not withstand it. What was the point of getting it? Therefore, while this voice of the dragon God was terrifying, its power would definitely be controlled within a certain boundary. Of course, even so, for the current Yi Yuan to want to pull through, it was likely a long shot too. Otherwise, Long Zhan would not let him accept the challenge so confidently. Crack, crack, rumble. The aura coming from the sky became increasingly horrifying, as if the end of the world was really going to arrive. Long Tongue said that mountains and rivers would crumble, and heaven and earth would be turned upside down. It was indeed not false. This gigantic dragon was just materialized from stone carving. Although it was formidable, its power was limited. If the dragon race's deity realm powerhouses came and displayed this move, it would likely punch a hole through the divine realm. All of a sudden, the sky quietened down. The gigantic dragon stopped circling around too, stopping in the sky, its dragon eyes staring straight at Yi Yuan. Everything seemed to have stopped. This was the calm before the storm. Yi Yuan knew that the true voice of the dragon God was about to arrive right away. Without much hesitation, Yi Yuan grabbed a large bunch of medicinal pills and swallowed it in one mouthful. Ugh! When the medicinal pills entered his stomach, Yi Yuan's internal organs felt like they were going to burn up. Cold sweat poured profusely on his forehead, swallowing so many Tier 8 medicinal pills in one go. This boy's gone nuts, Long Zhan said in shock. 4 Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists swallowing Tier 8 medicinal pills. They completely could not withstand the violent medicinal strength of Tier 8 medicinal pills. Those whose strengths were slightly weaker would even directly explode and die. This action was naturally incomparably insane in Long Zhan's view. Yi Yuan only dared to consume them by relying on that his fleshy body was powerful. But swallowing so many in one go still made him have a feeling that his body about to explode. But Yi Yuan's own body, he knew his limits. The medicinal pills consumed was definitely within the acceptable limits. Among the medicinal pills he consumed just now, there was the creation essence birthing pill and black tortoise tyrant physique pill, right? The creation essence birthing pill can make the essence energy within the body produce unceasingly. The black tortoise tyrant physique pill can let the martial artist's essence energy protective SHI plus ELD increase 10 times in power. Very heaven-defying. These 2 medicinal pills are ancient recipes. The difficulty of refining them are extremely high. How did he get them? Long Zhan said curiously. Long Zhan's knowledge and experiences were extremely vast. Although it was just a brief instant, he already saw clearly the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan swallowed. Long Tongue said he refined it himself. Long Zhan could not help freezing and saying in disbelief, "Impossible! These 2 medicinal pills are Tier 8 medicinal pills. Even an alchemy venerable might not be able to refine them. How can he, a measly little heaven enlightenment realm, possibly refine them?" Lord said helplessly, "If Lord Long Zhan doesn't believe me, I can't do anything about it either. Your understanding of Yi Yuan is too little. The vast heaven steel definitely has its reasons for choosing him." Long Zhan was speechless. Right at this time, the gigantic dragon slowly opened its mouth. An intangible energy that could destroy heaven and earth instantly struck Yi Yuan. No sound, no energy undulation either. This attack was virtually completed in an instant. There was no process of transmitting it at all. Dong! An enormous gong. A large bell was directly blasted flying. It was precisely the Heavenly King Bell. This Heavenly King Bell was indeed an extremely powerful defensive holy artifact. But facing such a horrifying attack, the Heavenly King Bell was immediately blasted away. Poor Yi Yuan immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This attack already made him suffer injuries. At the same time, Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art frenziedly and started to recover the wounds within his body. But right then, Yi Yuan's divine soul suddenly shuddered, as if it was struck by something. Work. The second attack landed in succession, sending Yi Yuan flying once more. The first attack, the Heavenly King Bell, withstood it. This second attack, Yi Yuan could only forcefully withstand it himself. Although the Black Tortoise Tyrant physique pill strengthened his defensive powers 10 times, under this attack, Yi Yuan was still severely wounded. The truly horrifying aspect of the voice of the Dragon D lies in that it's a hybrid attack of Dragon Wave attack and Divine Soul attack, completely impossible to guard against. The sound wave attack formed by the Dragon D can even shatter SPAC, let alone the Divine Soul. This brat is dead for sure. Long Zhan was somewhat gloating over his misfortune as he said. Long Ting gave him a glance and said calmly, "That might not be so." Chapter 9:14. Need to get off his chest. Chapter 9:14. Need to get off his chest. Boom. Another shot of invisible energy smashed heavily towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan brought out the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. Even so, the tremendous impact force still sent him flying once more. The medicinal strength of the creation essence birthing pill was rapidly flowing away. Even the essence energy protective SHI plus ELD produced by the Black Tortoise Tyrant physique pill became much thinner too. The voice of the Dragon indeed well deserving of being called the Dragon race's strongest martial technique. A defense as formidable as Yi Yuan's was actually unable to withstand it too. But at this time, Long Zhan was already struck dumb with amazement. Because the voice of the Dragon D's Divine Soul attack actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. Seems like apart from the initial most brief lapse in concentration, Yi Yuan did not have a reaction after that anymore. His entire focus was used on defending his physical body. How is this possible? The voice of the Dragon D's Divine Soul attack is very terrifying. Even if I was at my prime, I can't withstand the voice of the Dragon D's Divine Soul attack too. How did this brat do it? Long Zhan said in disbelief. Long Tongue smiled, but did not say a word. He knew that the Divine Soul attack not working was definitely because of the effect of the soul-suppressing pearl. This pearl was incomparably mysterious. Even Fiend D Jialan suffered a major loss at its hands. What could a measly, all-washed-up voice of the Dragon D do to Yi Yuan? Unless it was the real voice of the Dragon Otherwise, it was simply impossible to make Yi Yuan suck. MB on the Divine Soul. No, maybe the real voice of the Dragon D could not breach the soul-suppressing pearl's defense either. Something that even a Fiend D was fearful of how great its power was simply unimaginable. It was just that it was impossible for Long Tongue to say these to Long Zhan. Yi Yuan was the successor designated by the vast heaven steel, which was also his master. Even if Long Zhan was a senior he respected, it was impossible for him to divulge Yi Yuan's greatest secret either. Immunity to Divine Soul attacks. The voice of the Dragon D was equivalent to having an arm broken. Yi Yuan's chances of victory increased greatly too. Yi Yuan gave a long howl and completely mustered up the dragon blood power within his body. Coupled with the protective SHI plus ELD formed from essence energy, it practically outfitted him into a tortoise SHELL. But even so, Yi Yuan was already on the verge of overdrawing right now too. No wonder Long Zhan did not feel optimistic about Yi Yuan. Just this fleshy body attack was already ridiculously powerful. Even if Divine Soul attacks are useless against him, the damage of sound waves to his physical body is also lethal. Voice of the Dragon O, D. 9 counts of prajna sounds, each echo serpa. S singalast. Right now, it's only the 4th echo, and he's almost reaching his limits already. Do you think that he can make it through the 5 echoes at the back? Someone as mighty as Long John, his composure naturally serpa. S, said the average man, calming down very quickly. Although his words were unforgiving, he did indeed look at Yi Yuan in a different light from before. Yi Yuan's might far exceeded his expectations. For a measly little heaven enlightenment realm martial artist to be able to do it to this step, it was simply inconceivable. Long Tong shook his head and said, "Actually, I have no assurance either, but I keep feeling that he can pull through." Long John glanced at Long Tongue and said coolly, "Ignorant." Boom! 9 echoes of prajna sounds. Actually, there was no sound at all. What there was just sound wave attacks. The magnitude of these sound wave attacks was each more powerful than the last. When the 5th echo arrived, it directly suppressed Yi Yuan onto the ground. The current Yi Yuan was bathed in blood all over, his entire person's aura weakening considerably all at once. The medicinal strengths of the medicinal pills consumed prior to this were virtually exhausted already. He already did not have essence energy left over to control the vast heaven pag. Oh, to defend. Boom. The 6th echo was about to arrive in a flash. H. Plus Yi Yuan sprawled on the ground and already could not move a muscle. He could only forcefully endure this blow. Yet, after this attack, Yi Yuan's aura was already feeble to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Long Tongue's expression was very ugly. His heart was racked with anxiety, but he could not do anything right now. Could it be that I got to use the final measure? Long Tongue sighed in his heart. His so-called final measure was to burn the last of his life force, to let the vast heaven pag. Oh, to help Yi Yuan withstand the next echo. But that way, Long Tongue's soul was certain to disintegrate. You want to sacrifice yourself to help him achieve his aim? Not worth it. Can't save him either. In your current state, you can at most only control that quasi-divine artifact once. The 8th echo and 9th echo at the back, there's no way that he can withstand it. Long John saw through Long Tongue's thoughts with one glance and said, "So what? He's my master. More importantly, he came to the chaotic Devil's Sea for me. Even if I die, I can't let him die in front of me either." Long Tongue said very calmly. Living for several tens of thousands of years, Long Tongue was already indifferent to some things as well. Done talking, Long Tongue drew a deep breath and was going to return inside the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. At the same time, the 7th echo descended calmly, yet terrifyingly. Long Tongue was just about to make a move, but discovered to his astonishment that Yi Yuan's aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! Boom! Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry. The sound of a dragon roar emitted out. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm leaped up once more and clashed together with the 7th echo. This collision knocked Yi Yuan flying out once more. However, Yi Yuan's aura was still in the midst of rising. Boom! A bolt of heavenly tribulation descended with a howl and directly slammed onto Yi Yuan's body. Yet, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to it. This kind of minor, heavenly tribulation could not even scratch Yi Yuan's itch for him now. He thoroughly refined the primeval dragon bone and started bloodline evolution. Long Tongue muttered under his breath. Long John did not speak. He fell silent. He did not think that Yi Yuan could actually thoroughly refine the primeval dragon bone at the final juncture. Yi Yuan's progress rate of refining the primeval dragon gon could not hide from Long John's eyes at all. He knew that for Yi Yuan to want to thoroughly refine the primeval dragon bone, it still required a considerable period of time. But right at the moment which determined life or death, Yi Yuan actually stimulated shocking potential and instantly succeeded in refining the primeval dragon bone. This level of talent was simply unheard of. Could it be that he's really the son of heaven's mandate? Long John thought in his heart. Utterly refining the primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan's fleshy body and essence energy were frenziedly growing. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Yi Yuan unleashed the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm without any hesitation once more, rumbling over towards the eighth echo. The eighth echo was too strong. Yi Yuan was blasted away once more. But at this time, such an attack was simply unable to stop the rise of Yi Yuan's momentum. In the midst of repeated bolts of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan resisted the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. It was as if he was the true Dragon G.O.D. Boom! Before the ninth echo, Yi Yuan finished transcending the tribulation and burst right through to the seventh level heaven enlightenment. But did not end. His aura continued rising, surging towards the eighth level heaven enlightenment. The horrifying energy contained inside the primeval dragon bone was much stronger compared to half-divine dragon blood. Yi Yuan could not digest it in a short time. Hence, his essence energy cultivation realm was like floodwater that broke the dam, getting out of control. While the current Yi Yuan felt like he was filled with explosive strength from head to toe, with a feeling of needing to get it off his chest, he raised his right fist. A void dragon shadow punch came out with a roar. Screw your voice of the Dragon G.O.D. Explode for me. Yi Yuan shouted fiercely. Chapter 9:15. Sacred Dragon Token. Chapter 9:15. Sacred Dragon Token. Bursting out with a punch, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. But this time, he was not struck flying, stabilizing himself firmly in the end. Boom! The gigantic dragon in the air dissipated with a loud bang, turning into a cloud of tattered SCRAPS, and finally disappeared. This cave finally recovered to that appearance before, except the gigantic dragon on the stone wall already disappeared. Yi Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot and started to digest the benefits brought by refining the dragon bone. Currently, Yi Yuan's essence energy cultivation realm already broke through to the ninth level heaven enlightenment realm. His fleshy body even broke through by a great margin and firmly stepped into the middle stage tier 8. Lord Longzhan, it seems like the vast heaven steel successor isn't as deplorable as you think. Long Tongue said, somewhat amusedly. The black shadow could not help freezing when he heard that. This Yi Yuan's talent had indeed far surpassed, said his imagination. This impossible-to-complete challenge, Yi Yuan actually completed it. According to Longzhan's judgment, prior to this, Longzhan had long determined that Yi Yuan was unable to resist the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. Even if he refined half-divine dragon blood, was carrying the primeval dragon bone and cultivated dragon wave to the middle stage spirit rank, it would not cut it either. But now, Yi Yuan used his punch to ruthlessly smack his face. This brat actually really succeeded. The black shadow gave a cold snort, but did not refute. Longzhan had his pride. If he was wrong, then he was wrong. He would not retort anything on this matter. Seeing Longzhan not speak, Long Tongue had a stomach full of questions he wanted to ask, though. My lord, back then, you left the Dragon Clan when you were at your prime. Why was that? Lord asked curiously. Around 100,000 years ago, Longzhan was the Dragon Clan's last deity realm clan leader. But when he was at his prime, he left the Dragon Clan quietly by himself and was not heard from ever since. Not long after, the deity realm powerhouses all disappeared overnight. There was no longer any news from Longzhan. What happened back then, Body knew it all. Now that Long Tongue ran into Longzhan, he naturally wanted his queries answered. This seat leaving the Dragon Clan back then was actually because I received the summons of the old Dragon G.O.D. You should know, our clan's supreme treasure, the Sacred Dragon Token, was taken away by the old Dragon G.O.D. Sup 1/Sup. Longzhan talked tirelessly, like he was describing a very normal matter, but was like dreadful waves that surged towards the skies in Long Tongue's ears. Sacred Dragon Token. Old Dragon G.O.D. was actually still alive at that time? Long Tongue was incredibly shocked. The old Dragon G.O.D. D from Long Jean's mouth was the previous clan leader before Long Jean. It was said that his strength was immensely formidable. Long Jean was brought up by the old clan leader single-handedly. The old dragon G. Oh, D's strength is what you're utterly incapable of imagining at all. Even when I was at my prime, I can't beat one of his hands either. Long Jean laughed mockingly. Long Tongue's expression became slightly fearful, and immense waves billowed to the skies in his heart. 100,000 years' time erased too many things. Even a dragon clan concealed many secrets too. Malor, then, where have deity realm powerhouses gone? When the world happened 100,000 years ago. Long Tongue asked the most critical question. At present, all of the divine realm's martial artists were all concerned and searching for the answer to the question. Long Jean mused for a moment, but he slowly said, "Don't ask me this question, because I don't know as well. The current me is only a wisp of remnant soul left behind by my original body back then to use to guard the dragon's sovereign territory. Although I have some of the original body's memories, the vast majority of the memories, especially memories pertaining to deity realm, were all wiped away already." Long Tongue was startled. He did not think that there would actually be such a thing. Long Tongue finally managed to meet a deity realm powerhouse, but his memories were actually wiped away. The mystery of divine Tao disappearing, the more one pursued, the stranger and more confusing it was. "Hey, I already pass," said the test. "Where's the reward?" Yi Yuan already finished consolidating at G. D knows when and actually directly came over to ask for the reward and did not show any respect to Long Jean at all. "Hold on." Long Jean threw down 2 words, his figure moved, and he vanished from sight. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless as he said, "This fellow, really irresponsible. He wouldn't have run away like this, right? Talking nonsense. Lord Long Jean is a man of his words. How can he possibly run away?" Long Tongue immediately reproached. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Hey, don't mind it. I'm just curious. This voice of the dragon G. D is so terrifying. What kind of thing will the final reward be? He already gave a transcendent grade holy artifact before this. He wouldn't directly give me a divine artifact this time, right?" Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a rift directly opened up in the void. Countless electric light wormed out from inside the void and instantly filled the entire cave. Boundless dragon pressure, as if it was the galaxy in the sky, poured down. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help gasping in amazement too. He had yet to see the true face of the final reward, and Yi Yuan already felt its power. What a powerful dragon pressure. Senior Long Tongue, you're a member of the Dragon Clan too. Do you know what this thing is? Senior Long Tongue? Yi Yuan looked over towards Long Tongue, but discovered that Long Tongue was staring fixedly at that item, which slowly appeared in the void. Could it be? Could it be? Impossible. How is this possible? Long Tongue murmured. You didn't see wrongly. It's the sacred dragon token. At this time, Long Jean's figure slowly appeared once more. Yi Yuan involuntarily looked towards him, and his expression could not help changing. "You, the sacred dragon token coming into being, my mission is also complete. I'll naturally vanish like mist and smoke. It's just, I don't know if the original body is still alive or not." Long Jean's gaze looked towards the endless void as if wanting to find traces of his original body. But 100,000 years had said already. Where have deity realm powerhouses gone? Body knew either. Long Jean, naturally did not know as well. At this time, Long Jean, that S of black shadow, gradually became faint and was going to disappear very soon. Brat, the sacred dragon token is the dragon race's supreme treasure and also the symbol of the ident. 1. Tai, the clan leader, now that you've acquired it, you must detach yourself from the human race and become a member of my dragon race. It gives you great strength. Conversely, you have to brave fire and floodwater for the dragon race too. Long Jean said solemnly. Yi Yuan froze, and he shook his head and said, "I'm a human. This won't ever change. Using a precious treasure to kidnap my ident. One tie, not possible. What to do in the future? I have the final say, while you don't. Presently, Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline could virtually rival the royals already. But no matter what, Yi Yuan had never considered himself to be a member of the dragon race. Want him to give up on his identity. 1. Tai as a human and thoroughly become a dragon. That was something impossible. Long Zhan mused for a moment and suddenly said, I knew that you, this punk, won't obey obediently. Forget it. How to act in the future, it's your business. But you have to promise me, if the Dragon Clan has any needs, you must help. If you're not around anymore one day, return the sacred dragon token to the Dragon Clan. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a nod, That's not impossible. Fine, I promise you. When the Dragon Clan is in trouble, I'll take action. The black shadow became increasingly fainter. Long Zhan finally looked at Long Tongue and said, You, this brat, are also an arrow at the end of its flight already. Forget it. This is a Skunda Divine Stone. Take it. Before leaving, I'll give you another good fortune. Chapter 9:16, Divine Essence. Chapter 9:16, Divine Essence. Long Zhan formed seals with both hands. A cloud of black gas emitted from within Long Zhan's black shadow and directly entered inside Long Tongue's body. After the black gas entered Long Tongue's body, his aura instantly strengthened considerably. This is my last trace of soul force. Saving it is pointless too. Might as well give it to you. With this trace of soul force, you should be able to recover 30 to 40% of your strength. Plus the Skunda Divine Stone. Before long, you should be able to recover to your peak condition, Long Zhan said calmly. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart by the sight. This wisp of remnant soul of Long Zhan's was clearly feeble to the extreme already. It actually still had such power. The might of deity realm powerhouses was indeed unimaginable. Thank you very much, Lord Long Zhan. Long Tongue bowed respectfully and said. Long Zhan waved his hand and said, My soul force being depleted, I'm only left with a trace of residual consciousness. Whether it's going with the wind or returning to the original body, I'm looking forward to it very much too. Brat, don't forget your promise. Finished talking, Long Zhan's body became more and more illusionary, all the way until it finally disappeared. And right at this time, a hard object the size of a short stick slowly flew out from the void and came to Yi Yuan's hand. When Long Tongue saw this item, he was immediately extremely agitated. Sacred Dragon Token. It's really the Sacred Dragon Token. It's been missing for over 100,000 years already. I didn't think that was actually buried inside this heavenly slaughter pit. Just when the world happened back then. Yi Yuan said curiously, This thing is really your dragon race's treasure? No matter how I look at it, it's also not much different from a fire rod. One could not blame Yi Yuan for being curious too. This thing that looked similar to a short staff in front of him was really too unremarkable. Its whole body was pitch black. There were even traces of wear and tear on the staff's body. It did not have the slightest trace of essence, energy, undulation either. Compared to the overwhelming astoundment from when it made an appearance, the difference was too great. This kind of lousy toy actually also dared to claim to be the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure? Rubbish. H. Plus the Sacred Dragon Token is a divine artifact. How can it be what you and I can appraise? A divine artifact coming into being, most likely, turbulent days are really going to arrive. Long Tongue said with a solemn expression, Divine Tao dwindling to zero. All divine artifacts were also submerged in history. Now that a divine artifact had descended upon the world anew, Long Tongue kept having a foreboding premonition. Speaking of divine artifacts, what is the vast heaven steel? Also the soul-suppressing pearl. Ugh, I can't understand what it's all about. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Long Tongue was speechless. Divine artifacts were likewise incomparably mysterious to him. Forget about him. Even Fong Tian did not figure out just what kind of the existence the vast heaven steel was either. Forget it, forget it. Better go out first. Since it's good stuff, keep it first then say. But how should we go out? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Long Zhan, that fellow, disappeared just like that, leaving them trapped inside this cave. Long Tongue said, "This place should be an independent S.P.A.C. Want to get out of here, we must shatter the S.P.A.C. here." The voice of the dragon G.O.D. was so powerful, and it had no way of shattering this S.P.A.C. In our current states, we can't get out at all, Yi Yuan said helplessly. The voice of the dragon G.O.D. sound wave attacks were very powerful. It even made tremors appear in the S.P.A.C., but it still did not shatter this S.P.A.C. Although Yi Yuan's strength advanced greatly to make him shatter this S.P.A.C., he examined himself and knew that he did not have this ability either. Long Tongue mused for a moment and suddenly said, "According to the records in the clan, the sacred dragon token has the ability to shatter the void. Wasn't it hidden in the void previously too?" Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he took the sacred dragon token out once again. He poured essence energy into the sacred dragon token, but there was no reaction at all. As expected, is it a fire rod? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Long Tongue shot him a glare and said crossly, "Divine artifacts are used by deity realm powerhouses. Want to activate the sacred dragon token? You must use divine essence." Divine essence? What's that? Yi Yuan said with a baffled look. Divine essence, simply put, it's the essence energy that deity realm powerhouses use. After mystic chi enters the body and gets refined by deity realm powerhouses, it will convert into divine essence. Long Ting explained. Regarding Long Ting knowing these things, Yi Yuan was not surprised. The dragon race was one of the races with the longest legacy. They were bound to know some things that the outside world did not know. But counting in this time, it was Yi Yuan's second time hearing mystic chi this name. But where do I get divine essence? Without divine essence, isn't this just a fire rod in my hands? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Divine essence, don't you have it on you? Long Tongue suddenly looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that. Suddenly startling awake, he said, "You're saying that strange essence energy in my essence energy, see?" Long Tongue said smilingly, "That's right. These divine essences are incomparably precious. They were all obtained by Fong Tian at the Fall Mountain range after exhausting his abilities back then. Each drop is incomparably precious, but didn't expect that in the end it benefited you, this brat." Yi Yuan was speechless. Turns out that he had been in possession of a treasure all along, but was not aware of it. This strange essence energy was actually the divine essence used by Deity Realm Powerhouse. Except, martial artists under Deity Realm were completely unable to unleash the true power of divine essence. To Yi Yuan, the function of divine essence was merely to instant cast martial techniques. If those Deity Realm Powerhouses found out that he used divine essence like this, they would definitely be enraged until they climb out from a corpse pile. But fortunately, Yi Yuan was also aware that this thing was very precious and had never really used it since obtaining it until now. Yi Yuan shot Long Tongue across glare and said, "You knew these long ago and actually didn't tell me all along. Weren't you afraid that I squander these divine essences away?" Long Tongue said with a smile, "You obtained it. It naturally belongs to you. How to use it is also your business." Yi Yuan was thoroughly defeated. He sucked in a deep breath and carefully mobilized several drops of divine essence and poured it into the sacred dragon token. All of a sudden, the sacred dragon token gave off a dazzling light. Yi Yuan had yet to activate it when a terrifying aura transmitted out like when it just appeared. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan suddenly deployed it, abruptly giving a smash towards the void. This area of S.P.A.C. actually fragmented apart inch by inch in a split second. Boom! The entire SPAC suddenly collapsed. Yi Yuan's and Long Tong's figures shrunk and were sucked away by some kind of mysterious force. Puff, puff, puff. Above the pavilion's second floor, those several dozen lanterns instantly all extinguished. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai suddenly stood up and said with a frown, "What happened?" Yi Yuan, something wouldn't have happened, right? Boss Yi is so formidable, it's impossible for something to happen, and Ruin said. With a whoosh, SPAC lightly fluctuated. Yi Yuan's figure appeared inside the pavilion building once more. Seeing Yi Yuan appear, and Rin said with a hearty laugh, "What did I say?" In this world, a person able to make Boss Yi get into an accident has yet to be born, and Rin's idolization towards Yi Yuan already reached a blind degree. But Xiao Kai's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Yuan, you broke through again?" Yi Yuan merely went to that SPAC for several days' time, and actually broke through 3 minor realms in a row. He was already almost breaking through to phaseless realm. This sort of improvement speed was truly too outrageous.